On the 4th of May, 1903, Judge James B. Markham stood on the steps of the Breathitt County Courthouse. He was a man of the law, a symbol of order in a land that had forgotten the meaning of the word. A single shot echoed from a nearby window, sharp and final. The judge staggered back into his own courthouse and fell dead, a public execution designed to send a chilling message. In this corner of Kentucky, the only law that mattered came from the barrel of a gun. This was not an isolated act. It was a declaration of war in a place that had already earned its name, bloody Breathitt. Was this a county of savages, or was it a place where honorable men were locked in a desperate battle for the very soul of the mountains? The truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more terrifying. Today, we trace the story of how power, greed, and an ancient code of honor turned a quiet county into a battlefield. To understand the blood that was spilled, you must first understand the ground that soaked it up. Late 19th century Breathitt County was a world unto itself, a labyrinth of fog-choked hollows and ancient hills that guarded its secrets fiercely. It was a place where the rhythms of life were dictated by the seasons, not by the clocks of a distant government. The people here were bound to the land and to each other by ties of blood and shared hardship. They were proud, self-reliant, and deeply suspicious of any authority that didn't carry their last name. The deepest scar on the soul of these mountains was the Civil War. Kentucky was a border state, a fractured land where loyalties were a personal and often fatal choice. In Breathitt, neighbor fought neighbor, and in some tragic cases, brother fought brother. When the official war ended, the fighting did not. Men returned home not to peace, but to simmering resentment. They brought their rifles with them, along with the grim knowledge that violence was a swift and effective way to settle a dispute. The old Union and Confederate grudges never truly died. They just became the fault lines for the family wars that would follow. This brutal history reinforced an older, unwritten law, the Code of the Mountains. In this isolated world, family was everything. It was your government, your army, and your only true safety net. An insult delivered to your cousin was an insult delivered to you, and it demanded an answer. Justice wasn't something you waited for a judge in a powdered wig to dispense. It was something you took yourself, often at the end of a path with a rifle in your hands. This wasn't seen as murder, it was seen as balancing the scales. This code was born of necessity. When your nearest neighbor is a mile away and the county seat is a day's hard ride, you learn to solve your own problems. A man's word was his bond, and his honor was his most valuable possession, worth more than his land, his livestock, or even his life. To have it challenged publicly was an unforgivable offense. It was this fierce, uncompromising sense of personal honor that would serve as the trigger for so much of the violence to come. Into this crucible of old wounds and rigid honor, a new element was introduced: progress, or what passed for it. Timber and coal barons from the north began to see the mountains not as a home, but as a treasure chest to be plundered. The railroad snaked its way into the hollows, bringing with it outside money, slick lawyers, and a lust for the region's vast natural wealth. Suddenly, control of the local courthouse wasn't just about settling local disputes. It was about controlling land deeds, mineral rights, and fortunes beyond imagination. This collision of worlds created the men who would fight the Breathitt County War. They were forged by the Civil War's lingering hatreds, governed by an ancient code of clan loyalty, and now tempted by a wave of new greed. They were men who believed their honor was worth dying for, and who were now being told that their entire world was for sale to the highest bidder. The storm was inevitable. Before the assassinations and the arrival of the state militia, there was a tense, fragile peace in Breathitt County. You have to imagine the town of Jackson in those days, a place of dusty streets and watchful eyes, where the future of the entire region was being decided not in an election booth, but in the quiet conversations held in hotel lobbies and general stores. It was a community living on a powder keg, but for a time, it was still a community. At the center of one world, was Judge James "Jim" Hargis. To his enemies, he was a tyrant, a corrupt political boss who ruled with an iron fist. But to his supporters, and there were many, he was the patriarch of Breathitt County. The Hargis Hotel wasn't just a building, it was the capital of an unofficial kingdom. On any given day, you could find Jim Hargis there, holding court. A farmer might come to him to settle a land dispute. A young man might ask for a loan to start a family. Hargis was the law, the bank, and the government all rolled into one. He understood the mountain people because he was one of them. He provided a kind of stability, a predictable order. It was his order, to be sure, but in a chaotic world, that was something. He had built a dynasty of power, and he aimed to protect it and the people who lived under his influence. On the other side stood men like Judge James B. Markham and Ed Callahan. They represented a different vision for the mountains. Markham wasn't a patriarch, he was a lawyer. He believed in the power of books, of precedent, of a justice that was blind and applied equally to all men, regardless of their last name. He saw the Hargis machine as a cancer, a corrupting force that kept Breathitt County trapped in a cycle of poverty and violence. He fought his battles in the courtroom, armed with legal briefs and righteous indignation, seeking to dismantle the little Tsar's empire from within. Ed Callahan was the embodiment of that same fight, but he met it on the streets. He was a respected and fearless lawman, a man who believed his badge should mean something. Where Hargis commanded loyalty through favors and fear, Callahan earned respect through raw courage. He was the man who would walk into a saloon to disarm a drunkard when no one else dared, the man who would serve a warrant on a known killer. He and Markham were the face of the Reform Party, and they were fighting for a future where a man's success depended on his merits, not on his allegiance to a political boss. For a while, these two worlds coexisted. The Hargis men would walk on one side of the street, the Callahan men on the other. Business was conducted, families were raised, and life went on under a veneer of civility. But everyone knew the peace was hollow. These were not just two political factions, they were two fundamentally different futures vying for control of the same small patch of earth. One side was fighting to protect the world they had built, the other was fighting to build a new one. Both believed they were in the right. And in the mountains of Kentucky, when two sides both believe they are right, the result is almost always bloodshed. But peace is a fragile thing, and in every great tragedy, there is a crack in the armor of the men who stand at its center. For James Hargis, that flaw was a pride as old and unyielding as the mountains themselves. His control over Breathitt County was not a political office, it was his birthright. He had built his world through sheer force of will, and he could not tolerate the slightest challenge to his authority. To him, opposition was not a difference of opinion. It was a declaration of personal war. This wasn't the hot-headed pride of a young brawler. It was a cold, calculating force. They say that years earlier, a merchant in town had dared to publicly support one of Hargis's political rivals. Hargis didn't send men with guns. He did something far worse. He quietly passed the word. The man's credit was cut off at the bank. His suppliers suddenly had trouble filling his orders. Friends who had known him for 20 years would cross the street to avoid speaking to him. Within a year, the man was bankrupt and broken, forced to leave the county in shame. Jim Hargis didn't just defeat his enemies, he unmade them. This absolute refusal to share or cede power was his great strength, and it would become the engine of the coming war. The fatal flaw of the reformers, of men like Judge Markham and Ed Callahan, was the mirror image of Hargis's pride. It was a rigid, almost naive faith in the power of the law itself. They truly believed that the system, if followed correctly, was strong enough to protect them. They believed that a court order held more power than a Winchester rifle, and that a properly filed indictment could bring down a king. They saw the corruption of the Hargis machine and believed they could dismantle it piece by piece with the tools of their trade: legal arguments, witness testimony, and appeals to a higher authority. When the threats against them began, whispered in the street and delivered in unsigned notes. Their response was to seek injunctions and write letters to the governor in Frankfurt. They trusted in a process that Jim Hargis had spent a lifetime learning how to manipulate and control from the inside. They were honorable men trying to play by the rules in a game where their opponent had already burned the rulebook. This faith in paper and ink, in a world that still answered to lead and steel, would prove to be a fatal miscalculation. And so the stage was set. On one side, a man whose pride would not allow him to bend. On the other, men whose principles would not allow them to break. It was a collision of two opposing kinds of stubbornness, two incompatible definitions of justice. In the suffocating quiet of the Kentucky mountains, there was no longer any room for compromise. A single spark was all that was needed to make the whole valley burn. The spark finally landed in 1902. It wasn't a public argument or a contested election. It was the sharp, ugly crack of a rifle in the dark. The target was James Cockrell, the town marshal of Jackson. But Cockrell was more than just a lawman. He was Jim Hargis's right hand. He was the muscle that backed up the little Tsar's quiet orders, the walking, breathing symbol of the Hargis machine's control over the streets. When Cockrell walked by, people understood who was in charge. His authority flowed directly from the rocking chair in the Hargis Hotel. One evening, he was cut down from ambush. It was a classic feud-style killing, a shot from the shadows, with no warning and no chance to fight back. In the code of the mountains, this was more than murder. It was an act of profound disrespect. It was a message, written in gunpowder and blood, sent directly to Jim Hargis. It said, "Your man is not safe. Your power is not absolute. Your walls can be breached." For a man like Jim Hargis, whose entire world was built on a foundation of unshakable authority, this was the ultimate insult. His pride, the very core of his being, had been publicly challenged in the most brutal way imaginable. This wasn't a legal matter to be sorted out by investigators and juries. This was a personal attack on his house, his name, and his honor. The gears of the official law were too slow, too uncertain. The only justice that mattered now was the swift, terrible justice of the clan. The Hargis faction didn't wait for proof. In their minds, there was only one group with the motive and the audacity to carry out such an act: the Callahan-Markham reformers. The accusation was made instantly and publicly. The word went out through the hollers and across the ridges. The opposition had crossed a line from which there could be no return. They had spilled first blood. That single shot changed everything. It tore away the thin veil of civility that had covered the county's tensions. The conflict was no longer about politics or legal maneuvering. It had become a blood feud. The time for filing motions in court was over. The time for filing coffins had begun. The cycle of vengeance, that terrible grinding engine of mountain warfare, had been switched on. And once it starts, it doesn't stop until it runs out of bodies to consume. In the days that followed James Cockrell's murder, a heavy silence fell over Breathitt County. It was the silence of a held breath, the kind of quiet that comes before a lightning strike. The elders of the community, men who still carried the scars of the Civil War, saw the signs. They had seen this kind of storm gather before. Preachers took to their pulpits, pleading for peace. Respected old men, who owed allegiance to neither faction, went as intermediaries, their hats in their hands, begging for calm and reason. They warned that this was a fire that, once lit, would consume the innocent along with the guilty. These warnings fell on deaf ears. They went to the Hargis Hotel and spoke to the little Tsar himself. Jim Hargis would listen to them patiently, his face a mask of cold granite. He would offer them a drink, thank them for their concern, and then show them the door. In his mind, their pleas for peace were an insult. How could there be peace when his man lay in the ground, struck down from the dark? To compromise now, to let the matter be handled by a slow and corruptible legal system, would be a show of weakness. It would be an admission that his power, his very authority over the county, could be challenged with impunity. His response was not to de-escalate, but to tighten his grip. Known gunmen and loyalists, men like Curtis Jett and Tom White, began to appear more frequently on the streets of Jackson, their presence a silent promise of retribution. On the other side, the same desperate pleas were made to Judge Markham and Ed Callahan. Friends and family begged them to be careful, to leave town for a while and let the situation cool down. A living dog is better than a dead lion, they were told. But their own unbending principles made this impossible. Judge Markham saw it as his sworn duty to uphold the law, especially when it was under attack. To flee would be to surrender the courthouse and the very idea of justice to the forces of intimidation. He believed with every fiber of his being that the shield of the law was strong enough to protect him. Ed Callahan, a lawman to his core, refused to be intimidated. He continued his patrols, served his warrants, and walked the streets of Jackson as if nothing had changed. He rejected the idea of surrounding himself with a heavy guard, arguing that a sheriff who had to hide behind a wall of rifles was no sheriff at all. They put their faith in the system. They wrote letters to the governor detailing the threats. They tried to empanel a grand jury. They fought back not with guns, but with affidavits and legal motions, believing that the truth written on paper would ultimately prevail over the lies whispered in the shadows. Every attempt at peace became just another step towards war. When neutral citizens tried to form a committee for public safety, both sides accused it of being a front for the other. When the governor sent a tepid message urging a peaceful resolution, it was seen as a sign of weakness from the state, emboldening the hardliners. The town of Jackson was no longer a community. It was two armed camps staring at each other across a dusty main street. The path of compromise had vanished, overgrown with pride on one side and principle on the other. Every man in Breathitt County had to choose a side, and everyone knew that the talking was over. The air in Jackson had grown so thick with hate you could taste it. The threats against Judge Markham were no longer whispers. They were shouted in the street. His friends stopped visiting after dark. Notes were left on his doorstep, crude and clear in their meaning. The world was closing in on him, and everyone knew a final terrible line was about to be crossed. This was the moment for one last off-ramp, one final chance to turn back from the abyss. That chance came, as it so often does, in the quiet of his own home. The story goes that on the night before he died, his wife came to him, her face pale with a fear that was beyond tears. She begged him, not as a political figure, but as her husband and the father of her children. "James, let us leave this place," she pleaded. "Let's go somewhere the names Hargis and Callahan mean nothing. What good is the law if it leaves your children without a father?" It was the clearest choice a man could face. His duty on one hand, his life and family on the other. It was a direct plea to the man, not the judge. For a long moment, Markham was silent. He was not a fool. He knew the danger was not just real, it was imminent. He could see the logic in his wife's plea, could picture a life of peace far away from the blood-soaked soil of Breathitt County. He could have packed a bag, taken his family, and been gone by sunrise. No one would have called him a coward. They would have called him a sensible man who chose to live. This was the crossroads. He could choose to be a husband and father, or he could choose to be a symbol. But the judge's faith in the law was as unbending as a rod of iron. He looked at his wife, and with a heavy heart, he made his decision. If a circuit judge can be run out of his own courthouse by threats, he told her, then there is no law in these mountains. There is only the rule of the gun. And if that is the case, then our children have no future here anyway. I will not run. He believed to his very soul that to back down would be to hand a final victory to the forces of anarchy. He had to believe the system he served was worth dying for. In that moment, he consciously rejected the path of peace and fully committed to his tragic course. He sealed his own fate not with anger or pride, but with a quiet, resolute sense of duty. The conversation was over. The last chance for a different outcome had passed. He would go to the courthouse in the morning, as he had every other morning. He would stand on those steps and face whatever came. He had made his choice. The morning of May the 4th, 1903, dawned like any other. The sun cast long shadows across the dusty main street of Jackson. Inside the Breathitt County Courthouse, the air was thick with the familiar smell of old paper and stale tobacco. Judge James B. Markham presided over his cases, his voice calm and steady, a small island of order in an ocean of simmering chaos. When the day's business was done, he walked out onto the front steps, pausing for a moment to speak with a friend, the tension of the courtroom momentarily behind him. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then, a sound, sharp and violent, cracked the afternoon calm. It was not a firecracker. It was a single, deliberate report that echoed off the brick buildings and sent a flock of birds scattering into the sky. For a split second, there was only confusion. Judge Markham felt a tremendous, invisible force strike him in the chest, a blow so powerful it staggered him backward and stole the air from his lungs. He looked at his friend, a question in his eyes, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. He looked down. On the crisp white fabric of his shirt, a dark stain was beginning to bloom, spreading like a fatal flower. The abstract threats, the whispered warnings, the pleas of his wife, it all became real in that single, horrific instant. The long, complex legal argument he had been making against the powers that ran Breathitt County was over. A final, brutal rebuttal had just been delivered from a window across the street. His instincts, the instincts of a man whose entire life revolved around that building, took over. He did not cry out. He did not fall to the ground. With the last of his strength, he turned and stumbled back through the courthouse doors. He was a man of the law, and in his final moments, he sought sanctuary in the house of the law. He made it a few feet into the main hall before his legs gave out. Judge James B. Markham collapsed onto the hard wooden floor, his life ending at the very heart of the institution he had died trying to defend. For a long moment, nobody moved. The echo of the shot faded, replaced by a silence that was heavier and more profound than any noise. The people on the street were frozen, their faces a mixture of shock and terror. They had just witnessed the unthinkable, the public execution of a circuit judge on the steps of his own courthouse. It was an act of such brazen contempt for the law that it felt like the end of the world. This was not just a murder, it was a coronation. It was a statement, clear and undeniable, about who truly held the power in bloody Breathitt. The assassins, identified as Curtis Jett and Tom White, were known Hargis men. And the message they sent was simple and terrifying. No one was safe. No office was high enough. No principle was strong enough to protect you. The little Tsar's reign was absolute, and the courthouse itself was no longer a symbol of justice, but a tombstone for the man who dared to believe in it. From the dusty window of the building across the street, Curtis Jett and Tom White watched their handiwork unfold. The sharp, acrid scent of spent gunpowder hung in the still air of the room, a smell of finality. They saw Judge Markham stagger, saw him disappear back into the courthouse he loved. There was no panic, no rush of adrenaline-fueled fear, only the cold, clean satisfaction of a job well done. They were soldiers who had just successfully completed a mission for their commanding officer. Their next move was a testament to their chilling confidence. They didn't scramble to escape into the mountains. They didn't have a fast horse waiting in a back alley. They simply broke down the rifle, wrapped it in a cloth, and walked down the back stairs. They emerged into the pandemonium of the street, not as panicked fugitives, but as silent observers. They melted into the very crowd that was gathering in horrified knots, their faces as blank and unreadable as any other bystander. They were hiding in plain sight, protected by a shield of terror so absolute that no one dared to even meet their gaze. In the hours that followed, a strange paralysis gripped the town of Jackson. The body of Judge Markham was carried from the courthouse. The local law enforcement made a great show of securing the scene, of asking questions they already knew the answers to. Everyone knew who had pulled the trigger. The motive was as plain as the hole in the judge's chest. But who would dare to make the arrest? The town's legal system had just been decapitated, and the message was clear. Any lawman who tried to bring in Jet and White would be the next one to lie on a cold slab. And so, the killers did not run. They didn't have to. Later that day, they were seen openly in a Jackson store buying tobacco. They walked the streets with a new kind of swagger, the swagger of men who had proven they were untouchable. They were not fugitives cowering in the woods. They were conquerors, and the town of Jackson was their occupied territory. Their freedom in those first hours and days was the ultimate demonstration of Jim Hargis's power. The law was dead, and its assassins were calmly walking over its grave. The end of the road had not come for them. It had come for the rule of law in Breathitt County. The bullet that struck down Judge Markham didn't stop in the courthouse hall. It traveled onward, a phantom projectile that tore through the fabric of his family. For his wife, the abstract fear she had voiced just the night before had become a brutal, life-altering reality. She was now a widow in a town ruled by her husband's killers. His children were now orphans, their name a mark of defiance that placed them in constant, unspoken danger. The very community they had lived in became a prison of watching eyes and silent whispers. Friends who once greeted them warmly now averted their gaze, not out of malice, but out of a primal fear of being associated with the losing side of a war. For the Reform faction, Markham's assassination was a catastrophic blow. He was their legal champion, the man who believed he could slay the dragon with a well-aimed lawsuit. His death was the brutal answer to that belief. It ripped the heart out of their movement, replacing their hope for a lawful victory with the cold, hard reality of terror. A cloud of fear, thick and suffocating as mountain fog, descended on his allies. Men who had spoken boldly of reform now fell silent. The choice they faced was stark and immediate. Flee Breathitt County, bend the knee to the little Tsar, or pick up a rifle and answer violence with violence. The murder's ripple effect spread through the entire community. The town of Jackson became a place of profound paranoia. Shutters were bolted earlier in the evening. The streets, once a place of commerce and conversation, grew quiet and empty after dusk. Business between factions ceased entirely. A man's last name became his uniform, and the simple act of walking down the street was a declaration of allegiance. The courthouse, once the center of civic life, was now viewed with dread, no longer a house of law, but a monument to a failed idea. The assassination didn't end the violence, it guaranteed its escalation. The scales of justice, or what passed for it in the mountains, were now grotesquely unbalanced. Such a public and high-profile killing demanded an answer. The cycle of vengeance now required a blood payment of its own, and the Callahan faction, robbed of their legal path, began to see the gun as their only remaining option. The murder of the judge directly led to the murders that followed of the sitting sheriff and then of his successor, Ed Callahan himself. The tragedy of Judge Markham's death was not just his own. The wreckage left behind wasn't just a grieving family and a dead lawman. It was a shattered community, a broken faith in the idea of civilization itself. Jim Hargis had not just eliminated a rival, he had murdered hope. And in its place, he had enthroned fear as the one true king of bloody Breathitt. The murder of a circuit judge was an act so audacious it could not be ignored, not even by the distant state government in Frankfurt. The carnage in Breathitt County had become a national embarrassment. In 1904, the governor declared the county to be in a state of insurrection and sent in the militia. This was not a small detachment of men. It was an invasion force. Hundreds of soldiers armed with modern rifles and Gatling guns arrived on the train, marching through the streets of Jackson with fixed bayonets. They were a foreign army, sent to impose a foreign law. Their primary mission was to ensure that Curtis Jett and Tom White could be tried without the jury being intimidated or the courthouse being burned to the ground. The trial became a spectacle. The courthouse was no longer a public building. It was a military fortress. There were soldiers on the roof, a guard with a bayonet at every door. The proceedings inside were a perfect illustration of the clash between two worlds. The prosecution came with law books, eyewitness testimony from terrified citizens, and the complex machinery of the state's legal system. And on the other side sat Jett and White. They did not carry themselves as common criminals racked with guilt. They sat with a quiet, defiant arrogance, like captured soldiers being tried by an enemy tribunal. In their minds, and in the minds of their supporters, they had broken no real law. They had acted according to the ancient mountain code, loyalty to their chief. They had eliminated a threat to their clan and its leader. Their defense was not one of innocence, but of justification. They were merely the instruments of a will greater than their own, soldiers in a war that the men in powdered wigs could never understand. Outside the courthouse walls, Breathitt County held its breath, deeply and bitterly divided. To the Hargis loyalists, Jett and White were martyrs, loyal men being sacrificed to appease the Flatlanders in Frankfurt. They were symbols of resistance against an outside force trying to change their way of life. To the friends of James Markham and the shattered Reform faction, they were simply assassins. The trial was the last, desperate hope that the rule of law might mean something after all, that a killer could be held to account, no matter who he worked for. After weeks of testimony that kept the entire nation spellbound, the jury, protected by a wall of state rifles, returned its verdict: guilty. Both Curtis Jett and Tom White were sentenced to life in prison. The newspapers declared it a victory for justice. But in the hollows of Breathitt County, the question lingered. Was it justice? The trigger men were going to prison, but the man who had almost certainly loaded the gun and given the order, the man whose power they were protecting, James "Jim" Hargis, was never even charged. The law had proven it could cage the wolves, but it seemed powerless to touch the man who owned the forest. With Jett and White behind bars, you might think justice had finally, imperfectly, triumphed. But the other side of the coin was still in play. James "Jim" Hargis, the little Tsar, the man at the center of the storm, remained. The state militia eventually packed up their Gatling guns and went home. The trials were over, and Jim Hargis was still the king of Breathitt County. For years, he walked the streets of Jackson, a living testament to a chilling truth. The law could punish the soldiers, but it couldn't touch the general. He had won. He had broken the reform movement, eliminated his chief rival, and survived the full might of the state's intervention. But the mountains have their own way of balancing the books. The justice that finally found Jim Hargis didn't come with a judge's order or from the rifle of a sworn enemy. It came from inside his own house, from his own blood. In February of 1908, 4 years after the Great Invasion, a bitter argument broke out between Hargis and his son, Beach. We don't know for certain what it was about: money, power, a personal slight. But it was a fire that could not be put out. The very culture of violence that Hargis had cultivated to maintain his power had taken root in his own family. On a cold winter day, on a public street in the town he ruled, the final act of the tragedy played out. Beach Hargis confronted his father, and the argument ended the only way such disputes seemed to end, in bloody Breathitt. He pulled a gun and shot his father dead. The man who had orchestrated assassinations from the shadows, who had treated the county as his personal chessboard, was brought down not by the law or his political enemies, but by a simple, brutal family quarrel. There's a terrible poetic irony in his end. The state of Kentucky had failed to hold him accountable. The code of the mountains, which he had so expertly manipulated, was ultimately what destroyed him. He had lived by the sword of clan loyalty and died by the sword of a family feud. His death was not justice in the legal sense, but it was a grim and fitting final chapter for a man whose greatest legacy was the violence he left behind. With the little Tsar in his grave, put there by his own son, a strange and unfamiliar quiet settled over Breathitt County. The empire Jim Hargis had built through a lifetime of cunning and intimidation crumbled like a house of sand. There was no one to inherit his throne. The machine he had created was powered by his will alone, and without him, it ground to a halt. The name Hargis, once a word of power, became a whisper of shame, a cautionary tale of a man who ruled a kingdom and lost his own family. His descendants scattered, many leaving the county to escape the long, dark shadow of their name. On the other side of the ledger, the name Markham became something else entirely. It became a symbol of a lost cause, a ghost of what might have been. Judge Markham's family, seeking the peace he could not find for them in Jackson, eventually left the mountains. But they left his name behind, etched into the memory of the place. To this day, it stands for an honorable, if tragic, idea that the law should be something more than the will of the strongest man. But for the common folk of Breathitt, the years after were not about legacies. They were about survival. A profound and deliberate silence fell over the history of the feuds. It was a collective act of forgetting, a necessary amnesia. Fathers stopped telling their sons the stories. The names of the dead were still on the tombstones, but the reasons they were there were buried deep. To speak of the war was to risk reopening wounds that had barely begun to scar over, to reignite embers of hatred that still glowed in the dark. The community healed itself by cauterizing its own memory, choosing a future of silence over a past of pain. And into this silence, a new kind of power moved in. With the old patriarchs dead or disgraced, the county was left rudderless. The timber and coal companies from the outside no longer had to negotiate with a powerful little Tsar. They could now deal with a fractured, exhausted populace and a pliable local government. The great fight for Breathitt's soul did not end with the feuds. It had only entered a new phase. The rifle was put away, and the lawyer's briefcase took its place. The land and its wealth, which had been fought over with blood, would now be claimed with ink. The men who fought the Breathitt County War are long gone. Their rifles have turned to rust, their bodies to dust. But their story has not disappeared. It has seeped into the soil of the county itself, a permanent part of the landscape. And the most enduring echo of that bloody time is the name it earned, Bloody Breathitt. For more than a century, the people of this place have lived with that nickname. It clings to them like morning fog in the hollows, a ghost of a reputation they can never fully shake, a constant reminder of the time when their home was a battlefield. If you walk the streets of Jackson today, you can still touch the past. The old courthouse still stands, a silent brick-and-mortar witness to the murder that defined an era. And a persistent local legend says that the judge never truly left. On quiet nights, when the building is dark and empty, some people claim you can hear the faint sound of a man's footsteps, pacing the hall where Judge Markham fell. It's the ghost of a man who died for the law, still restlessly seeking the justice that was denied to him in life. Not far from there, in a quiet cemetery, you can find the weathered tombstones of Markham, of Hargis, of Callahan, their names worn by 100 years of rain and wind, the silent epilogue to a violent history. The story of the feuds is rarely found in official history books. It lives on in the way mountain people preserve their past, in stories told on a front porch, in hushed tones from one generation to the next. It has become a cautionary tale, a lesson taught to the young about the terrible price of pride and the destructive power of vengeance. The specific details may blur, the names may fade, but the core of the story remains. A warning about the darkness that can be unleashed when good men do nothing and powerful men do as they please. The spirits of the two main antagonists still haunt the county in their own ways. The ghost of Judge Markham is a sad one, a symbol of principle and sacrifice. But the ghost of Jim Hargis is something else entirely. It is the ghost of absolute power, of a time when one man's will could override all law and morality. He represents the old, untamed spirit of the mountains, both its strength and its terrifying brutality. Though the man is gone, his shadow, the memory of that kind of power, lingers as a reminder of what this place once was. So we come to the end of the trail and return to the question that started it all. Was this a land of savages or a place of honorable men locked in a desperate struggle? The truth is, it was both. There were no simple heroes or villains in the story of Bloody Breathitt. There were only men, forged by their time and place, and trapped by the very codes that gave them their strength. Jim Hargis was not a monster. He was a king from an older, fiercer world, a mountain patriarch who ruled by a law of loyalty and fear, and who defended his kingdom with savage brutality when it was threatened. And Judge James Markham was not a naive fool. He was a prophet of a new order, a man who believed that the rule of law could tame the wilderness and bring a just peace to the mountains. His tragedy was that he was a man ahead of his time, who fatally underestimated the violence with which the old world would resist its own death. They were two titans of two different ages, standing on the same small piece of earth, and there was simply not enough room for both of them. In the end, this is not just a story about a feud. It is the story of a painful, bloody transition. It's the story of what happens when the unwritten law of the mountains, a code of honor, clan, and vengeance, collides with the written law of the state. The gunshots that echoed through the hollows were the death rattle of an entire way of life, a brutal response to the encroaching forces of industry, money, and a government that the mountain people had never trusted. The blood that soaked the courthouse steps was the terrible price of that change. And that, my friends, is the Ballad of Bloody Breathitt. It is a grim and lasting reminder that a man's greatest strength can become his most profound weakness, and that when the old ways of a place are forced to die, they seldom die quietly. They say that on the night Talton Hall died, the mountains themselves held their breath. This wasn't a death in a blaze of glory, not a gunfight between two men in a dusty street. This was something colder. This was a mob, silent and determined, dragging a shackled man from a train car. This was the end of the line for the man they called the Pikeville Killer, the Mountain Demon, his fate sealed not by a judge's gavel, but by a rope thrown over the branch of a maple tree. How does a man become so feared that his death becomes a legend? Was he a simple monster, a killer for hire who finally ran out of road? Or was he something more complex, a perfect, brutal product of a lawless time? To understand what happened on that September night in 1892, we have to go back. We have to trace the bloody path that led Talton Hall from the anonymous hollows of Kentucky to his final, haunting dance at the end of a rope. To understand the man, you have to understand the mountains that made him. Talton Hall was born around 1846 into a world that was already old, a world of deep hollows and interlocking ridges that separated families from the law, from the government, and from each other. In these parts of eastern Kentucky, a man's world was as big as he could walk in a day, and his only true allegiance was to his kin. Justice wasn't something you found in a courthouse, it was something you took with a rifle in your hands. This was the soil where a man like Hall would take root. The great bloody catalyst of his life was the Civil War. For the rest of America, it was a war of armies and grand campaigns. But in the Cumberland Mountains, it was a poison that seeped into every creek and hollow. It was a war of bushwhackers and home guards, where your neighbor might be a secret enemy and a knock on the door at night could mean death. Young Talton came of age in this furnace. He would have seen men hanged for their loyalties, families burned out of their homes, and vendettas born that would fester for generations. This is where he learned his first, and perhaps only, lesson. The world is a brutal place, and the only certainty is the man who is quicker on the draw. When the war ended on paper, it didn't end in the mountains. The soldiers came home, but they brought the war with them. They were men skilled in the art of ambush, tracking and killing, skills that didn't have much use in a peaceful world. But their world wasn't peaceful. Old grudges from the war now mixed with new disputes over land, timber, and politics. This chaotic, violent landscape became a job market for men who had a talent for death. The code of the mountains was built on honor. You defended your family, you avenged insults, and you never ever backed down from a fight. It was a harsh code, but it had its own logic. For Talton Hall, this code seems to have been stripped of its heart, leaving only the cold mechanics of violence. He saw that the loyalty men had to their families could be manipulated. He saw that honor could be used as an excuse for murder. And he realized that his own detachment, his lack of fierce loyalty to any one clan, was a valuable commodity. Imagine him as a young man, perhaps returning from the fringes of the war. He sees the Hatfield clan rising in power, the McCoy clan nursing their wounds, and a dozen smaller families sharpening their knives over some perceived slight. He watches as men kill each other for the sake of a family name, for a pig, for a dirty look. And in that moment, he doesn't see tragedy or honor. He sees an opportunity. He sees a world where his steady hand and empty conscience could earn him a living. This was the forge that created Talton Hall. The isolation of the mountains taught him self-reliance. The viciousness of the Civil War taught him that life was cheap. And the simmering feuds of the aftermath taught him that there was always someone willing to pay to make someone else's life a little cheaper. He wasn't born a monster. He was hammered into one by the unrelenting violence of his time. Before the name Talton Hall was a curse whispered in the dark, there was simply the man. In the years before his infamy became legend, he was, in his own way, a picture of mountain competence. He was a master of the wilderness, a man who could read the forest like a book and track a deer for days without making a sound. He was a crack shot, his skill with a rifle a thing of local renown. In a land where these abilities meant the difference between a full belly and starvation, or life and death in a confrontation, Talton Hall was exceptionally gifted. He embodied the rugged self-sufficiency that his world demanded. In the periods between the bloody work that would later define him, his life was likely one of stark simplicity. He would have had a cabin, tucked away in a hollow so deep and remote that the law was just a rumor. There, he was just another man living off the land, hunting, perhaps tending a small patch of corn for his own use. This was his sanctuary, the place where the ghost could rest. This quiet, solitary existence was the world he sought to protect. It was a world built not on love or community, but on anonymity and isolation, a peace purchased with the proceeds of violence. His relationships, too, were likely forged in the currency of the mountains, fear and pragmatism. He had kin, as all men did, and they would have afforded him the loyalty that blood demanded. But it would have been a loyalty tinged with terror. They may have benefited from his protection, safe in the knowledge that no one would dare cross the family of Talton Hall. But they would have lived under the shadow of his cold nature, always aware of what he was capable of. He wasn't a man who inspired love. He inspired a dreadful, unshakable respect. In his prime, before the New Year's massacre and the murder of Officer Belcher, his reputation was less that of a demon and more that of a tool. A dangerous tool, but a useful one. If a timber company needed a troublesome squatter scared off a piece of land, they might seek out Talton Hall. If a moonshiner needed his still guarded from rivals or federal agents, Hall was the man for the job. He was seen as a regulator, a human weapon to be aimed at a problem. He was the final, violent answer to a dispute that couldn't be settled any other way. In the brutal logic of the mountains, he provided a service. This was the life he built, a quiet existence in the hollows, punctuated by brief, violent forays into the world of men. His stake in the world wasn't a family's love or a community's admiration. It was his freedom. The freedom to move through the mountains unseen, to be a name without a face, and to be the master of his own dark destiny. It was this self-contained, predatory world that was about to be threatened, and its destruction would unleash the full measure of his brutality. Every great tragedy is born from a single, deep-seated flaw. For Talton Hall, it wasn't greed or a quick temper. His flaw was a cold, patient arrogance, a venom that had been brewing for years. He had operated as a shadow for so long, a bringer of death who melted back into the mists, that he had begun to believe he was untouchable. He saw himself as an instrument of a higher, more primal law, and he believed the world of common men, with their sheriffs and their courts, simply did not apply to him. This wasn't just simple pride, it was a core part of his professional identity. It was a shield. The stories they told about him in hushed tones around the fireplace weren't just tales, they were his armor. It was said that Hall could walk into a crowded Pikeville saloon, and the simple act of him ordering a whiskey would be enough to end a loud argument at the other end of the room. He didn't have to raise his voice or draw his gun. He would just fix his piercing eyes on the source of the trouble, and the problem would evaporate. He had come to rely on this aura of fear, to see it as an absolute power. This belief in his own myth was both his greatest strength and his most profound weakness. It gave him the nerve to take on impossible jobs, to face down armed men without flinching. It was the source of the chilling calm he possessed in moments of extreme violence. He wasn't afraid because he genuinely believed he was death itself. And what does death have to fear? But that armor had a crack. Over time, he began to forget the difference between being feared in the secret world of the feuds and being feared in the open world of growing towns. He started to believe his reputation alone would bend reality to his will, no matter where he was or who he was facing. He thought the name Talton Hall was a magic word that made all obstacles disappear. This supreme arrogance, this absolute faith in his own terrifying legend, was making him careless. He began to take risks, to operate more openly, to let the world see the monster it had only whispered about. He was walking a razor's edge, convinced he would never fall, unaware that the world was changing around him. The very flaw that had kept him alive in the lawless wilderness was about to become the engine of his own destruction in a place where a badge and a uniform had started to mean something. For a man who lived in the shadows, Talton Hall had grown dangerously comfortable with the light. In 1891, he crossed the state line into the burgeoning town of Norton, Virginia. He wasn't there on business, not for a contract. He was there for himself, and he was full of whiskey. The quiet, calculating professional had been swallowed by the arrogant legend. He was loud, belligerent, and causing a disturbance, a man who believed his very name was a shield that made him immune to consequence. He was no longer a specter of death. He was a drunken bully, daring the world to challenge him. And the world sent a man named Charles H. Belcher. He wasn't a rival feudist or a hired gun. He was a town policeman, a symbol of everything the mountains were not. He represented order, society, and a law written in books, not in blood. When he saw the disturbance Hall was causing, he did his duty. He walked toward the Pikeville killer, his simple blue uniform a stark contrast to Hall's reputation, which was as dark and formless as a mountain shadow. For Officer Belcher, this was just another drunk to be quieted. He had no idea he was walking toward a man who considered himself a god. The affront, in Hall's mind, was not an insult or a threat. It was the simple act of being confronted. The moment Belcher spoke to him, the moment he attempted to impose the town's law on the mountain's killer, was an intolerable challenge to Hall's entire existence. Eyewitnesses would later describe the look in Hall's eyes, not anger, but a cold, dismissive contempt. Here was a man with a tin badge who thought he could lay hands on Talton Hall. The arrogance that had been simmering for years now boiled over. In Hall's mind, this wasn't a man. It was an obstacle, a thing to be removed. His reaction was not the wild swing of a drunk. It was the chillingly efficient motion of a professional. As Officer Belcher moved to make the arrest, Hall drew his pistol. There was no hesitation, no final warning. The movement was as natural and practiced as breathing. He fired, and Charles Belcher fell to the dusty street. It was not an act of passion or self-defense. It was a correction. It was Talton Hall reminding the world of the natural order of things, where he was the predator and men like Belcher were the prey. But this time was different. In that single deafening moment, Hall's fatal flaw had sealed his fate. He hadn't just killed another man in a long line of men. He had murdered a uniformed officer of the law in public, in the middle of a town that was trying to call itself civilized. He thought he was just swatting away an annoyance, but he had just declared war on the states of Virginia and Kentucky. The gunshot that killed Charles Belcher was an echo that would shake the mountains, and it would hunt Talton Hall to the very end of his days. The murder of a lawman in Norton was a line crossed, a bell that could not be unrung. Talton Hall, a master of the Appalachian wilderness, did what he always did. He vanished. He slipped back across the border into the familiar tangled hollows of Kentucky, believing he could wait out the storm as he had done a dozen times before. This was his first and most arrogant mistake. He thought he had merely killed a man. He failed to understand that he had murdered a symbol, and civilization itself was now coming for him. The response was unlike anything the mountains had ever seen. This wasn't a half-hearted posse led by a local sheriff who was likely related to the man he was hunting. The states of Virginia and Kentucky pooled their resources. Bounties were posted, large enough to make a poor farmer forget all about mountain loyalty. And then came the name that struck a different kind of fear into the hearts of outlaws: the Pinkertons. They were relentless, methodical men who couldn't be bribed, intimidated, or swayed by family ties. They were a modern machine of justice, and they were hunting a relic from a bygone era. Warnings came, not from his enemies, but from what few allies he had left. Old associates, men who understood the shifting tides of power, would have told him in no uncertain terms, "Talt, this is different," they'd say. "You killed a badge in the street. They ain't gonna stop. You need to go west, disappear for good." They offered him the only path that might lead to survival, true, absolute anonymity, far from the mountains that knew his name. But Talton Hall's arrogance was a wall that no reason could penetrate. He scoffed at the warnings. He had outsmarted the law his entire life. He saw the Pinkertons as nothing more than city boys who would get lost in the first creek bed. In his mind, this massive manhunt was almost a testament to his own legend. It was a grand, fitting challenge for the Pikeville killer. He believed he was smarter, tougher, and more cunning than any man they could send after him. He saw every posted bounty with his name on it, not as a threat, but as an acknowledgement of his status. With each passing week, however, his world shrank. The net tightened. A cabin door that would have once swung open for him now remained bolted shut. A meal that would have been freely given was now denied. The fear of the law had finally begun to outweigh the fear of Talton Hall. He was becoming a ghost in his own homeland, a toxic presence that even his own kin could no longer afford to shelter. Each closed door was another offer of help rejected, another chance to escape squandered because his pride would not let him see the truth. He was being squeezed out of the only environment where he knew how to survive. The decision to finally flee, to make a run for a place like Memphis, Tennessee, was not a strategic retreat. It was an act of desperation. He was leaving the tangled wilderness that was his shield and armor and heading for the open, anonymous streets of a city. He was a mountain predator who had been driven from his forest, forced to walk onto the open plains where the hunters could see him for miles. His path of no compromise had led him right into a trap of his own making. Memphis was a cage of brick and smoke, a foreign land to a man born of mist and shadow. Talton Hall was cornered. He could feel it in the way people looked at him on the street, in the tightening knot in his own gut. The relentless machinery of the law, guided by the cold intelligence of the Pinkertons, had found him. He was no longer the apex predator of the Kentucky hollows. He was a wolf tracked to a city alley, with the hounds closing in. He was in a cheap boarding house, listening to the city breathe, knowing that each breath might be his last moment of freedom. And then he heard it. The heavy, deliberate footsteps on the boarding house stairs. This was it. This was the moment that had been coming for him since the day he pulled the trigger on Officer Belcher. In that quiet, terrifying space between one footstep and the next, he stood at his final crossroads. He had one last choice to make. He could wait, hands empty, and surrender. He could give himself up to the justice he had so long despised, face a trial, a judge, a jury. It would mean a cage, a public shaming, but it would also mean life. It was the off-ramp, the final chance to let this story end, not with a bang, but with the quiet closing of a cell door. For a split second, a different path might have appeared in his mind's eye. A long, drawn-out trial, a life spent in a stone penitentiary. Could Talton Hall, the mountain demon, truly allow himself to be led in chains, to be put on display like a captured animal? Could the man, whose reputation was a weapon in itself, allow that reputation to be stripped away, leaving only a common, pathetic killer? The very idea was a kind of death more profound than any bullet. It was an assault on the only thing he had ever truly built, his own terrifying myth. The answer, when it came, was as swift and final as one of his own gunshots. No. The thought was more repulsive than a hangman's noose. His arrogance, the fatal flaw that had brought him to this very room, made its final stand. He would not be broken. He would not be humiliated. The law could have his body, but it would not have his submission. He made a conscious, chilling choice. He rejected the chance for a quiet end and fully embraced the violent destiny he had been carving for himself his entire life. He didn't make a run for the window or try to barricade the door. That was the act of a desperate man hoping to live. Instead, he calmly walked to his bag, pulled out his revolver, and checked the loads. Each click of the cylinder was a word in his final sentence. In that moment, he sealed his own fate, not with resignation, but with defiance. He chose to be the Pikeville killer right to the very end. The lawmen breaking down his door wouldn't be capturing a fugitive. They would be walking into the last act of a legend, an act that Talton Hall himself had decided to write in blood. The splintering of the door was the only warning he needed. It wasn't the sound of a lock being picked or a hinge being forced. It was the raw, violent crack of wood giving way to brute force. For Talton Hall, the world, which had been a tightening cage of streets and unfamiliar faces, suddenly shrank to the size of that small boarding house room. He was a creature of the deep woods, and in that moment, the lawmen crashing through the door were no different from a pack of hounds cornering a wolf in a box canyon. He wasn't panicked. He was eerily calm, the way a man is when he finally meets a fate he has been expecting his whole life. All the running, all the hiding, it had all led to this cramped, smoke-stained room. The revolver felt cool and familiar in his hand, a solid piece of certainty in a world that was coming apart. The figures in the doorway were just shapes, dark silhouettes against the light of the hallway, and in his mind, they ceased to be men. They were simply the final problem he had to solve. His hand moved with a fluid economy that was born of 1,000 deadly calculations. The room erupted in a deafening concussion of sound and fire. The muzzle flash was a bolt of lightning in the dimness, momentarily illuminating the determined faces in the doorway. It was the only language he knew how to speak to a world that sought to contain him, a single, explosive syllable of pure defiance. The smell of burnt gunpowder filled his nostrils, a scent more familiar to him than any perfume. But this was not a mountain holler where a single shot could settle an argument for good. Thunder answered thunder from the doorway. More flashes of light strobed across the room, turning the air into a chaotic storm of noise and swirling, acrid smoke. The world narrowed to the kick of the revolver in his hand, the ringing in his ears that drowned out all other sounds, and the shadowy dance of figures in the smoke. For a few heartbeats, Talton Hall was in his element, a whirlwind of violence at the heart of the storm. Then, a sensation he hadn't felt in years, a sharp, searing impact in his arm, a force that felt like a blacksmith's hammer. His fingers went numb. His trusted revolver, the instrument of his will, suddenly felt like a useless lump of lead. The weapon clattered to the wooden floor, the sound small and insignificant after the deafening roar of the gunfight. The storm inside the room had passed as quickly as it had begun. An almost supernatural silence descended, broken only by the harsh sound of men breathing and the slow, acrid clearing of the gun smoke. The dark silhouettes in the doorway resolved into tired, grim-faced lawmen, their own pistols still smoking. They moved in, not with anger, but with a weary professionalism. The fight was over. The great Talton Hall, the Pikeville killer, was standing in a ruined room, his arm useless, his gun on the floor. The final act was not a shout, but a cold, metallic whisper. The chilling slide and click of handcuffs locking around his wrists. That sound, more than any bullet, was the one that ended his life. In that moment, the legend died, and all that was left was a captured man facing the cold, methodical justice he had so long outrun. The roaring storm of his life had ended in the quiet snap of a lock. There was no triumph in the eyes of the lawmen who took him, only a grim, professional exhaustion. For Talton Hall, the moments after his capture were a blur of pain from his wounded arm and the heavier, colder pain of the shackles on his wrists. The swagger of the untouchable killer was finally gone, replaced by the quiet, heavy stillness of a caged animal. He wasn't filled with regret or fear, but with a deep, sullen emptiness. The world had finally proven to be bigger and stronger than his own myth, and the realization settled on him like a shroud. His journey back to the mountains was not a victory parade for the law. It was a covert operation, thick with tension. They knew the name Talton Hall still held power, that his allies might try to free him, or worse, that the families of his victims might try to kill him before he ever saw a courtroom. So they put him on a train, but its route was a lie, a winding, circuitous path designed to throw off any potential ambushes. He was heavily guarded, a man so dangerous that even in chains, he was treated like a ticking bomb. For Hall, the journey was a special kind of hell. He sat in the rattling train car, watching the familiar landscape of his homeland slide by through the grimy window. He saw the misty blue ridges, the deep, dark hollows, the very terrain that had once been his fortress and his kingdom. Now, it was just scenery on his final ride. Each mile that clicked by on the tracks was a mile closer to his end. He was a king being paraded through his conquered territory, a ghost forced to revisit his old haunting grounds one last time, not as a predator, but as prey. He was silent the whole way, a brooding, dark presence that unnerved even his seasoned guards. The fight had gone out of him, but the malice had not. He was no longer an active player in his own story. He was cargo. His fate was now in the hands of other men, and his only remaining role was to arrive at his destination. The end of the road for Talton Hall wasn't going to be a courtroom or a jail cell. It was this train, this slow, rattling journey back into the heart of the mountains that were waiting to claim him one way or another. The news of Talton Hall's capture didn't travel by wire or by rail. It moved like smoke on the wind, from one isolated cabin to the next, carried by riders on horseback and whispered across fence lines. And with that news, the fragile, fearful peace of the mountains was shattered. The fall of one man sent a shockwave that would ripple through every holler, leaving a trail of wreckage that had little to do with Hall himself. His personal story was ending, but the tragedy he had authored was just entering its most brutal chapter. For his own kin, the name Hall, once a shield of fear, now became a target. The protection his terrifying reputation had afforded them vanished overnight. Now, they were just the family of a captured killer, vulnerable and exposed. Every shadow on the road, every late-night bark of a dog would send a spike of fear through them. They were living in the crosshairs of every man who had ever held a grudge against Talton, and that was a very long list. The sins of the father were about to be visited upon them, and their lives would become a paranoid existence of bolted doors and watchful eyes. For the families of his victims, the news was not a relief. It was a call to arms. For the widow of Charles Belcher, it was the reawakening of a grief that was still raw. For the remaining McCoys, who had seen their brothers tied to pawpaw trees and their sister shot down in the snow, this was not a matter for a distant court. It was a personal debt of blood that had come due. Hall's capture didn't bring closure. It tore the scabs off wounds that had never healed, and the pain demanded a release. Their desire was not for legal proceedings, it was for a reckoning. The entire community felt the tremor. For years, the violence had been, if not controlled, then at least predictable. It followed the dark logic of the feuds. But Hall's capture created a power vacuum, a chaotic moment where old hatreds could flare without a central figure to fear. He had acted as a cancer on the region, and his removal didn't cure the disease. It simply sent the body into a violent, final spasm. The quiet resentment of his reign of terror now had a voice, and it was a chorus calling for vengeance. The true wreckage Talton Hall left behind was not the bodies he had buried, but the hatred he had cultivated. He had spent his life profiting from the region's culture of violence, and now, even in chains, he was about to give it one last, terrible gift. His capture hadn't brought peace. It had simply brought the promise of a different, more terrible kind of violence, a communal violence, where an entire region, haunted by his ghost, would gather to deliver a final bloody verdict of its own. The law had done its part. It had hunted a killer across state lines, engaged him in a gunfight, and brought him back in chains. The next step in the machinery of civilization was a trial, a slow, methodical process of evidence, testimony, and deliberation. The Commonwealth of Kentucky intended to give Talton Hall a proper legal defense, a jury of his peers, and a verdict rendered under the solemn roof of a courthouse. It was a testament to the new order that was trying to tame the mountains, an insistence that the rule of law was absolute and applied to all men, even the devil of the tug fork. But in the mountains, another court was already in session. This court didn't meet in a building. It gathered in secret, in barns and on ridges, under the cold light of the moon. Its jurors were men with names like McCoy and Belcher. Its evidence was not written on paper, but scarred into their memories. The image of a burning cabin, of brothers tied to trees, of a good man bleeding out in a dusty street. The code they operated under was ancient, simple, and merciless. It was the mountain code of an eye for an eye, a blood debt that could only be paid in one currency. The clash between these two systems of justice was inevitable. As the train carrying Talton Hall chugged closer to Pikeville, the official legal process became more and more irrelevant. The law saw a prisoner who needed to be tried. The community saw a rabid dog that needed to be put down. The lawmen guarding Hall were operating under their code of duty and due process. The mob gathering to meet the train was operating under a code of honor and vengeance that was etched into the very stones of the mountains. The community's verdict had been reached long before Hall was ever captured. He was guilty, not just of killing Officer Belcher, but of everything. He was the living embodiment of the fear and violence that had plagued their lives for a generation. A trial, in their eyes, was a farce. It was a place where legal tricks and silver-tongued lawyers might let a monster walk free. They had seen it happen before. They had no faith in a system that seemed so far removed from the raw, immediate reality of their lives. They believed in a more direct, more certain form of justice. The train carrying Talton Hall was the ultimate symbol of this clash. Inside the car was the prisoner of the state, a component in a legal machine. But outside, gathering in the darkness, was the judgment of the mountains. The law's plan was to deliver him to a jail. The mountain's plan was to deliver him to a tree. In the end, it was a question of whose jurisdiction was more powerful in that place, on that night. Was it the new, fragile authority of the state, or the old, unyielding power of the clan? The answer was coming as surely as the train was coming down the tracks. While Talton Hall was taking his last ragged breaths in a Virginia town square, another man, a far more powerful one, was watching the world change from his porch in West Virginia. What became of Anderson Devil Anse Hatfield, the patriarch who had employed Hall's gun and allegedly directed the New Year's night massacre? Did he face a mob's justice? Did he ever see the inside of a courtroom for the crimes of the feud? The answer adds a bitter, complex layer to this story of mountain justice. The brutal attack on the McCoy cabin was a turning point. It was too savage, even for the feuding mountains, and it brought the full weight of the law down on the Hatfield clan. Several of Devil Anse's sons and supporters were hunted down, tried, and sent to prison. One, Ellison Cottontop Mounts, was hanged for his role in the massacre. The political power that Devil Anse had wielded for decades began to crumble. The war was over, and in a way, he had lost. But Devil Anse himself, the great leader of the clan, was never made to pay by the law. He was indicted, but he was never arrested, never forced to stand trial for the murders of the McCoy children. He lived out the rest of his days as a timberman and a farmer, a living legend who had outlasted his own violent era. In a final strange twist, the man they called Devil Anse was baptized in his old age, seeking peace with his God after a life of war with his neighbors. He died of pneumonia in 1921 and was buried on a mountainside overlooking the land he had fought so fiercely to control. This is the messy, unsatisfying truth of it all. Talton Hall, the hired gun, the disposable instrument of violence, was lynched by a mob for a crime committed in the open. His death was brutal, public, and absolute. But the powerful man who had allegedly paid for his services, who had directed the feud from the top, died a free man in his own bed. The mob got its vengeance, but it got it from the hired help, not the man who wrote the checks. The story of Talton Hall's end is not just about justice being served, it's about who it's served to and who gets to walk away. After the mob dispersed and Talton Hall's body was cut down, a strange and heavy quiet fell over Wise, Virginia, and the surrounding mountains. The great bloody chapter was over, but the book was not yet closed. The years that followed were not years of celebration or relief. They were years of silence. The community had performed a brutal act of surgery on itself, cutting out a cancer. But the wound was deep, jagged, and slow to heal. For the descendants of Talton Hall, the name became a curse and a burden. They scattered, some moving deeper into the anonymous folds of the mountains, others leaving the region entirely, hoping to outrun the ghost of their infamous kinsman. They became quiet farmers, miners, and laborers, their primary goal to be unremarkable, to be forgotten. To admit you were kin to Talton Hall was to invite suspicion and open old wounds. They buried the name under a blanket of deliberate obscurity, hoping that with enough time, the blood on it would fade. The community, too, sought healing through a kind of collective amnesia. The men who had been part of the lynch mob went back to their fields and their families. They had to live and trade with their neighbors, some of whom might have been Hall's distant kin. To speak of that night, to name the names of the men who held the rope, would have been to invite a new generation of bloodshed. And so, they simply stopped talking about it. The lynching of Talton Hall became a story told only to outsiders or to children as a cautionary tale. Within the community itself, it was a scar that everyone could see, but no one dared to touch. But the power dynamics of the region had been irrevocably altered. Hall's death was a brutal exclamation point at the end of an era. It was a clear and bloody message that the days of the untouchable gunfighter, the man who could be hired to settle a family squabble with a rifle, were over. The power of the old clan patriarchs like devil ants was waning, replaced by the growing influence of coal company bosses and county sheriffs. The law, which had failed to bring Hall to a trial, had still won in the end. The community's own violent act of justice had, ironically, reinforced the idea that the old way of the feud was a path to ruin for everyone involved. The era of private wars was dying, and the era of state-sponsored law, however flawed, was being born. The man named Talton Hall was gone, but the ghost of his name lingered. For decades, the most powerful physical remnant of his story was not a grave, but a tree. The big maple in the courthouse square in Wise, Virginia, became a dark landmark. People would point it out to their children, their voices dropping to a whisper. "That's the tree," they'd say. "That's where they hung the Pikeville killer." Its branches, which had once offered shade, now seemed to cast a permanent, chilling shadow. It was a living monument to a night of mob justice, its roots rumored to have drunk deep from the blood-soaked ground. Eventually, as the town grew and tried to bury its violent past, the tree was cut down, its wood hauled away, as if removing the object could erase the memory. His other physical traces were quietly erased. There is no grand tombstone bearing his name. He was likely buried in an unmarked potter's field, a final anonymous end for a man whose name once commanded such terror. The cabins he lived in have long since rotted back into the damp earth of the hollows, leaving no trace. It's a strange and fitting irony. The man who worked so hard to be a faceless shadow in life was rendered completely faceless in death. All of his physical reality was scrubbed from the world. But you can't kill a good story, and the tale of Talton Hall was too dark and powerful to die. It transformed. It left the realm of history and entered the world of folklore. For generations, people in Wise claimed that on still, moonlit nights, if you looked at the spot where the old maple stood, you could still see him. A spectral figure, dangling silently in the air, a permanent, ghostly reminder of the night the law of the mountains was served. The man became a boogeyman, a cautionary tale told to frighten unruly children into behaving. His life became a kind of unwritten murder ballad, the verses known by heart in every holler. He was no longer just a man, he was a character, a symbol of the entire bloody era of the feuds. His name became a shorthand for a certain kind of cold, professional violence. When old-timers spoke of the bad days, of the lawless times before the coal companies and the state police truly took hold, the name they would use to punctuate their point was always the same. It was a time of men like Talt Hall. So while the man himself is dust, and the tree that ended his life is gone, his spirit, the spirit of the mountain gunfighter, still haunts the collective memory of Appalachia. He is the ghost that walks the ridgelines of the past, a chilling echo of a time when justice didn't come from a book, but from the barrel of a gun and the end of a rope. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, a question as quiet and heavy as the mountain fog. Was Talton Hall a hero or a villain? The answer is as clear and cold as a Kentucky creek in winter. He was no hero. He was a killer, a man who dealt in death for profit, whose hands were stained with the blood of an unknown number of men. There is no honor in that. But to simply call him a villain is to miss the deeper, more unsettling truth of his story. Talton Hall was not an aberration. He was a perfect, terrible product of his time and place. He was a monster, but a monster the mountains themselves had birthed. He was forged in the pointless brutality of the Civil War and sharpened on the whetstone of the feuds. He was the logical conclusion of a world where law was a suggestion and violence was a way of life. He was a symptom of a disease, not the disease itself. In the end, this is a story about a man whose greatest strength, his absolute belief in his own terrifying legend, became the flaw that destroyed him. He saw himself as a timeless force, a permanent part of the mountain landscape. But the world was changing around him. The law, clumsy and slow as it was coming. He was a relic of a savage past, unable and unwilling to adapt. The same cold arrogance that made him a feared gunfighter made him blind to the fact that his time was over. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Talton Hall. A killer who sold his gun to the highest bidder and whose life was finally paid for, not with silver dollars, but with a rope, in a town square that wanted to forget his name. On a snow-dusted morning in Frankfort, Kentucky, a single rifle shot cracked the winter air. The man who fell was William Goebel, and in that moment, he became the only sitting governor in American history to be assassinated. To half the state, he was a savior, a champion of the poor fighting the crushing power of the railroads. To the other half, he was a ruthless tyrant who stole an election and deserved his fate. So, was he a martyr for the common man, or a demagogue who finally met his end? Today, we trace the path that led to that fatal shot, to understand the man behind the legend and the dark truth of his murder. William Goebel was not born to the Kentucky elite. He was an outsider from the very beginning, the son of a German immigrant woodcarver who had fought for the Union Army. Growing up in Pennsylvania and later Covington, Kentucky, a bustling city across the river from Cincinnati, Goebel knew nothing of the bluegrass aristocracy or the ancient codes of the Appalachian hills. He was forged not in a mountain hollow, but in the gritty reality of a working-class border town. His inheritance wasn't land or a family name. It was a towering intellect, a bottomless ambition, and a permanent chip on his shoulder. From a young age, it was clear his mind was his greatest weapon. While other boys played, Goebel devoured books. He was a gifted student who apprenticed under the powerful politician John G. Carlyle, quickly mastering the intricate, often dirty, mechanics of law and politics. He sharpened his mind like a blade, learning that power wasn't something you were given, it was something you took inch by bloody inch. His battlefield was the courtroom and the backrooms of the State House, where he built a political machine that was ruthlessly efficient and fiercely loyal only to him. The moment that truly defined the man, the act that foreshadowed the governor, happened on the streets of Covington. Goebel, then a state senator, had a bitter rivalry with a local banker and political adversary named John Sanford. After a heated exchange of public insults, they met by chance outside Sanford's bank. Words turned to threats. Both men went for their guns. When the smoke cleared, John Sanford lay dead on the cobblestones. Goebel claimed self-defense, arguing Sanford drew first, and a jury acquitted him. But the event became his creation myth. The duel sent a chilling message across the Commonwealth. William Goebel was not a man to be trifled with. He would not be intimidated, he would not be insulted, and he would not back down, even if it meant a lethal confrontation in broad daylight. This single violent act cemented his reputation as a man of cold nerve, a political fighter who took every challenge as a personal war. It was the ultimate demonstration of his personal code. That code was a world away from the clan-based honor of the mountains. Goebel's loyalty wasn't to bloodkin, but to his political cause and the machine he built to serve it. His honor was tied to absolute victory. He saw the law not as a set of sacred principles, but as a tool, a weapon to be wielded against his enemies. the most powerful of which was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, an entity he viewed as a corporate monster strangling the life out of the common people. This was the man, forged in ambition and violence, who set his sights on the governor's chair. Long before the governor's race that would seal his fate, William Goebel was the undisputed king of the Kentucky Senate. In the years leading up to the storm, he was at the peak of his power, a brilliant and feared legislative tactician. This was Goebel in his element, not as a target, but as a hunter. His supporters didn't just respect him, they revered him. They saw a man who had clawed his way up from nothing, using his formidable intellect to fight for them in the halls of power where they had never had a voice. His life's work was a single-minded crusade against the corporate behemoths that treated Kentucky like a private colony. Chief among them was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad. The L&N wasn't just a company, it was a shadow government. It owned politicians, controlled newspapers, and set freight rates so high that farmers often lost money just trying to get their crops to market. Goebel attacked them relentlessly, pushing for laws to regulate their rates, tax their vast properties, and break their stranglehold on the state's commerce. To the working man, he was David, fighting Goliath. Goebel's personal life was entirely consumed by this fight. He was a lifelong bachelor, a man of simple, almost Spartan habits. He had no wife, no children, no home life to retreat to. His law office and the legislative chambers were his only sanctuary. His family was the tight-knit circle of political loyalists who stood by him, and the thousands of faceless farmers and miners who pinned their hopes on his success. The political crusade wasn't just his career, it was his entire existence. This singular focus earned him a fierce, almost fanatical loyalty from his followers. When he spoke, they heard a man who understood their struggles, who wasn't afraid to name their enemies, and who possessed the cold, hard will to do something about it. They knew he was ruthless. They knew he was a political boss who bent the rules. They didn't care. They believed he was using the devil's tools to fight the devil himself, and they loved him for it. This was the world William Goebel had built and sought to protect, a fragile coalition of the forgotten and the angry, united behind a leader as tough and unforgiving as the times themselves. It was a vision of Kentucky where the power belonged not to the boardrooms in Louisville, but to the people in the fields and the mines. This was what was at stake, and for Goebel, it was a cause worth dying for. William Goebel's greatest strength was also his most profound, fatal weakness, a righteous fury that consumed everything in its path, including the very idea of compromise. He was so utterly convinced of his own moral superiority in the war against the corporations that he came to believe the rules of democracy were an inconvenience. In his mind, any action that led to his victory was not just justified. It was necessary for the salvation of the common man. He wasn't just fighting for the law, he believed he was the law. Nowhere was this flaw more apparent than in the creation of the infamous Goebel election law. This wasn't just a piece of legislation, it was a masterpiece of political warfare, as brilliant as it was corrupt. Pushed through the legislature by the sheer force of his will, the law created a state election commission, a three-man board controlled entirely by his own party, with the absolute power to review county returns, throw out votes, and certify the final winner. It was a legal mechanism for stealing an election, plain and simple. Republicans and even some of his fellow Democrats were aghast. They called it a license to steal, a force bill, an act of tyranny that destroyed the sanctity of the ballot box. But Goebel was deaf to their outrage. In his unbending self-righteousness, he saw their protests not as a legitimate defense of democracy, but as the desperate squeals of the corrupt establishment he was determined to crush. He couldn't see that in his quest to slay a monster, he was becoming one himself. This arrogance made him incredibly vulnerable. He saw his enemies as politicians and lawyers who could be beaten in a courtroom or outmaneuvered in the legislature. He failed to understand that by removing any possibility of a fair fight, he was changing the rules of the game entirely. He was backing men, hard men from the mountains who lived by a different code, into a corner where they felt their only recourse was not the ballot box, but the rifle. The Goebel election law was the ultimate act of pride, the crack in his armor that ran from top to bottom. It was a declaration that he could not and would not lose. By ensuring his own victory, he unknowingly wrote his own death warrant, creating a political powder keg and then daring his enemies to light the fuse. The gubernatorial election of 1899 was not a campaign. It was a contest of pure political bloodsport. The air across Kentucky was thick with accusations of bribery, voter intimidation, and outright fraud. And hanging over it all was the specter of the Goebel election law, a weapon waiting to be used. On election day, the Commonwealth held its breath. When the initial counts were tallied, a collective gasp went through the state. The Republican William S. Taylor had won by a razor-thin margin of just over 2,000 votes. For a man like William Goebel, this was not just a political defeat. It was a personal and unforgivable insult. He believed the mountain counties, the Republican strongholds, had stolen the election from him through widespread corruption. The people, in his view, had been tricked. But more importantly, his perfect system, his guaranteed path to victory, had been defied. The verdict of the voters was an affront to his entire crusade, and he would not accept it. His reaction was immediate and absolute. He did not hesitate. He did not concede. He declared war. Goebel immediately filed a formal contest of the election, turning the matter over to the very commission he had created. His political machine roared to life, preparing to use the full, crushing weight of the Goebel election law to invalidate just enough votes in Republican counties to reverse the outcome. To the Republicans, this was the ultimate betrayal of democracy. They had won the fight, and now Goebel was moving to steal the prize in broad daylight. This was the moment the conflict moved from the ballot box to the barrel of a gun. Enraged by Goebel's blatant attempt to overturn the election, Republican leaders sent out a call to arms. From the mountains of eastern Kentucky, a river of angry armed men began to flow towards Frankfort. These were not politicians. They were coal miners, farmers, and feudists, men with rifles on their shoulders and generations of distrust for the bluegrass Democrats in their hearts. They came by the trainload, over 1,000 strong, to make sure their governor, William Taylor, was inaugurated and that Goebel's commission did not dare to steal their victory. Frankfort was no longer a capital, it was a tinderbox. The State House grounds became an armed camp. The local militia was called in, but their loyalties were divided. Republican mountain men, bristling with Winchesters, faced off against Goebel's Democratic enforcers. The air crackled with tension. Goebel's refusal to accept defeat, driven by his unshakable self-righteousness, was the spark. The arrival of the mountain men was the powder. All that was needed now was for someone to strike the match. The city of Frankfort was no longer governing. It was holding its breath. The sight of armed mountain men on every corner was a warning more potent than any telegram. It was a physical manifestation of the state's rage, a clear signal that the political dispute was about to be settled by older, more brutal methods. The air itself was a warning, thick with the scent of coal smoke, cheap whiskey, and the metallic odor of impending violence. Any prudent man would have seen this and searched for an escape route. But William Goebel was not a prudent man. Even within his own party, whispers of caution turned into pleas. The old guard of the Democratic Party, men who had managed Kentucky politics for decades through careful compromise and backroom deals, were terrified. They saw Goebel's hardline stance not as strength, but as a form of madness that was about to tear the Commonwealth apart. They urged him to find a political solution, to let the courts decide, to offer some concession that would allow the armed men to go home. Goebel viewed their advice with contempt. He saw them as weak, as part of the very establishment that had allowed the railroads to grow so powerful in the first place. His own bodyguards, former lawmen chosen for their nerve and loyalty, begged him to take precautions. They saw the cold, hard looks in the eyes of the mountain men. They knew a dozen good places for an ambush between Goebel's hotel and the state capitol. They pleaded with him to vary his routine, to take a carriage, to stay indoors until the legislature had officially declared him governor. Goebel refused. To show fear in his mind was to show weakness. He would walk the same path to the capital every day in open defiance. It was a daily act of political theater, a silent declaration that he was not afraid of these railroad thugs. You have to understand, Goebel was so completely consumed by his crusade that he was blind to the nature of the threat. He saw the armed men not as a legitimate popular uprising, but as a rented army, paid for by the L&N Railroad. He believed they were bluffing, a show of force meant to intimidate him. He could not comprehend that for these men, this was not about money. It was about honor. They believed their votes had been stolen, their will had been spat upon, and they were prepared to kill and die to defend it. Every action he took pushed the situation closer to the brink. He pressed forward with the election contest, showing no signs of slowing down. He made public statements that were defiant and inflammatory, pouring fuel on an already raging fire. Each day that he walked, chin held high, past the glowering crowds of his armed enemies, he was rejecting another chance for peace. He was making his choice over and over again. With every warning ignored and every offer of caution rebuffed, the path narrowed. He had slammed and bolted every exit. The political machinery for overturning the election ground forward, and in response, the informal machinery of mountain justice began to grind as well. A violent outcome was no longer a possibility. It was an appointment William Goebel was striding with grim determination to keep. On the night of January 29, 1900, Frankfort was a city holding its breath in the dark. The state teetered on the precipice of civil war. It was on this night, in the tense quiet of his room at the Capitol Hotel, that William Goebel was presented with one last, clear chance to walk away from the abyss. The offer came not from his enemies, but from his oldest friends, the seasoned Democratic leaders who now saw the abyss yawning before them. They came to him not as politicians, but as men pleading for the life of a friend and the soul of their state. They laid out a compromise, a final, desperate off-ramp. They would broker a deal with the Republican leadership. Both Goebel and Taylor would stand down, and a new, fair election would be held under the supervision of a neutral committee. It was a path back from the brink, a way to let the armed men go home and settle the matter with ballots, not bullets. It would cost Goebel the governor's chair for now, but it would save his life. For a long moment, the fate of Kentucky hung in the air of that smoke-filled room. You can just imagine the scene, the earnest, fearful faces of his allies, the muffled sounds of the armed camp outside, and William Goebel, silent, listening. This was his final crossroads. He could accept the compromise, live to fight another day, and pull his state back from the edge of chaos. He could choose life, or he could choose his crusade. But to William Goebel, compromise was just a prettier word for surrender. In his mind, to accept their offer was to admit that the L&N Railroad's army of thugs could stare down the will of the people and win. It was a betrayal of every farmer, every miner, every forgotten man who had placed his faith in him. A cold fire burned in his eyes. He cut his friends off with a sharp wave of his hand and gave them his answer. He would not back down. The election contest would proceed. He would be governor. And in that moment, in that quiet hotel room, the decision was made. He consciously and deliberately rejected the final offer of peace. His friends left his room that night with the heavy hearts of men who had just left awake. William Goebel stood alone, looking out his window toward the darkened dome of the old state capitol. He had an appointment to keep with destiny, and William Goebel was not a man to be late. The morning of January 30th was bitter cold. A thin blanket of snow covered Frankfort, muffling the sounds of the city and painting the world in shades of gray and white. William Goebel buttoned his overcoat and stepped out into the frigid air. As always, 2 bodyguards fell into step beside him. It was a short walk from his hotel to the old state capitol, a walk he had made countless times, a walk that had become a daily act of defiance against the armed men who watched him from every corner. He was not thinking about rifles. He was thinking about victory, The legislature was set to meet that day, and he knew he had the votes. The long, brutal fight was almost over. The world around him seemed to fade into a blur of grim-faced men in wool coats and slouch hats. Their glares were meaningless. He was a creature of the law, of legislative maneuvering, of the backroom deal. The raw, physical threat of these mountain men felt primitive, almost irrelevant, to the game he was about to win. As he approached the Capitol grounds, the familiar crunch of his boots on the snow-covered path was the only sound in his world. He walked past the iron fountain, its water frozen into a silent sculpture. The grey limestone facade of the Capitol building loomed before him, the symbol of the prize he had fought for his entire life. The world narrowed to that single point, that doorway through which he would walk in a matter of hours as the rightful governor of Kentucky. Then a sound, sharp and violent, split the winter air. It wasn't the sound of an argument or a carriage backfiring. It was a single, dry crack, like a massive tree branch snapping in the frozen woods. It was a sound of finality. For an instant, William Goebel felt nothing. Then a giant, invisible hand seemed to slam into his chest, stealing his breath and knocking him from his feet. The world pitched sideways, the grey sky and the stone Capitol swapping places. He was on the ground, the impossible cold of the snow soaking through his coat, a white-hot fire spreading through his body. He looked up, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. Confusion gave way to a strange, chilling clarity. He saw the panicked faces of his bodyguards leaning over him. He could hear shouting now, a chaos of running feet and horrified screams erupting around him. He knew, in that moment, that the game was over. The rules had been changed. As his friends knelt by his side, he is said to have summoned his last reserve of strength, forcing out the words that would become his own epitaph. "Tell my friends to be brave and fearless and loyal to the common people." The echo of the rifle shot faded, leaving behind it a new and terrible silence. The political argument that had torn Kentucky apart for months was suddenly, permanently over. A single, unseen finger had pulled a trigger, and in the space of a heartbeat had plunged a Commonwealth into darkness. Panic seized the Capitol. The single shot had shattered the fragile truce, and in its place was pure chaos. Goebel's allies, their faces masks of fury and disbelief, swarmed around their fallen leader. They lifted his bleeding body from the frozen ground and carried him, not to a hospital, but back to the Capitol Hotel. The hotel, which had been his political headquarters, was about to become his death chamber, his hospital, and, for a few fleeting days, the governor's mansion. Inside, as doctors worked frantically to save him, Goebel drifted in and out of consciousness. The bullet had torn through his lung, and every breath was an agony. But in the moments of lucidity, his state of mind was not one of regret or fear. It was one of cold, unyielding resolve. His body was a ruin, but his mind was still a fortress. He was told the legislature was in an uproar, that his enemies were in disarray. He knew, even as his life was draining away, that this was his moment. The assassin's bullet had not ended his fight. It had given him the final weapon he needed to win it. While Goebel lay dying, his political machine, the most formidable in Kentucky, executed its final, brilliant, and ruthless maneuver. With the Capitol in an uproar and the Republicans reeling from the accusation of murder, the Democratic-controlled legislature moved with breathtaking speed. They met in a chaotic session, officially invalidated the election results from the mountain counties, and declared William Goebel the rightful governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And so, in one of the most surreal and desperate acts in American political history, the Chief Justice of the Kentucky Supreme Court was rushed to Goebel's bedside. In that hotel room, heavy with the smell of chloroform and fear, surrounded by his weeping allies, the dying man raised his right hand. He swore the oath of office, his voice a ragged whisper. For 3 agonizing days, a ghost governed Kentucky from a deathbed. His first and only act was to sign an order disbanding the state militia that protected his rival. On February the 3rd, 1900, The fight finally went out of him. The end of his road had come. William Goebel, the 34th governor of Kentucky, was dead. His war, however, was just beginning. The shot that killed William Goebel did not bring peace. It unleashed a plague. His death was not the end of a war, but the beginning of a long and bitter occupation of the soul of Kentucky. The wreckage left behind was not measured in broken buildings, but in shattered lives and a poison of suspicion and hatred that seeped into the very soil of the Commonwealth for a generation. His personal tragedy immediately became everyone's tragedy. For his political allies, victory was a poisoned chalice. His lieutenant governor, J.C.W. Beckham, now sat in the governor's chair, but the office was haunted. They had won power, but it was power consecrated in blood, and now they were bound by a sacred duty to avenge their fallen leader. This quest for vengeance would consume them, turning the machinery of justice into an instrument of political retribution and ensuring the wounds would never be allowed to heal. The most immediate wreckage was visited upon the men from the mountains. Overnight, Republicans became assassins in the public eye. Men like Caleb Powers, the Secretary of State, and Jim Howard, the Clay County feudist, were hunted down. Their names were transformed from political players into murderers. The lives of their families were destroyed. They faced years of imprisonment, sensational trials, and the crushing weight of being blamed for a crime that had pushed their state to the brink of anarchy. They were the first, but not the last, to be consumed by the fire Goebel's death had started. Across Kentucky, the assassination carved a line of blood between neighbors. The old political divide between the Republican mountains and the Democratic bluegrass was no longer a matter of opinion. It was a feud. Friendships ended, business partnerships dissolved, and families were torn apart by allegiance. The name Goebel became either a martyr's cry or a villain's curse, and there was no ground in between. The trust in government, in the law, in the very idea that a dispute could be settled peacefully, was utterly shattered. William Goebel, the lifelong bachelor, had no children to mourn him, but in a way he left behind thousands of orphans, the common people he championed. Their great hero was gone, and in his place was a legacy of division and a cycle of vengeance that did nothing to ease their poverty or break the power of the railroads. The bullet that struck him down had ricocheted through the entire state, and its final victims were the very people he had sworn to protect. The law that came for the accused killers of William Goebel was not a blindfolded goddess holding a set of scales. It was a vengeful spirit, cloaked in the robes of the state and armed with a prosecutor's fury. The series of trials that followed were not a search for truth. They were the final battle of the Goebel War, fought in a courtroom instead of on the street. The main targets were dragged from the mountains and into a world they did not understand. Caleb Powers, the Republican Secretary of State, branded the mastermind, and James Howard, the feudist from Clay County, accused of being the man who pulled the trigger. This was the heart of the conflict, a clash of two irreconcilable worlds. You have to picture it. A man like Jim Howard, a product of the Clay County feuds where disputes were settled face to face with a revolver, being tried by the complex machinery of state law. The prosecution painted him as a cold-blooded assassin, a hired gun. But to men who lived by the mountain code, assassination was a coward's work. The code demanded you look your enemy in the eye. The idea of shooting a man in the back from a hidden window was not just a crime, it was a profound dishonor, a stain on a man's name worse than death itself. Howard and Powers defended themselves with a simple, rugged denial that seemed hopelessly naive against the state's intricate, politically charged conspiracy theories. The trials themselves were a spectacle of partisan rage. The new Democratic administration, led by Goebel's successor, oversaw the prosecution. Juries were packed with loyal Democrats. Testimony was coerced, witnesses were intimidated, and evidence seemed to materialize from thin air. A clerk named Henry Utsi confessed, implicating the others in a story that conveniently fit the prosecution's narrative. a confession many believed was given under duress to save his own skin. It was a legal bludgeon designed not to uncover a fact, but to secure a conviction at any cost. The community's reaction was as divided as the state itself. In the bluegrass and the cities, newspapers proclaimed that Goebel's murderers were finally facing their reckoning. They were seen as traitors, the agents of a corrupt railroad, and no punishment was too severe. But in the mountains, a different story was told. To them, Powers and Howard were not criminals. They were political prisoners, martyrs framed by the very same democratic machine that had stolen the election. They were heroes, sacrificed on the altar of Goebel's ambition. The verdicts came in again and again. Guilty. Powers and Howard were sentenced to hang, then sentenced to life in prison over the course of multiple, grueling trials. But the ink was barely dry before appeals courts, looking at the tainted evidence and partisan atmosphere, overturned the verdicts. For 8 long years, the men languished in prison while the legal war raged on. In the end, was justice served? Not even close. The trials did not deliver clarity. They only cemented the divisions. They were a legal feud, as bitter and personal as any fought with rifles in the hills of eastern Kentucky. The final judgment came not from a jury, but from a Republican governor who, years later, pardoned the last of the men still in prison. The law had failed. It had picked its villains, held its show trials, and ultimately had let the true killer of William Goebel remain a ghost. So what became of the men who stood against William Goebel? If this were a simple story, his death would have meant their victory. But in the tangled, bloody history of Kentucky, there are no clean endings. The other side of this coin is not stamped with triumph, but with its own dark and complicated fate. Consider William S. Taylor, the Republican who won the election only to have it stolen from him. Did he rise to power over his rival's grave? No. He became a man without a country. Implicated in the assassination plot and facing indictment by a vengeful Democratic administration, Governor Taylor was forced to flee. He escaped across the river into Indiana, a political exile, never to set foot in his home state again. He lived out the rest of his days as an insurance lawyer in Indianapolis, a man who won an election and lost everything. And what of the true antagonist, the shadow government that Goebel had dedicated his life to fighting? The L&N Railroad had seemingly won the ultimate victory. Their most dangerous and implacable enemy was gone, silenced forever. But the ghost of William Goebel proved to be a more formidable foe than the man ever was. His assassination transformed him from a ruthless politician into a populist martyr. His name became a holy word, a rallying cry for the very reforms he had championed. The movement he started didn't die with him. It was consecrated by his blood, and the fight against the railroad monopolies continued with a religious fervor for years to come. In the end, no one truly won. The men accused of the murder saw their lives shattered. The governor who defeated Goebel at the polls died in exile, and the corporation that wanted him gone created a legend that would haunt them for a generation. The other side of the coin, it turns out, was just as cursed. In the years that followed, Kentucky did not so much heal as it learned to live with a festering wound. The aftermath of the assassination was not a period of reconciliation, but one of grim consolidation. William Goebel left behind no wife or children, but he did have descendants of another kind, the political machine he built and the cause he embodied. His hand-picked successor, J.C.W. Beckham, rode a wave of public sympathy and righteous anger, establishing a Democratic dynasty that would dominate Kentucky politics for decades. The Goebel Democrats, once the insurgents, now became the establishment, their power cemented by the blood of their martyr. For the families of the accused, the legacy was a curse. Even after the eventual pardons, the names of Powers and Howard were forever stained. Their children and grandchildren grew up in the long, cold shadow of the gallows, marked as the kin of assassins. They lived under a cloud of suspicion and shame, a constant, unspoken reminder of the state's darkest hour. For them, the trials never truly ended. They simply became a life sentence of inherited infamy, a ghost they could never escape. The community of Frankfort and Kentucky as a whole rebuilt itself by choosing to forget. A great, unspoken pact of silence descended upon the state. The assassination was too traumatic, the divisions too deep, the truth too murky. To speak of it was to risk reopening the wound, to reignite the hatreds that had almost plunged the Commonwealth into civil war. So they buried it. The story became a dark whisper, a piece of forbidden history passed down in hushed tones, a communal trauma hidden beneath a blanket of polite, desperate silence. But beneath that silence, the power dynamics of the state had been fundamentally and irrevocably altered. The Republican Party in Kentucky was crippled, branded as the party of murderers, a stigma that would take them more than a generation to overcome. And ironically, the L&N Railroad, the great corporate beast Goebel had fought, found itself facing a far more hostile world. Goebel the man could be beaten, but Goebel the martyr was invincible. His death had galvanized the public against corporate overreach in a way his political maneuvering never could. The fall of the man had ensured the rise of his cause. If you walk the grounds of the old state capitol in Frankfurt today, you can still feel the chill of that January morning. A bronze plaque marks the very spot where William Goebel fell, a silent testament to the moment Kentucky's history was violently broken. You can look across the lawn to the old state annex building, to the third-floor window from which the fatal shot was fired, and feel a shiver crawl down your spine. The buildings are now museums, but on that patch of ground, the past is not past. It is a cold spot that never thaws. A short drive away, in the Frankfurt Cemetery, stands Goebel's final monument, one of the grandest in the state. A towering obelisk pierces the sky, with a bronze statue of the man, defiant even in death, standing guard. His grave is not a place of quiet rest. It is a political statement carved in stone, a permanent declaration of his martyrdom. It's a pilgrimage site for political junkies and history buffs, a physical reminder of the man who became more powerful in death than he ever was in life. But Goebel's ghost doesn't just haunt these physical places. It lives in the stories. His assassination became the stuff of legend, a dark and bloody folktale told in the back rooms of the State House and around kitchen tables in the mountains. Folk singers wrote ballads about the man who fought the railroad and was shot down in the snow. His name became a cautionary tale whispered to young, ambitious politicians, a warning about the deadly consequences of pride and the refusal to compromise. The story persists more than a century later because it is a perfect, unsolved mystery. The question of who truly killed William Goebel was never answered, and so it can never die. Was it the Mountain Republicans avenging a stolen election? Was it a shadowy railroad conspiracy silencing a threat to their profits? Or was it the darkest theory of all, a dissident Democrat, tired of his tyrannical rule, who pulled the trigger knowing his enemies would take the fall? The lack of a definitive answer allows the ghost to belong to everyone, his legend shaped and reshaped to fit any political narrative. And so, the spirit of William Goebel still walks the halls of Kentucky politics. Goebel's ghost became a term for the lingering bitterness, the deep partisan hatred that can still erupt in the state. The man is gone, his bones turned to dust beneath that stone monument. But the fury, the division, and the unanswerable question of his end, that part of him is immortal. It haunts the Commonwealth, a permanent echo of a single rifle shot on a cold winter morning. So, we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, standing over the ghost of a man shot down in the snow. Was William Goebel a hero or a villain, a martyr or a tyrant? The hard truth, the one that a century of dust and argument has left us with, is that he was both. He was a man who saw a great evil, the unchecked power of corporations strangling the life from his state, and he chose to fight it with a fire so fierce it consumed everything, including himself and the very democratic principles he claimed to defend. In the end, this isn't just the story of a political assassination. It's a timeless Appalachian tragedy about how a man's greatest strength can become his most profound and fatal weakness. It's a chilling lesson on the poison of absolute certainty, a warning that when a man becomes so convinced he is on the side of the angels, he can't see that he's started using the devil's own tools. It is the story of a modern political machine crashing headlong into the ancient, unbending code of the mountains and the explosion that followed. The shot that killed William Goebel was an echo of 1,000 conflicts born in these hills, a brutal reminder that when you strip away the laws and the politics, some things are only settled with blood. It's a story about a war for the soul of a state, a war that left no victors, only ghosts. And that, my friends, is the ballad of William Goebel, the man who fought a war for the common people, but whose own pride was the one enemy he could never defeat. In the heart of Appalachia, there was a city that lived a double life. By day, it was Wheeling, West Virginia, a town of steel, smoke, and hard-working men. But when the sun bled out behind the mountains, it became something else entirely. A place whispered about in neighboring states, a place that earned the sinister nickname Little Chicago. How could a city in the middle of conservative America become a gangster's paradise, a capital of vice where the law was just a suggestion? The official records talk about crime, but the mountains remember a different story. The tragedy of a city that sold its soul for a few decades of neon lights and easy money. Wheeling wasn't born a monster. For generations, it was a city built on sweat and steel, nestled in a bend of the mighty Ohio River. Its lifeblood was the clanging of the mills and the rumble of the coal cars. The air was thick with the smell of industry, and the brick buildings were permanently stained with a film of soot. This was the Rust Belt in its prime, a tough, proud place where a man's worth was measured by the calluses on his hands. It was a world of simple, hard truths. You worked, you provided for your family, and you found your rest on Sunday. The people of Wheeling were the heart of this world. They were steel workers, miners, and factory hands who came home each night with their faces smudged with grime and their bodies aching. They were men and women who understood the grim reality of life in the mountains. Their dreams weren't grand. They dreamed of a steady paycheck, a hot meal on the table, and maybe a little something extra on a Saturday night to forget the toil of the week. This city was their home, their legacy, a place they had built with their own two hands. Into this world of grit and labor stepped a man named William Leas, known to everyone as Big Bill. He wasn't a gangster in a pinstripe suit who rolled in from New York or Chicago. He was the son of Greek immigrants, a local boy who understood the city's hunger. He had a disarming smile and a way of speaking that made you feel like he was your oldest friend. He started small, running whiskey during Prohibition, but he wasn't just a bootlegger. He was a visionary of vice. Leas saw the exhaustion in the eyes of the workers, and he offered them an escape. He built churches and sponsored little league teams, presenting himself as a pillar of the community, a generous benefactor. People loved him. He gave them jobs when the mills were slow and entertainment when their lives felt bleak. He was one of them, they thought, just a little smarter, a little luckier. They didn't see the ice behind his eyes or the cold calculation in his every move. But a shadow was beginning to stretch over Wheeling, long before it was ever called Little Chicago. It started with a friendly game of cards in the back of a tavern, a slot machine quietly installed in the corner of a diner. It was the friendly cop who was told to look the other way. The small envelope of cash slipped into a politician's hand. Each small compromise was another brick in the foundation of a corrupt empire. The city, so desperate for a taste of prosperity, didn't realize it was making a deal with the devil. They were a community on the brink, about to lose everything they thought they were, all for the illusion of a good time. It wasn't a single gunshot that marked the point of no return for Wheeling. It was a sound, the constant mechanical grinding and clatter of hundreds, then thousands of slot machines. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer the city with an army of thugs. He seduced it with an army of one-armed bandits. They appeared like a quiet invasion, first in the back rooms of his clubs, then in bars, restaurants, and eventually even corner drugstores. Each machine was a tiny, glittering promise of fortune, and a spigot for a river of untaxed silver that flowed directly into his empire. At first, the city's honest lawmen tried to fight back. They would raid an establishment, confiscate a few machines, and make an arrest, feeling they'd done their duty. But it was a fool's errand. The arrested man would be out on bail within an hour, the case mysteriously dismissed by a compliant judge. The next day, 2 new machines would appear in the same spot. It was a demoralizing, soul-crushing charade. This is where the real poison took hold. Leas understood that you didn't need to own every man with a gun if you owned the men with the gavels and the badges. The system of corruption wasn't a secret. It was an institution. Police officers began receiving weekly envelopes stuffed with cash, a bonus for simply looking the other way. It wasn't presented as a dirty bribe, but as a practical arrangement, a way to ensure the city ran smoothly. For a cop with a family to feed on a meager salary, the choice was brutal. Uphold a law that no one else respected, or accept the cash and provide. One by one, the city's guardians laid down their arms. The conflict shifted from the streets to the quiet, desperate struggle within the hearts of those few who refused to bend. A councilman who spoke out against the gambling racket would find his business suddenly failing inspections. A reporter who dug too deep might get a quiet visit, a friendly warning that his curiosity was unhealthy. The violence wasn't always loud. It was often the silent, chilling threat of ruin. The first drops of blood weren't shed on the pavement. They were the slow bleeding of a city's integrity, the death of its hope that the law was still the law. Wheeling had crossed a threshold, and everyone knew it. The city no longer belonged to its people. It belonged to Big Bill Leas. The slaughter in Little Chicago wasn't a single night of gunfire. It was a slow, methodical strangulation of a city's soul, carried out over decades in smoke-filled backrooms and on dimly lit streets. It was the steelworker who, after a brutal week in the mill, came to Wheeling looking for a little fun. He'd put a few coins in one of Big Bill's machines, mesmerized by the spinning reels. That small thrill became a weekly ritual, then an obsession. The children's frozen terror wasn't from seeing a monster, but from watching their father walk through the door with empty pockets and hollow eyes, his week's pay sacrificed to the one-armed bandit. His family didn't die in a hail of bullets. They starved slowly, their future devoured $1 silver at a time. This was Leas's genius. His violence was often invisible. But for those who couldn't be bought or intimidated, a more permanent solution was whispered about. The Ohio River, the city's lifeblood, became its graveyard. No one ever admitted to seeing a body thrown from the Wheeling suspension bridge, but the stories were there, dark and cold as the river itself. A man who couldn't pay his debts would simply vanish. The rumor was he'd gone for a swim in cement shoes. Fishermen downstream would sometimes cut their lines in a panic, having snagged something that felt unnervingly human, and they learned to never, ever talk about it. The river kept its secrets. As time went on, the violence grew bolder. After Leas, a new figure rose to prominence. Paul No Legs Hankish, a man who ruled his own syndicate from a wheelchair with a cold, terrifying fury. The quiet threats of Big Bill's era were replaced by open warfare. One night, the calm was ripped apart by a deafening explosion that rattled windows for miles. Where a car had been parked on a residential street, There was now only a mangled, smoking crater of twisted metal. The blast didn't just kill a man, it served as a public execution, a message written in fire and shrapnel. The true heart of darkness in Wheeling was this normalization of dread. The silence of the good people who were too scared to speak. The casual acceptance that some men were above the law and that a human life was worth less than a gambling debt. The city hadn't been conquered by an outside force. It had been eaten alive from the inside, one compromised soul, one broken family, and one silent splash in the river at a time. For decades, the corruption in Wheeling was a ghost at the feast, a secret everyone knew but no one dared to name aloud. But eventually, the whispers from those dark Appalachian hills grew loud enough to reach Washington. A U.S. senator from Tennessee named Estes Kefauver had declared a crusade against organized crime, and his traveling committee was cutting a swath across the nation. When they set their sights on West Virginia, little Chicago was suddenly blinded by a spotlight it could not control. The party was over. The end didn't come with a shootout. It came with the quiet, methodical arrival of men in dark suits who carried briefcases instead of shotguns. They were agents from the FBI and, more importantly, the Internal Revenue Service. They were a quiet army of accountants and taxmen who were immune to Big Bill's charm and his envelopes of cash. They weren't interested in the rumors of bodies in the river. They were interested in the river of money that flowed from the slot machines, a river that had never once touched the ledger books of the U.S. Treasury. The reaction in the city was a quiet, nervous panic. The web of corruption that had felt so strong began to fray. Police officers who had been on the take for years suddenly grew fearful, their weekly payoffs now feeling like anchors that could drag them to the bottom. Politicians who had dined at Leas's table now couldn't remember his name. For the first time in a generation, a force had arrived in Wheeling that Big Bill could not buy, control, or intimidate. The fear that had held the city in his grip was now turned against his own people. Then came the raids. But these were not the staged, theatrical raids of the local police. Federal agents moved with cold efficiency. They didn't just seize a few slot machines, they swept through the city like a cleansing fire. In a single day, thousands of one-armed bandits were confiscated. They were dragged out of the bars and clubs, piled onto trucks, and taken to be destroyed. The signature sound of Little Chicago, that constant, hopeful, greedy grinding of the machines, was replaced by the sound of smashing glass and splintering wood as they were broken apart with sledgehammers. A new kind of silence fell over Wheeling. The neon lights of the gambling dens and backroom casinos flickered and went dark, one by one. The weekend crowds from Ohio and Pennsylvania stopped coming. The flow of easy money that had been the city's lifeblood and its poison simply ceased. What was left was a city in a state of shock, holding its breath. The king was cornered, his empire was in ruins, and the ashes of his fallen kingdom were still settling in the quiet, empty streets. The federal courthouse in Wheeling wasn't one of Big Bill's smoky backrooms. It was a place of cold marble, polished wood, and unwavering fluorescent lights, a world where his charisma and cash held no power. His trial was the greatest show the city had ever seen. The courtroom was packed every day with a strange mix of his loyalists, his victims, and the morbidly curious, all wanting to see if the king would finally fall. Armed federal marshals stood guard, their presence a stark reminder that the old rules no longer applied. For the first time, justice in Wheeling would be decided not by a backroom deal, but by a jury of 12. In the defendant's chair sat William Leas, and he looked like a man out of time. The confident, charming benefactor was gone. In his place was an aging man in an ill-fitting suit, looking confused and diminished under the weight of federal authority. He would scan the faces in the crowd, perhaps searching for the familiar fear and respect he once commanded. But he found only strangers and the cold, impartial gaze of the law. This wasn't his world. He was a mountain lion dragged from his territory and put in a cage, surrounded by hunters who spoke a language he didn't understand. The prosecution's case was a masterpiece of methodical destruction. They didn't call witnesses to speak of rumored murders or broken legs. They didn't speak of the fear that had paralyzed the city for a generation. Instead, they brought in accountants. They presented ledgers, bank statements, and sworn testimony from Lias's own bookkeepers. One by one, former associates and lieutenants, men who had gotten rich under his protection, took the stand to save themselves. Their testimony a cascade of betrayals that buried their old boss under a mountain of evidence. The weapon that finally brought down the king of Little Chicago wasn't a smoking gun, it was a fountain pen. The charge was the same one that had felled Al Capone, tax evasion. The government proved with painstaking detail that millions of dollars from thousands of slot machines had simply vanished, never to be seen by the taxman. It was a simple, brutal, and undeniable truth. While the newspapers screamed about racketeering and the whispers on the street told of bodies in the river, the case itself was as dry as dust. It was a cold, mathematical execution. When the jury returned, the verdict was a formality. Guilty. William Big Bill Lias, the man who had owned a city, who had built an empire on vice and fear, was sentenced to years in federal prison. The law of men had finally won. But as he was led from the courtroom, a free man no more, a question hung in the air, heavy and unspoken. Was this justice? The man who corrupted a generation of public officials and broke countless families on the altar of gambling was going to prison for a bookkeeping crime. The system had punished him, yes, but it felt like it had punished him for the wrong reasons. The city was free of its king, but the real sins of Little Chicago seemed to have been left unjudged, washed away like so many other dark secrets in the Ohio River. Big Bill Lias did eventually get out of prison. He returned to Wheeling, but the city he came back to was no longer his kingdom. He was a ghost from a bygone era, his power broken, his name now just a story whispered by old-timers. The man who had once been the uncrowned king of a city died not in a hail of gunfire, but quietly, his empire already turned to dust. The vacuum he left behind was filled for a time by more vicious predators like No Legs Hankish, whose reign was one of bombs and fear, but that too eventually crumbled under the relentless pressure of federal law enforcement. If you drive through Wheeling today, you can still visit the heart of Big Bill's old empire, Wheeling Downs. It's a modern racetrack and casino now, clean, bright, and perfectly legal. The clatter of slot machines is back, but now every dollar is counted and taxed. It stands as a sanitized monument to a dark past, a place where families can go for an afternoon of fun, with no idea of the illegal betting syndicates and hidden currents of cash that once defined its very existence. It's the ghost of what it once was, tamed and put on display. Walk the older streets of downtown, past the brick facades that have stood for a century, and you can almost feel the echoes. That building there, now a law office, might have been the 19th hole, where deals were made in clouds of cigar smoke. That empty storefront could have been a club where a politician and a gangster shook hands. The neon signs are gone, the secret tunnels are sealed or forgotten, and the Ohio River flows on, carrying its secrets silently to the sea. Most people who live in Wheeling now have only a vague sense of this history. Little Chicago is a nickname, a local legend. But the deepest scars left by that era aren't in the brick and mortar. They are in the city's soul. It's an ingrained distrust of authority, a cynical belief that every system can be bought. It's in the stories passed down from grandfathers who remember the open secret of the city's double life. The official records are filed away in dusty archives, but in Appalachia, the true history is the one that lives in the memory of the people. The mountains saw it all, and the mountains never forget. So we come back to the question that hung in the smoky air at the start of our story. How did a hard-working Appalachian city become a gangster's paradise? The answer is as simple as it is tragic. Little Chicago wasn't built by force. It was built on a quiet, desperate bargain. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer Wheeling. He seduced it. He offered a city, weary from the toil of the mills and the mines, an escape. He offered them the illusion of prosperity, the thrill of the jackpot, and all he asked for in return was their silence and their soul. This is more than just a crime story. It is a cautionary tale, a lesson etched into the very hills of West Virginia. It's a story about the danger of looking the other way, of accepting small compromises until there is nothing left of your integrity to compromise. The tragedy of Wheeling wasn't just that a criminal empire rose in its streets, but that so many good people stood by and let it happen, convinced that the easy money was worth the moral rot that came with it. It is a timeless story of how a community, desperate for a better life, can make a deal with the devil, never realizing the price is always far higher than they can imagine. The steel mills have cooled, and the bright neon signs are dark. But the ghost of Little Chicago still haunts these hills, a cold lesson written in the heart of Appalachia. Its legacy is a reminder that the most dangerous monsters are not always the ones who break down your door, but the ones you willingly invite inside. The rope creaked in the cold February dark, a sound swallowed by the Missouri woods. The body of Ben Bolin swung from the limb of a white oak, a grim pendulum marking the end of a bloody Ozark chapter. To the men who put him there, he was a monster, a tyrant who terrorized the hills under the guise of justice. But just a few years earlier, many of those same men, or their neighbors, would have called him a savior, a dark angel sent to deliver them from chaos. So which was he? A righteous crusader who lost his way? Or a brutal killer who simply found the right mask to wear? Today, we're not just telling the story of a vigilante's death. We're peeling back over 100 years of rumor and legend to find the man himself, to understand how the iron fist of the bald knobbers became a ghost, forever riding the haunted backroads of the Ozarks. To understand the firestorm that was the bald knobbers, you must first walk through the world they burned down. Imagine the Ozarks in the 1880s. This wasn't a land of gentle hills and quaint cabins. It was a fortress built by nature. Light struggled to pierce the dense canopy of oak and hickory, leaving the hollows in a state of perpetual twilight. Creeks cut through limestone like silver knives, their waters running cold and clear. A man could get lost a mile from his own home and never be found. The land was beautiful, but it was a hard, unforgiving beauty that demanded respect and bred a deep sense of isolation. The people were as rugged as the land they worked. They were farmers, loggers, and hunters, their hands calloused and their faces etched by sun and hardship. Their lives were governed by the rhythm of the seasons, plowing the rocky soil in the spring, enduring the suffocating humidity of summer, harvesting their meager crops in the fall, and hunkering down for the long, cold winter. Their world was small, often no larger than the valley where they were born. A trip to the county seat in Forsyth was a major event. The law, headquartered in some far-off city like Springfield, was less than a rumor. It was a ghost, a thing that had no power here. But beneath this quiet surface of toil and survival, the poison of the past was still at work. The Civil War had never truly ended in these hills. It had simply shattered into 1,000 personal feuds. Neighbor had fought neighbor as bushwhackers and jayhawkers, and the memories of burned-out farms and midnight raids were passed down from father to son like a cursed inheritance. Trust was a rare commodity, usually reserved for immediate kin. At night, heavy wooden bars were dropped across cabin doors, and the sound of an unfamiliar horse was enough to make a man reach for the rifle he kept over the mantel. This simmering fear created a vacuum, and into that vacuum crept a new kind of evil. Gangs of thieves and cutthroats, like the notorious Taylor brothers, roamed the countryside, preying on the very people the law was supposed to protect. They stole livestock, burned barns, and terrorized families, knowing there would be no consequences. Decent folk felt helpless, trapped between the ghosts of old hatreds and the very real threat of modern outlaws. They were good people pushed to the edge, praying for a savior. And in the smoky corners of general stores and under the shade of churchyard oaks, a dangerous idea began to take root. It was whispered at first, a desperate question passed between men who were tired of being afraid. If the law wouldn't protect them, who would? If justice was blind or simply too far away, then perhaps it was time for them to create their own. They didn't know it yet, but they were laying the foundation for a movement that would offer them salvation with one hand and deliver damnation with the other. The storm was gathering, and its name was justice. The Ozarks weren't settled, they were conquered. Not from some foreign power, but from the wilderness itself. The families that put down roots here in the generations before the war were mostly Scots-Irish, a people known for their fierce independence and a deep-seated suspicion of any authority they didn't create themselves. They weren't given land grants from a distant king. They earned their homesteads with an axe, a plow, and a rifle. Every field cleared of rocks, every cabin raised log by log, was a testament to their grit. This land wasn't just property to them. It was a part of their identity, paid for in sweat and blood. To threaten a man's land was to threaten his very soul. Then came the Civil War, and it fell on these hills not like a conventional war, but like a plague. Missouri was a border state, and that border ran straight through the heart of every family and every town. This wasn't a war of blue and gray armies marching in formation. It was the war of the torch and the rope. It was a war of neighbors. Confederate sympathizers formed guerrilla bands known as bushwhackers, while Union men became jayhawkers. They didn't fight over grand strategy. They fought over livestock, loyalties, and long-held grudges. A midnight raid could leave a family homeless, or worse. The violence was intimate, personal, and it left scars that wouldn't heal for a century. When the war officially ended in 1865, the fighting in the Ozarks didn't stop. It just lost its flag. The men who had spent 4 years living by the gun found they couldn't simply go back to the plow. Some of the most brutal bushwhackers and jayhawkers simply became outlaws, continuing their reign of terror without the thin veil of military cause. They knew the secret paths, the hidden hollows, and the fear in people's hearts. They were the war's bitter harvest, and they choked the life out of the fragile peace. This is where the weight of a name became a life or death matter. A family name in Taney County wasn't just a label, it was a history. It told people where your father stood in the war. It whispered of old debts and unsettled scores. To be a Taylor was to carry the reputation of Confederate defiance and post-war banditry. To be a Kinney suggested a history of staunch unionism. Long before the bald knobbers ever pulled on their masks, the battle lines were already drawn, etched into the landscape by the ghosts of the war. The conflict to come wasn't new. It was simply the old feud, waiting for a spark to set the hills ablaze once more. In the center of this simmering pot was Nat Kinney. He wasn't a vigilante by nature. He was a Union veteran, a respected farmer, and the Sunday school superintendent. People listened when he spoke. He saw the moral decay, the fear in his neighbors' eyes, and it offended his sense of order. On the other side were men like the Taylor brothers, who swaggered through the county as if they owned it. They and their associates were the festering wound, a constant source of trouble, known for their love of whiskey, brawling, and taking whatever they pleased. They were the embodiment of the lawlessness that Kinney and other decent folk were growing to despise. The conflict didn't start with a gunshot, but with 1,000 smaller cuts. An old farmer's fence would be cut in the night, his cattle scattered for miles. A man who spoke too loudly against the outlaws in the Kirbyville saloon would find his corn crib burned to the ground a week later. These weren't random acts, they were messages. One of the most galling incidents involved a public fistfight where one of the Taylors brutally beat a younger man over a perceived slight, all while the local constable conveniently looked the other way. The message was clear. There is no law here but us. Fear is a patient poison, and it spreads through whispers. In the general store, while weighing out flour and salt, men would speak in low tones. Heard the tailors were seen near John Green's place, right before his best mule went missing. At church socials, women would exchange worried glances, sharing stories of strange riders seen on the road after dusk. Every unsolved theft, every act of vandalism was laid at the feet of the same handful of families. Rumor hardened into fact, and suspicion curdled into a collective certainty. This constant drip of intimidation and gossip created a siege mentality. The community wasn't just being attacked from the outside, it was rotting from within. The outlaws were emboldened by the lack of consequences, and the law-abiding majority felt increasingly isolated and powerless. The air in Taney County grew thick with a toxic mix of fear and resentment. It wasn't just about stolen property anymore. It was about honor, dignity, and the terrifying realization that if they didn't draw a line in the dirt themselves, the tide of violence and chaos would soon wash away their homes, their families, and their entire way of life. The winter of 1884 bled into the spring of 1885 with a strange and heavy feeling in the air. The old folks, who read the land like a book, saw bad signs everywhere. They said the woods themselves seemed to hold their breath. Panthers screamed from the high ridges with an unusual frequency, their cries sounding almost human. The screech owl, the death bird of Ozark lore, was heard calling from the eaves of more than one cabin, a sound believed to foretell a coming tragedy. A sudden violent hailstorm in late March flattened the first green shoots of corn, and men looked at the bruised sky and muttered that it was a sign of God's displeasure. But the true omen wasn't in the sky or the woods. It walked on two legs and reeked of cheap whiskey. The Taylor gang and their ilk grew bolder, their crimes escalating from nighttime thievery to brazen daylight intimidation. The final straw came when one of their crew publicly horsewhipped a well-respected farmer in front of his own family over a disputed line fence. They didn't just injure the man, they humiliated him, stripping him of his dignity in the eyes of his children and neighbors. The act was a declaration: "We are the law, and your honor means nothing to us." It sent a shockwave of rage and fear through the county. This was the moment that dread became a living thing. You could see it in the eyes of men like Nat Kinney. He felt the immense pressure from his community to do something, to lead them out of the darkness. But as he looked at the hard, desperate faces of his friends and neighbors, he felt a chilling premonition. It was a gut-wrenching feeling that in order to fight the monsters who plagued their hills, they would have to become monstrous themselves. He knew that the path they were about to choose was a one-way road, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it led straight into a darkness from which none of them would ever truly return. The public humiliation of a good man was the spark that finally lit the fuse. For Nat Kinney, the time for talk was over. Word was sent out, not by letter, but by quiet visits after dark. A trusted friend would ride to a neighbor's cabin, speak a few hushed words on the porch, and then melt back into the night. The message was simple: be on the Bald Knob, east of town, after midnight. Come alone and come armed. There was no need to explain what it was about. Every man who received the summons knew in his bones that the time for choosing a side had arrived. They gathered under a cold, star-dusted sky on a treeless hill that would give them their name. They were ghosts in the moonlight, emerging from the woods in twos and threes, rifles cradled in their arms. These were not criminals. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and church-going men, their faces grim and set. At the center of the clearing, a small bonfire crackled, casting their long, dancing shadows across the barren ground. The only sounds were the whisper of the wind and the nervous shuffling of boots on stone. Nat Kinney stood before them, his large frame silhouetted against the flames. His voice, when he spoke, was not a shout, but a low, steady rumble that carried a weight of cold fury. He spoke of the law that had abandoned them, of the thugs who terrorized their wives and children, and of the honor that was being stripped from them, piece by painful piece. "The law won't protect us," he declared, his words cutting through the night air. "So we will become the law. We will be the answer to our own prayers. We will sweep this county clean of the filth that infests it, or we will die trying." A low murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. This was what they had been waiting for: a leader, a plan, a cause. Kinney had them raise their right hands, and there, in the flickering firelight, they swore a solemn oath. They swore secrecy upon pain of death. They swore loyalty to one another, and they swore to mete out justice with rope and switch to any man who threatened their homes and their peace. In that moment, they ceased to be individual farmers. They became a single entity, a phantom army born of desperation and rage. They were the Bald Knobbers, and as the men dispersed, melting back into the darkness from which they came, a new and terrible power was unleashed upon the Ozarks. They had a name, an oath, and a list of targets. Among them stood men like Ben Bolin, his hands still tingling from the oath, his mind already turning to the work ahead. He and his brothers were not thinkers like Kinney. They were doers. The first drops of blood had not yet been spilt, but the promise had been made. The hunt was about to begin, and the hills would soon echo with the sounds of their swift, brutal justice. Their justice was a terrifying ritual, repeated in dozens of darkened hollows. It always began with the sound, a low thunder that started far off and grew steadily closer. It was the sound of shod hooves, dozens of them, moving as one through the night. To the family huddled inside their cabin, it was the sound of a coming judgment. The dogs would bark themselves into a frenzy, then fall eerily silent as the phantom army surrounded the home. And then, the waiting. A silence so heavy you could feel it pressing in on the log walls. From the darkness would come a single, commanding voice, often rough and distorted by the flannel mask. "Come out, or we're coming in." Inside, a man would have to make a choice that was no choice at all. To surrender was to face the switch, the tar, the rope. To resist was to invite something far worse. This ritual of fear was the Bald Knobbers' true weapon, and for a time, it worked. They drove out the worst of the outlaws and brought a fragile, terror-enforced peace to the hills. But the night they rode on William Edens, the ritual changed. Edens was not a notorious outlaw. He was just a man who had defied them, who had spoken out against their methods. He refused to be intimidated. When the thunder of hooves surrounded his cabin and the voice called out, Edens refused to open his door. He would not surrender his home to masked men. From inside, his family heard him shout his defiance into the darkness. What happened next was not justice, it was an execution. The night didn't just splinter with the sound of a kicked-in door. It exploded in a blinding, deafening roar. A volley of rifle and shotgun fire ripped through the thin wooden walls of the cabin. To the children cowering on the floor, the world became nothing but the flash of muzzles painting terrifying momentary pictures in the dark, the scream of lead tearing through wood, and the smell of gunpowder filling their lungs. The air itself seemed to shred around them. When the shooting stopped, the silence that rushed back in was profound and absolute. Heavy boots stomped onto the porch. The remnants of the door were torn from its hinges. Through the smoke and darkness, the family saw only hulking shapes, demonic silhouettes against the moonlight, as their father was dragged from the home he had tried to defend. There was a final, terrible struggle in the yard, a woman's desperate plea cut short. Another shot rang out, sharp and final, and its echo was the only eulogy William Edens would receive. The next morning, when the neighbors arrived, they found a scene of unimaginable horror. They didn't need to see the body to understand what had happened. The cabin itself was the testament. It looked as if it had been clawed by some great furious beast. The log walls were pockmarked with dozens of dark, ugly holes, silent witnesses to the chaos. This was not a whipping. This was not a warning. This was murder, cold and brutal. On that night, the Bald Knobbers crossed a line, and in the blood of William Edens, their righteous crusade was drowned forever. The saviors had become the monsters. To understand what happened at the Eden's cabin, you have to try for a moment to look through Ben Bolin's eyes. In his mind, he wasn't a murderer. He was a surgeon, and the Ozarks were his patient, riddled with the cancer of lawlessness. A tumor doesn't have rights. You don't reason with it. You cut it out, cauterize the wound, and move on. The Taylors and their kind were the primary tumor, but men like William Eden's, men who defied the cure, who obstructed the surgery, were part of the disease too. In Bolin's brutally simple logic, if you weren't actively helping to save the patient, you were helping the sickness spread. The switch didn't flip for Ben Bolin on the night of the Eden's murder. It had been welded into position the moment he took the oath on that bald knob. While other men, perhaps even Kinney, saw their night riding as a temporary necessary evil, Bolin saw it as a righteous calling. He was the hammer, and it was not the hammer's place to question the nail. Each whipping, each threat, each act of terror was simply a tool for the job. He likely felt contempt for the weakness he saw in others, for the men who flinched at the sound of a switch on bare skin. They didn't have his clarity. They didn't understand that to fight monsters, you must be more terrifying than any monster. So when William Eden's shouted his defiance from behind that door, Bolin didn't hear a brave man defending his home. He heard the sickness talking back. He heard a direct challenge to the new order, the only order that could save them. The hail of gunfire that shredded the cabin wasn't a moment of lost control. It was a calculated, overwhelming response to that challenge. It was a message, written in lead and smoke, not just for Eden's, but for anyone else who thought they could stand in the way. This was the cold calculus of his crusade. After the final shot echoed into silence, as the other masked men stood in the shocked aftermath, Ben Bolin likely felt no remorse. He wouldn't have felt the thrill of a killer, nor the chilling emptiness of a man who has lost his soul. He would have felt the quiet, grim satisfaction of a job well done. A problem had been solved, a lesson had been taught. He was the iron fist of the bald knobbers, and that night the fist had come down hard. In his own mind, he hadn't committed a crime. He had enforced the only law that mattered. Dawn broke over the Eden's homestead, but the light brought no comfort. It only served to illuminate the full scope of the horror. The silence that had followed the final gunshot was a heavy, suffocating blanket. The first neighbors to arrive walked onto the property as if treading on cursed ground. They saw the cabin first, its log walls looking like they had contracted some terrible disease, a pox of dark bullet holes. On the porch, a shattered butter churn lay on its side, a mundane casualty in a night of unimaginable violence. Inside, they found what was left of the Eden's family. The widow sat on a low stool, not weeping, but staring into a space beyond the walls, her mind shattered by the events she had been forced to witness. The children were huddled together in a corner, their faces pale and streaked with soot, their eyes wide with a terror that might never leave them. But it was in the yard, lying in the cold, dew-covered dirt, that the finality of the act was laid bare. William Eden's was dead, and the bald knobbers had killed him. But they had made a fatal mistake. In their furious volley, they had also shot Charles Green, Eden's son-in-law. They had left him for dead, but he wasn't. He had survived. Wounded and bleeding, he was a living witness to the slaughter. And more importantly, he had recognized some of the men behind their crude flannel masks. He knew their voices. He knew their names. His survival was a ticking clock, and with every breath he took, the bald knobber's reign of terror was 1 second closer to its end. The news of the murder didn't spread as a whisper. It tore through the Ozark Hills on a current of shock and rage. This was different from the stories of whippings and warnings. This was a line crossed in blood. The story reached the courthouse in Forsyth, and from there it traveled by telegraph to the state capitol. The tale of the bullet-riddled cabin and the defiant man murdered in front of his family was so brutal, so brazen, that the state of Missouri could no longer afford to look the other way. The law, which had been a distant rumor for so long, finally awoke with a vengeance. The governor authorized the militia. Warrants were drawn up, bearing the names of the most prominent bald nobbers, including Nat Kinney and the Bolin brothers. A substantial reward was offered for their capture, dead or alive. The official documents went up on posts and walls in every town, turning the masked riders from a secret society into a list of wanted men. The hunters had become the hunted. The murder of William Edens split Taney County down the middle like an axe splitting a log. There was no more middle ground, no room for quiet neutrality. You were either for the nobbers or against them, and you had to choose a side right now. The pot-bellied stove at the general store, once a place for shared stories and friendly gossip, now radiated a cold silence. Men who had known each other since childhood would now pass on the road with a curt nod, their eyes hard, each wondering if the other had been among the masked riders that night. The church itself was divided, with some praying for the souls of the vigilantes and others praying for their swift damnation. From the ashes of this division, an opposing force rose up, calling themselves the anti-bald nobbers. They were not lawmen. They were the friends and family of men who had been wronged by the nobbers, joined by those who were simply horrified by the Edens killing. They armed themselves and swore their own oaths, promising to hunt down the vigilantes and deliver a justice of their own. The old Civil War feud was reborn, but this time without uniforms. It was neighbor against neighbor once more, and the hills became a checkerboard of loyalty and hate, where taking the wrong path or trusting the wrong person could get a man killed. A thick, suffocating fear settled over the county, creating a conspiracy of silence. Many people knew the truth. They had seen the riders gather, heard the boasts in a saloon, or recognized a man's horse tied up outside the Edens place. But the bald nobbers' power, even when they were fugitives, was immense. Their kin were everywhere, and the threat of a burning barn or a midnight visit was far more immediate than the protection of a distant law. When the sheriff and his deputies came asking questions, men would suddenly suffer from bad memories, their eyes cast down to the floorboards. To speak the truth was an act of incredible courage, because everyone knew the nobbers had a very simple law for informants. Amidst this climate of fear, small acts of profound courage and startling cowardice played out in the shadows. One neighbor, at great risk to his own family, would leave a basket of bread and salted pork on the Edens widow's porch before dawn, a silent gesture of support. But another man, bound by blood or fear, would stand before a magistrate and provide a false alibi for his cousin, swearing he was playing cards with him on the night of the murder. The community was tearing itself apart at the seams, its moral fabric tested and frayed. It was in this fractured, paranoid landscape that the real hunt for Ben Bolin and his brothers would have to begin. While the official law, the state militia, and the county sheriff made a great show of organizing and searching, they were outsiders. They knew the main roads, but they didn't know the hollows. But the real hunters, the men who moved with a purpose that was colder and sharper than any legal duty, were the anti-bald nobbers. These were men who had lived in the shadow of the nobbers' terror. They weren't hunting for a reward, they were hunting for revenge. And they knew the mountains just as well as the men they were chasing. For months, Ben Bolin and his brothers were ghosts. They slipped through the deep woods and limestone caves they had known since childhood, a landscape that was now both their sanctuary and their cage. They reverted to a primal existence, living off poached deer and foraged nuts, their clothes turning to rags. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the wind sent a jolt of adrenaline through them. They tasted paranoia in every bite of squirrel meat and felt it in the cold dampness of the caves where they slept. The familiar woods, the kingdom they once ruled with masked terror, had become a labyrinthine prison. The hunt was a slow, methodical strangulation. The anti-bald nobbers were patient. They had men among them who could track a single man across solid rock and read a broken twig like a page in a book. They moved in small, quiet groups, checking the remote cabins of known sympathizers, finding the faint traces of a recent campfire, and slowly, painstakingly, tightening the net. A farmer who gave the Bolins a slice of cornbread might find his fence cut the next week, a quiet message that help was no longer an option. The fugitive's world shrank with every passing day. The end for Ben Bolin came not in a hail of bullets, but in a moment of exhaustion. It was February 1889, and the cold had gnawed at him for months. He had risked getting close to his brother's cabin, perhaps seeking a moment of warmth, a real meal, a sliver of the life he had lost. It was a fatal mistake. A tracker for the anti-bald knobber posse had found his trail in the thin layer of snow. They didn't storm the cabin. They simply waited, melting into the grey woods, becoming part of the landscape. When Bolin stepped outside, perhaps to fetch water or check the perimeter, he was allowed to walk 20 yards into the clearing. Then, a single voice cut through the cold air. "That's far enough, Ben." He froze. From behind every large oak and limestone outcrop, a man rose, rifle already at his shoulder. There was no shouting, no chaos, just the quiet final click of a dozen rifle hammers being pulled back. In that instant, Ben Bolin, the enforcer, the Iron Fist, saw the faces of his neighbors, his enemies, and knew that his war was over. He didn't reach for a weapon. He just stood there, a gaunt, tired man surrounded by the cold, unforgiving justice of the hills he once ruled. There would be no judge in a black robe for Ben Bolin. There would be no clever lawyers arguing points of law, no jury of his peers weighing evidence in a dusty box. The men who captured him, the anti-bald knobbers, had seen what passed for justice in the Ozarks. They had seen how a well-connected man could intimidate witnesses, how a sympathetic jury could ignore facts, how the slow, clumsy machine of the law could let a monster slip through its gears. They didn't trust it. They believed that to bring a man like Ben Bolin into a courtroom would be to mock the memory of William Edens. They had decided in the cold silence of the woods that Bolin would face a different kind of court. His trial was the long, grim ride from the place of his capture to a sturdy white oak tree on the side of a lonely road. The woods were his courtroom, the pale moonlight his only illumination. The jury was the silent procession of armed men on horseback who rode beside and behind him, their faces set like stone. There was no testimony offered, no evidence presented, because in their minds the case had been proven long ago, in the bullet holes of the Edens cabin, in the terrorized eyes of his family, and in the arrogance of the masked crusade Bolin had helped lead. Through it all, Ben Bolin remained unbroken. He did not beg for his life or plead for mercy. Accounts passed down through the generations say he sat tall in the saddle, his hands bound tight behind him, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His silence was his final act of defiance. He had lived his life by a code of brutal, unforgiving strength, and he would not abandon it in the face of death. He looked at the hard faces of his captors, not with fear, but with a quiet, burning contempt. He was a wolf cornered by hounds, and he would grant them no satisfaction. The verdict was delivered without a single word being spoken. When the posse stopped under the thick, bare limbs of the oak tree, the judgment was clear. They didn't grant him a final prayer or a chance for last words. The justice they dispensed was as swift and impersonal as the justice he had once delivered with a hickory switch. The rough hemp of the rope was thrown over a branch. The noose, tied with an efficient knot, was slipped over his head and cinched tight against his neck. A sharp slap on the rump of his horse, and it was over. Ben Bolin, the Iron Fist of the bald knobbers, was executed by the very vigilante justice he had championed. The question that hangs in the air, even to this day, is a chilling one. Was this justice? Or was it just another murder, another link in an endless chain of Ozark violence? The anti-bald knobbers had rid the world of a man they saw as a tyrant, but in doing so, they had become a mob, acting as their own judge, jury, and executioner. For the other captured bald knobbers, The official law would have its day in the Forsyth courthouse. But for Ben Bolin, the verdict had already been rendered, not by the law of men, but by the cold, hard law of the mountains. Ben Bolin's death was not the end of the story. It was merely the end of a chapter written in rope and vengeance. The consequences of the Bald Knobber War continued to ripple through the hills for years, leaving behind a landscape of broken lives and bitter silence. For the survivors of the Edens family, the mountains that had been their home became a prison of memory. Every creek, every ridge, every shadow held a piece of the horror they had endured. They could not rebuild their lives on ground soaked with their own blood and grief. Sometime after the trials, they packed what little they had left, turned their backs on Taney County, and vanished, seeking a place where the name Edens didn't echo with tragedy. For the other captured Bald Knobbers, the law of men finally arrived in Forsyth. The trial was a spectacle, the biggest in the county's history. And in May of 1889, 3 men, Dave Walker, his son William, and John Matthews, were led to a specially built gallows in the courthouse square. Before a crowd of thousands, they paid the ultimate price, their public execution serving as the state's final, brutal statement that the reign of the masked riders was over. But for the dozens of other knobbers who were acquitted or never charged, their freedom was a curse of its own. They walked out of the courtroom not into the arms of a grateful community, but into a life sentence of suspicion and contempt. These men, who had once been the secret kings of the night, now lived as pariahs in the daylight. Neighbors who had once feared them now simply shunned them. Their businesses failed, their crops seemed to wither on the vine, and they were met with the justice of cold shoulders and closed doors. They were haunted men, forever looking over their shoulders, wondering if every stranger on the road was a relative of someone they had wronged. Some stories say a few of them met quiet, untimely ends years later. A hunting accident, a fall from a bluff, accidents that no one ever questioned too closely. They had escaped the hangman's noose, only to find a slower, colder justice waiting for them in the unforgiving memory of their neighbors. And so, the community, exhausted by hate and bloodshed, made a collective, unspoken decision to forget. The name Bald Knobber became a curse, a word not to be spoken aloud. The grotesque horned masks were burned in secret, the records of their meetings buried or destroyed. Parents stopped telling their children the full, bloody story, opting instead for a vague tale of troubles in the old days. They tried to plow over the history, to plant a new crop of peace and pretend the soil beneath wasn't filled with bones. They wrapped the entire saga in a thick blanket of silence, hoping that if they didn't speak its name, the monster they had created would finally die. The forced silence that fell over Taney County could never last. A story this soaked in blood has a way of seeping back up through the ground. Walk through the Ozark Hills today, and you will still find the old names, Bolin, Kinney, Taylor, on mailboxes and in the phone book. The descendants of the riders and their enemies now share pews in the same churches and shop in the same stores. The blood feud is long over, the wounds scabbed over by generations of peace. But the echo remains. To carry one of those names is to carry a piece of that violent history, a faint whisper of a time when your great-grandfather might have been either the masked man on the horse or the one bolting his door in fear. The physical scars on the land have faded more slowly. For decades, the white oak where Ben Bolin was lynched stood as a dark monument on the side of the road. Locals knew it as the Bolin tree, and it became a place of dread, a landmark to be passed quickly, especially after dark. It was said that nothing would grow in its shadow. Eventually, time and nature did what the community could not. The old tree withered, died, and was cut down, its wood likely burned to ash. But even today, the old-timers can still point to the exact spot where it stood. The tree is gone, but the ground remembers. In the town of Forsyth, the old courthouse where the other knobbers were tried is gone, replaced by a new one. But in the local cemetery, you can find the graves of the 3 men who were legally hanged. Their tombstones are simple, weathered by 100 Missouri winters, giving no hint of the spectacle of their deaths. They are quiet, stone reminders of a time when the law finally brought its terrible, formal power to bear on the chaos. But the most powerful remnant of Ben Bowlin isn't made of wood or stone, it is the ghost story. As the facts were buried under the community's silence, the man was replaced by the myth. History became folklore. To this day, on the dark roads around where he was killed, people still tell stories of the Phantom Rider, a lone, gaunt figure on horseback, seen on moonless nights, forever repeating his last fatal ride. Ben Bowlin the man is dead and gone, but Ben Bowlin the spectre became immortal, a cautionary tale whispered to children to keep them from straying too far into the woods after dark. The people tried to forget, but the story simply refused to die. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, a question that has haunted these hills for over a century. Was Ben Bowlin a righteous crusader who lost his way? Or was he a brutal killer who simply found the right mask to wear? The honest truth, buried under years of myth and silence, is that he was both. He was the inevitable and terrible answer to the chaos that surrounded him. He was a man forged in the crucible of a lawless land, and he became the very thing he sought to destroy. The story of Ben Bowlin is the story of a cure that becomes its own disease. This is more than just a tale of Ozark vigilantes. It is a timeless warning about the desperate hunger for order and the terrible price that is sometimes paid to achieve it. It is the story of what happens when good, frightened men, abandoned by the law, decide to walk the razor's edge between justice and vengeance, only to lose their balance and fall into the abyss. The bald knobbers rose from the dirt to give their community hope, but their legacy is a stark reminder that a society's saviors can all too easily become its tyrants, and that a revolution born of righteousness will almost always end by eating its own. And so the story returns to the darkness, to a lonely road and the sound of a single horse. The ghost of Ben Bowlin isn't just a campfire tale meant to scare children. He is the restless spirit of this lesson. He is a permanent warning, etched into the very landscape, a silent testament to a brutal truth. In a land without law, the man who promises to save you from the monsters is often the first one to become a monster himself. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Imagine a man standing in the twilight of the Appalachian mountains. A shotgun roars, and the buckshot tears through the air, striking him square in the face. But the man doesn't fall. He doesn't even scream. He simply spits the lead pellets onto the ground as if they were cherry pits, a cold grin spreading across his face. This wasn't a scene from a movie. This was the reality for those who dared to cross Tally Iron Jaws Hall. The whispers in Wise County said he was more than a man. They said he was enchanted, that bullets couldn't kill him. But was he a demon born of mountain folklore? Or was the truth something far stranger, something hidden in the very marrow of his bones? Today, we separate the legend from the man to find out what really made Tally Hall the bandit who couldn't be killed. To understand the man, you must first understand the mountains that made him. In the late 19th century, Wise County, Virginia, was a world unto itself. It was a labyrinth of steep hollers, dense forests, and rushing creeks where the outside world felt a million miles away. The land was both a provider and a tyrant. It gave families corn from the bottomlands and game from the woods, but it demanded back-breaking work in return. Life here was simple, hard, and governed by unwritten laws older than any courthouse. Family was everything, and an insult to your kin was an insult to you. In this world, Mabra Tally Hall was born. He wasn't born a monster or a legend. He was just another mountain boy, learning the ways of his people. And in these parts, the most important craft, the very lifeblood of the local economy, was turning corn into whiskey. Moonshining wasn't seen as a crime by many. It was a tradition, a skill passed from father to son. It was how you turned a surplus crop into cash, how you paid for medicine, tools, or a piece of land to call your own. Tali learned the trade early, mastering the art of the still, understanding the subtle science of fermentation and distillation under the dark Appalachian night. He was a big man, powerfully built from a life of hard labor. People knew him as strong, quiet, and fiercely protective of his own. He worked his still, provided for his family, and lived by the mountain code. In these early days, he was just a distiller, respected for the quality of his product. He was part of a community of others just like him, men who saw the federal government's whiskey tax not as a law to be obeyed, but as an intrusion by a foreign power trying to steal the bread from their tables. The conflict wasn't just about money, it was about pride and independence. The people of these mountains had always taken care of themselves. They built their own homes, grew their own food, and settled their own disputes. The arrival of federal marshals, the revenuers, was seen as a declaration of war on their entire way of life. These outsiders didn't understand the mountains or the people who lived in them. They saw moonshiners as simple criminals, not as farmers and family men trying to survive. And in this simmering tension, the seeds of Tali Hall's future were sown. He wasn't just making whiskey, he was making a stand. Every barrel he sold was an act of defiance. But this quiet rebellion couldn't last forever. The government was determined to enforce its laws, and men like Tali were just as determined to resist. The calm of the mountains was about to be shattered by the crack of rifles, and a simple moonshiner named Tali Hall would soon be forced to become something far more dangerous to survive. The world was coming for him, and it would learn that he would not be taken easily. The law came for Tali Hall not with a polite knock, but with the splintering of wood and the cold gleam of rifle barrels. It happened on a misty morning, deep in a holler where the smell of sour mash hung heavy in the air. Tali was working his still with his brother when two federal marshals, led by a man named Red Blevins, crashed through the undergrowth. They weren't there to talk, they were there to make an example. With a sneer, Blevins kicked over a barrel of fermenting corn, the lifeblood of the Hall family business spilling into the dirt. For a mountain man, this was more than the destruction of property. It was a profound insult, a strike against his pride and his ability to provide. Tali stood frozen for a moment, his massive hands clenched into fists. He didn't say a word. According to the stories passed down, Marshal Blevins then raised his axe, not to the still itself, but to the worm, the delicate copper coil that was the heart of the operation. As the axe came down, something inside Tali Hall snapped. The quiet distiller was gone, and in his place stood something far more primal. What happened next became the first chapter of his legend. Tali didn't reach for a gun. He lunged forward, moving with a speed that was terrifying in a man his size. He met the marshals not with bullets, but with bone and sinew. He broke one man's arm with a single brutal twist, and sent the other flying with a blow to the chest that knocked the wind clean out of him. Red Blevins, the leader, found himself lifted off the ground by his throat, staring into eyes that held no mercy. Tali didn't kill him. He simply threw him down the hillside like a sack of grain, leaving him broken and humiliated. The marshals limped back to the town of Wise, carrying with them not just bruises and broken bones, but a story of a man who fought like a cornered bear. The line had been crossed. This was no longer about an unpaid tax. Tali Hall had assaulted federal officers. A warrant was issued for his arrest, and his name was no longer just whispered among moonshiners. It was now spoken with fear and anger in the courthouse. He was officially a fugitive, a wanted man with a price on his head. Tali knew what this meant. There was no going back. He couldn't return to a quiet life. He had stood his ground, and now the full weight of the law was coming for him. But instead of running, he dug in. He gathered his brothers and his kin, men who believed in the same code he did. The forest that had been his workshop now became his fortress. The first drops of blood had been shed, not by Tali, but by the government's attempt to break him. And Tali Hall had answered in the only language he knew they would understand. The war had begun. With a price on his head, Tali Hall became the most hunted man in Wise County. But hunting him and catching him were two very different things. The mountains were his kingdom, and he moved through them like a ghost. This drove his rivals, other moonshiners whose business he had crushed with his own brand of violent enforcement, to a point of desperation. They decided to do what the law couldn't. They set a trap on the Pound Gap, a treacherous road that snaked through the mountains, a place where a man could disappear without a trace. They waited in the deep shadows as Tali rode alone, a silhouette against the rising moon. As he passed a narrow bend, the night erupted. A shotgun blast, fired from less than 20 feet away, struck him full in the head and upper body. The sound echoed through the holler, a deafening roar that sent birds scattering from the trees. Tali's horse shrieked and crumpled to the ground, its legs tangled in a dying heap. The ambushers stepped out from their cover, rifles ready, expecting to see a body. But Tali Hall was still standing. He swayed on his feet, stunned by the impact. But he did not fall. The men watched in frozen disbelief as he slowly raised a hand to his face. There was a strange, gravelly sound, and then he spat something dark onto a broadleaf plant on the roadside. He did it again and again. The moonlight caught the objects, and the attackers felt a cold dread creep up their spines. They were lead pellets. Buckshot. He was spitting the bullets out of his own flesh. It was in this moment that the man died, and the legend was born. The attackers weren't looking at a moonshiner anymore. They were looking at something torn from the pages of a dark folk tale, a creature the mountains themselves had made. He took a step towards them, his face a mask of cold fury. One of the men, shaking with fear, raised his rifle and fired again. The bullet slammed into Tali's chest with a sickening thud, a sound like a hammer hitting stone. It barely staggered him. The sounds that followed were not of gunfire. They were the sounds of snapping wood as Tali ripped a rifle from one man's hands and broke it over his knee like a twig. They were the dull, heavy thuds of fists meeting flesh, followed by choked-off cries of pain. He didn't use a gun. He didn't need to. He moved among them like a storm, and when the terrible, frantic noise was over, only silence remained. He left the men broken and scattered on that lonely road, a living testament to his unnatural resilience. From that night on, he was no longer just Tali Hall. He was Iron Jaws Hall. The story spread like wildfire, carried on hushed whispers from one holler to the next. They said he was protected by a witch, that he had made a pact with the devil. The truth, doctors would speculate many years later, may have been a rare medical condition called Paget's disease, which causes bones to become abnormally thick and dense, essentially creating a form of natural armor. But in the dark woods of Wise County, no one cared about a medical diagnosis. The only truth that mattered was the one they saw with their own eyes and heard in the terrified tales of the survivors. Tali Hall was enchanted. He was bulletproof, and if you shot him, you had better pray you killed him with the first shot, because you would not get a second. The silence that fell over Pound Gap after the failed ambush was deeper and more terrifying than the roar of the shotgun that had started it. The broken men who dragged themselves back to civilization did not speak of a botched attack. They spoke of a nightmare. They told a story not of a fight, but of an encounter with something inhuman, something that ate lead and paid it back with crushing force. Their words, laced with genuine terror, were far more potent than any rumor. The legend of Iron Jaws Hall was no longer a whispered bit of folklore. It was now a sworn testimony, sealed in fear. Tali Hall himself seemed to understand the power of what had happened. He didn't retreat deeper into the mountains. Instead, he did the opposite. He became more visible, more brazen. He knew that fear was a more effective weapon than any rifle. His reputation preceded him, a silent, invisible guard that cleared his path. Other moonshiners, men who had once been his rivals, now fell in line. They either paid him a tribute to operate, a tax of their own, or they got out of the business entirely. To defy Tali was to challenge a man who bullets supposedly couldn't harm. No one was willing to take that chance. The authorities were now faced with an impossible situation. The reward for Tali's capture was increased, becoming a small fortune for the time. But money meant nothing against superstition. Deputies who were brave enough to face a dozen armed men would hesitate at the thought of confronting Tali Hall alone. Informants dried up, their fear of the law replaced by a much more primal fear of iron jaws. The manhunt, once an active pursuit, became a cold case file gathering dust on a shelf. They were hunting a ghost who was very much alive, a man who ruled a shadow empire from the heart of their jurisdiction. The community became a landscape of fear and fascination. On one hand, Tali was a boogeyman. People would lock their doors a little tighter at night, and his name was used to frighten misbehaving children. He was the embodiment of the violence and lawlessness that festered in the deep woods. But on the other hand, a quiet, grudging respect grew for him in some corners. He was a mountain man, one of their own, who was single-handedly defying the federal government and winning. He was a symbol, however dark, of Appalachian grit and refusal to bow down. The ashes of that ambush on Pound Gap were not from a fire, but from the smouldering ruin of Tali Hall's mortality. What was left was a silence born of pure dread. He had become the undisputed king of the Wise County underworld, not just a criminal, but a living legend whose power was rooted in the belief that he could not be killed by ordinary means. The law was powerless, his rivals were terrified, and Tali Iron Jaws Hall walked the mountains not as a fugitive, but as a conqueror. Tali Iron Jaws Hall never stood trial in a courthouse. He was never made to sit on a hard wooden bench and listen to lawyers argue over his fate. The law of men, with its warrants, judges and juries, proved utterly powerless against him. His trial was a rolling, years-long affair, held in the dark hollows and on the treacherous mountain roads. The prosecuting attorneys were the bounty hunters and federal marshals who came for him, and the evidence they presented was the buckshot and rifle slugs they fired his way. The bounty on his head grew to be a legendary sum, drawing daring men from neighboring states. They came with new rifles and hardened resolve, dreaming of the fame and fortune that would come from bringing in Iron Jaws Hall. They formed posses, laid intricate traps, and combed the mountains, convinced they would succeed where others had failed. They were, in effect, a traveling court, come to Wise County to deliver a sentence. But Tali Hall was his own defense attorney, and his arguments were brutally effective. One by one, the posses were outsmarted, the traps were sidestepped, and the bounty hunters were met with a terrifying response. Some were found beaten near to death, left as a warning on the side of a road. Others simply vanished into the woods, never to be seen again. The verdict, in each of these violent encounters, was the same. Tali Hall walked away. He was judged by the laws of survival, and in that court he was consistently found innocent by virtue of being the last man standing. This was not justice, it was dominance. Tali had replaced the law of the land with his own law of fear. But the justice of the mountains is a patient, cruel thing. For every man he intimidated, he created an enemy. For every family he terrorized, he sowed the seeds of a future reckoning. His invincibility had made him arrogant, and he had forgotten the most fundamental rule of his world. There is always someone tougher, someone more desperate, or someone with a better aim. The final trial came without warning. A lawman, some say a deputy named Doc Swindle, decided the only way to stop a legend was to meet it head-on. He didn't come with a warrant. He came with a rifle and a resolve as hard as the mountain stone. He hunted Tali not as a lawman pursuing a criminal, but as a predator stalking its prey. He found him on a lonely path, and there was no talk, no chance to surrender. The air cracked with the sound of a single, well-aimed shot. This time, Iron Jaws fell. He hit the dirt, and this time he did not get back up. The bullet, they say, was special. Some claim it was silver, others that it was filled with mercury, designed to overcome whatever magic protected him. But whether it was magic or lead, the verdict was finally in. Tali Hall was guilty, and the sentence was death. It was a verdict delivered not by a jury, but by a lone gunman, and it raises the ultimate question. Was this the law of men at last catching its fugitive? Or was it simply the brutal, unforgiving justice of the mountains finally claiming one of its own? Tali Iron Jaws Hall was buried in a small, remote cemetery in Wise County, not far from the lands he once ruled. For years, his grave was marked only by a simple fieldstone, as if even in death, people were afraid to carve his name for fear of what it might conjure. Today, a more formal headstone stands, a silent testament to the man who was once a living terror. Local historians and descendants still visit, standing over the patch of earth that finally managed to hold him, and they wonder. The physical landscape has changed. Pound Gap is no longer a treacherous dirt track, but a paved highway, US Route 23, that carries thousands of cars a day. Commuters and truckers speed through the cut in the mountain, their minds on schedules and destinations, completely unaware that they are passing through the very spot where a man once stood and spat buckshot back at his would-be killers. But for those who know the story, a drive through the gap, especially as evening falls, feels different. The shadows seem deeper, and the wind whistling through the rocks sounds like a whisper from the past. The legend of Iron Jaws has outlived the man by more than a century. It survives in the oral traditions of Appalachia, a story told by grandparents to their grandchildren, a campfire tale that happens to be true. While modern science offers a plausible explanation in the form of Paget's disease, that dry medical term has none of the power or romance of the legend. In the mountains, the story of the enchanted moonshiner who couldn't be killed by bullets remains the preferred version. It speaks to a deeper truth about the region, a belief in the extraordinary, and a deep-seated suspicion of simple explanations. The name Hall still echoes through Wise County and the surrounding region. The descendants carry not just the name, but the complex legacy of their infamous ancestor. For some, it's a dark chapter best forgotten, a stain of violence on the family history. For others, it's a source of a strange, defiant pride, a reminder of an ancestor who refused to bow to anyone, who was a king in his own right, however brutal his reign. The story hasn't vanished. It's simply gone underground, living on in family Bibles and hushed conversations. The mountains remember everything, and the shadow of Tali Iron Jaws Hall is a long one. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the start of our journey. Was Tali Iron Jaws Hall truly enchanted by bullets? The logical mind points to science, to the rare bone disease that likely turned his skull and ribs into a natural, horrifying armor. And perhaps that is the simple, factual truth. But in the mountains, the truth is rarely simple. The real magic wasn't in his bones, it was in the power of belief. His legend became a weapon more potent than any gun, a shield more effective than any steel plate. The fear he created was so real, so absolute, that it may as well have been a genuine enchantment. This is a story that goes beyond a simple tale of a mountain outlaw. It is a raw and brutal lesson about the soul of Appalachia itself. It's a story about the fierce, untamable spirit of independence, but also a dark warning of what that spirit can become when it's stripped of its humanity. Tali Hall began as a man defending his way of life, a symbol of resistance against an outside world he didn't trust. But in his war against the law, he became a tyrant far more terrifying than any government agent, a monster who preyed on his own people. He is the ultimate Appalachian paradox, a folk hero and a villain forged in the same fire. The story of Iron Jaws teaches us that some legends are born not from fantasy, but from a truth so strange it has to be seen to be believed. He was a man of flesh and blood, but he became something more, an idea, a nightmare, a force of nature. Force. He walked the earth for a time, a king in a kingdom of shadows and fear, until the mountains that created him finally took him back. His name is now a whisper on the wind, a reminder that the old wild magic of these hills has not entirely faded. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. For 3 days in the summer of 1889, the town of Hazard, Kentucky, was a war zone. The courthouse wasn't a place of law, but a brick fortress under siege. An army of nearly 100 men, led by a hired killer known only as Bad Tom Smith, had come to take the town by force, and the streets echoed with the constant crack of Winchester rifles. The newspapers called it the bloody end of a clan feud over money and power. But the old-timers in these mountains knew the truth was deeper, rooted in honor, betrayal, and a code of justice written in blood. Today, we're going to separate the gun smoke from the legend. We'll find out how a political dispute exploded into open warfare, and how one man's death on the gallows marked the end of an entire era in Appalachia. Before the bullets flew, Hazard, Kentucky, was a world unto itself, nestled deep in the rugged heart of Perry County. This wasn't a peaceful mountain hollow, it was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The hills were rich with timber and the black promise of coal, and the man who controlled the town controlled that wealth. Here, power wasn't held by a mayor in a starched collar. Power was the sheriff who was your kin, the judge who owed you a favor, and a rifle that never missed its mark. The air was thick with the tension of a storm that had been gathering for years. On one side stood the French clan. They were the old guard of Appalachia, people whose roots ran as deep as the ancient oaks. They lived and breathed the unwritten laws of the mountains. Honor was more valuable than gold. An insult to your family was an act of war, and you settled your debts yourself, blood for blood. Led by Joseph C. French, they saw Perry County as their birthright, a sacred trust passed down through generations. To them, the coming of new laws and outside money felt like an invasion. Challenging them were the Eversoles and their powerful allies, the Combs family. They were the new force, more ambitious, more connected to the changing world beyond the mountains. Their unofficial leader, Josiah Combs, was a shrewd politician who saw a future paved with railroads and fueled by coal money. They believed the old ways of the French clan were holding the county back. They wanted to bring in progress, even if it meant tearing down the old world to build their new one. There was no middle ground in Hazard. You were either with the French or you were with the Eversoles. Every election for sheriff became an armed standoff. Every court case was a test of loyalty. The town was split down the middle, a simmering cauldron of suspicion and whispered threats. You chose your side, and you prayed it was the winning one. The official story says their feud was born of politics and greed, a fight for control of the county's resources. But the mountains remember things the official records leave out. Old folks still whisper the other stories around the fire. Some say it all started when an Eversole man publicly shamed a woman from the French family, an unforgivable sin. Others talk of a high-stakes poker game where a deed to a valuable piece of land was lost on a crooked hand, and the argument that followed was settled with a pistol. Whatever the first spark was, it no longer mattered. A decade of bad blood, of small ambushes on lonely roads and threats exchanged on the courthouse steps had turned the simmer into a rolling boil. These two families, these two visions of Appalachia, were on a collision course, and they were about to drag the entire town of Hazard into a war from which no one would walk away clean. The simmering feud had reached a stalemate of blood and fear. Ambushes on lonely roads and threats in crowded saloons were getting them nowhere. The French clan, feeling the pressure, realized that the old ways of fighting weren't enough. The Eversoles, with their political connections, were chipping away at their power. To win, they needed more than just loyal kinsmen. They needed a weapon, a human weapon who knew neither fear nor pity. And so, they sent out the call. They found him in the dark corners of the mountains, a man whose name was already a legend, whispered with a shudder, Tom Smith. But no one called him Tom. He was Bad Tom Smith. He wasn't a French by blood. He was a mercenary, a regulator they called them back then, an angel of death with a Winchester rifle. They said he was tall, silent, with eyes as cold and grey as a winter river. The stories claimed he killed his first man at 16 and could shoot the eye out of a squirrel in a thunderstorm. He wasn't just a gunman, he was a force of nature. The French clan didn't just hire him, they unleashed him. With the arrival of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard changed. The scattered violence stopped. In its place began a systematic campaign of terror. Smith became the marshal of the French clan, their chief enforcer, and he brought a cold, calculated brutality to the conflict. Their primary target was the heart of the Eversole power structure, Sheriff Joe Eversole and his deputies. The feud was no longer about honor, it was about extermination. The final line was crossed on a quiet evening, a moment that would be seared into the memory of Perry County forever. Nicholas Combs, a close and powerful ally of the Eversoles, was at home with his family. There was no warning, no challenge shouted in the street, just the sudden deafening blast of a rifle from the darkness. Nicholas Combs was shot dead on his own doorstep, in front of his wife and children. This wasn't a gunfight, it was an execution. The news spread through Hazard like a plague, and the town froze in a state of collective shock. For the Eversoles and their allies, grief was quickly replaced by a cold, hard rage. They now knew this was a fight to the death. The French clan had declared that there were no more rules, no more lines that wouldn't be crossed. The time for talking and maneuvering was over. They would fortify, they would arm themselves, and they would prepare for the final battle. The summer of 1889 arrived with a suffocating heat, and with it, the final storm. The French clan decided the time for waiting was over. They were coming for Hazard. They didn't sneak in under the cover of darkness. Led by the cold-eyed Tom Smith, nearly 100 men marched into town in broad daylight. Their boots kicked up the dust of Main Street, the sun glinting off the barrels of the Winchesters resting on their shoulders. This wasn't an attack, it was an invasion. Warned of their approach, the Eversoles and their men had turned the brick courthouse into a fortress. The windows were no longer glass. They were dark, jagged mouths, framed with sandbags and rifle muzzles. Snipers lay waiting on the roof, their eyes scanning the streets below. The town held its breath, the silence stretched thin and tight, and then a single shot cracked the air. The world dissolved into a storm of lead. For the people of Hazard, not aligned with either clan, the world became a cage. Women dragged their children into root cellars, their hands pressed over their children's ears as if they could block out the sounds that would haunt them forever. The constant whine of bullets, the splintering of wood as a stray round tore through a porch railing, the sharp metallic clang of a slug embedding itself in a cast-iron stove. A farmer, caught on the wrong side of the street when the shooting began, made a desperate run for home. He didn't make it. His body lay in the dusty road, a grim testament that in this war there were no innocent bystanders. Through the haze of gunsmoke, across the bullet-scarred square, two men found each other. Bad Tom Smith, using a wooden post for cover, and Sheriff Joe Eversole, firing from a shattered courthouse window. It became a personal duel in the heart of the chaos. Bullets tore splinters from the wood, inches from Smith's head. Brick dust exploded from the courthouse wall just beside the sheriff's face. This wasn't just a clan war anymore. It was a battle of two wills, two warriors deciding the fate of the town with every pull of the trigger. Day bled into night, and the shooting never truly stopped. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt black powder. Inside the courthouse, the last of the water was gone. Thirst became an enemy as deadly as the rifles outside. The French clan controlled the streets, but they couldn't breach the brick walls. The Eversoles held the fortress, but they couldn't break the siege. Hazard was a town held hostage by its own sons, a stalemate of iron and lead, where every sunrise brought the certainty of more death. The war had come, and it had consumed everything. It wasn't a bullet that ended the war. It was a sound that didn't belong in the mountains of Perry County, the steady, rhythmic tramp of disciplined boots on a dusty road. Word of the siege had finally reached the governor, and he had sent in the state militia. They marched into Hazard not as peacemakers, but as an occupying army, their blue uniforms and gleaming bayonets a shocking sight against the backdrop of the battered town. This was a force that answered to no clan, a law that could not be bought or intimidated. The crack of rifles faltered, then died out completely. A stunned silence fell over the streets. From the rooftops and shattered windows, the fighters of the French clan stared in disbelief. They were prepared to die fighting the Eversoles, but they had no plan for this. This was a power they couldn't comprehend. With their siege broken and a new, unstoppable enemy in their midst, they did the only thing they could. They melted back into the hills and hollows from which they came, vanishing like ghosts into the forest. Slowly, the doors of the courthouse creaked open. The Eversoles and their men emerged, blinking in the harsh sunlight, their faces grimed with sweat and gunpowder. They were the victors of the siege, but they surveyed their town with the eyes of defeated men. The streets were scarred, buildings were pocked with bullet holes, and in the silence, the cost of their victory was all too clear. The war was over, but Hazard was a wound that would take generations to heal. The state militia didn't care about old grudges or who fired the first shot. They came to restore order, and their justice was swift and impartial. Warrants were issued for men on both sides. The local law, which had been a tool of the clans for so long, was swept aside. One by one, the men who had turned Hazard into a battlefield were rounded up, their rifles replaced with iron shackles. The era of mountain law was being extinguished right before their eyes. But there was one man the state wanted more than any other. One name that became the symbol of the entire bloody feud: Bad Tom Smith. He was the hired gun, the merciless enforcer. To the state, he wasn't just a participant, he was the disease. A massive manhunt was launched, with a price on his head that echoed through every corner of Kentucky. The war for Hazard was over, but the hunt for Bad Tom Smith had just begun. Bad Tom Smith was finally captured, not in a blaze of glory, but quietly, cornered and out of options. The authorities knew a trial in Perry County would be a farce. No jury would dare convict him. They'd be too afraid of the French clan's retribution. So they took him away, far from the mountains that had been his hunting ground, to a place where the name Bad Tom Smith was just a headline in a newspaper, not a boogeyman in the night. His fate would be decided by the law of men, not the code of the mountains. The trial was a sensation, the greatest legal spectacle Kentucky had seen in years. The courtroom was packed every day. Farmers, lawyers, and ladies in fine hats all crowded onto the wooden benches, craning their necks to get a look at the legendary killer. Armed guards stood at every door, a visible sign that even here the fear of clan warfare lingered. This wasn't just a trial, it was a public dissection of the wild, violent world of the feuds, and the whole state was watching. But the man who sat in the defendant's chair was not the monster the crowd expected to see. The cold-eyed killer was gone. In his place sat a quiet, somber man. The stories that trickled out of the jail were bizarre. Bad Tom Smith, the terror of Hazard, had found God. He spent his days reading the Bible and praying with a preacher. Some in the courtroom smirked, calling it a desperate ploy for sympathy. But others who looked into his eyes saw not a cunning act, but a man wrestling with the ghosts of his past, a man preparing his soul for a final judgment. The prosecution painted him as the devil himself, a cold-blooded murderer for hire who brought a new level of savagery to an old feud. They paraded witnesses who spoke of his reign of terror, their voices shaking as they recalled the murder of Nicholas Combs. His defense lawyers tried to argue that he was merely a soldier in a war he didn't start, that in the mountains of Perry County, killing was just another tool of politics. But it was no use. The state didn't just want a conviction, it needed a symbol. The jury was out for less than 2 hours. When they filed back into the silent courtroom, their faces were stone. The foreman stood, unfolded a piece of paper, and in a clear voice that seemed to echo off the high ceilings, he pronounced the word, "Guilty." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. The judge banged his gavel, and when silence was restored, he passed the sentence. Bad. Tom Smith was to be taken from this place and hanged by the neck until dead. Was it justice? Perhaps. But as Bad Tom was led away in chains, a question hung in the air. The powerful men who had hired his gun, the clan leaders who had profited from the chaos and fanned the flames of hatred for years, they would face lesser charges or walk free altogether. The state needed to make an example, to prove that the age of the feudists was over. They needed a sacrifice on the altar of law and order, and they had found it in the one man whose reputation was black enough to carry the sins of all the others. With the death of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard was truly over. The iron fist of the state had crushed the feud. The French and Eversole clans, bled dry by the conflict and their leaders either imprisoned or disgraced, saw their power shatter. The future that the Eversoles had fought for, one of industry and outside investment, did come to pass, but it wasn't their victory. The coal companies and the railroads moved in, a force far more powerful than any mountain clan. They bought the land, built their towns, and established a new order that had no room for the old codes of honor and blood. The era of the clans was over. Today, Hazard is a modern town. The old brick courthouse, the fortress at the heart of the siege, is long gone, replaced by a newer building. People walk the square where the battle raged, conducting business, running errands, most of them completely unaware that they are treading on ground once soaked in blood and black powder. The bullet scars have been plastered over, the ghosts paved into the asphalt. The town moved on, as towns do, burying its violent past beneath a foundation of progress. But the mountains don't forget so easily. If you know where to look, the echoes remain. Drive about an hour north to the town of Jackson, where the hanging took place, and you can find a quiet cemetery. There, under the shade of an old tree, is a simple, weathered stone marker. It marks the final resting place of Bad Tom Smith. The most feared man in eastern Kentucky lies in a peaceful grave, a stark, silent contrast to the violent storm that was his life. It's a physical link, a tangible piece of the story you can still touch. The names French, Eversole, and Combs are still woven into the fabric of Perry County. You'll see them on mailboxes down quiet country roads and in the phone book. The descendants of these warring families are now neighbors. Their children play in the same schoolyards, and the great feud has faded into the realm of family legend. It's a story told by grandparents, a dark piece of folklore about a wilder time. The town may have forgotten the war, but in the hills and hollows, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hung in the air like gun smoke on that summer day in 1889. What was the Hazard War really about? Was it a fight for political office, a dispute over timber rights, or was it something deeper, something born from insulted honor or a crooked card game? In the end, the answer is that it was all of those things, and none of them. The first spark, whatever it was, had long since been consumed by a firestorm of pride and revenge. This wasn't just a feud between two families. It was the last bloody battle of a dying world against the one that was coming to replace it. This is a story etched into the very soul of Appalachia. It's a story about the fierce, indomitable spirit of the mountain people, a spirit that values loyalty and honor above all else, but one that could also curdle into a cycle of brutal, self-destructive violence. The hanging of Bad Tom Smith was more than just the execution of a single man. It was a public and deliberate message from the state of Kentucky. The unwritten laws of the mountains were finished. The age of the clan, the feud, and the regulator was being buried, and from its grave would rise a new order of coal companies, railroads, and contracts. On the day of his execution, as he stood on the gallows, Bad Tom Smith looked out at the crowd that had gathered to see him die. He was calm. He had made his peace. Before the black hood was pulled over his head, he spoke his final words, a phrase that would become an Appalachian legend, capturing the tragedy and the strange redemption of his entire life. He said, "Bad Tom Smith is dead. Good Tom Smith is going to heaven. Don't cry for me." In the heart of Tennessee's mountains stands a stone beast the locals called the End of the Road, Brushy Mountain State Prison. They built it to hold the most dangerous men alive, but they say the real jailer wasn't the guards or the walls, but the ancient, unforgiving mountain itself. The official history tells of riots, brutality, and the escape of America's most hated man. But the old tales whisper of something darker, a curse born of blood and coal, one that traps souls within its stones long after their sentences have ended. Today, we'll peel back the layers of time and fear to ask, what really happened inside the prison that the mountain would never let go? Before the first stone of Brushy Mountain was laid, before its shadow fell across the valley, this was a different world. The Cumberland Mountains weren't a cage, they were a sanctuary. Life here moved to the rhythm of the seasons, dictated by the rising sun and the flow of the creeks. Families lived in cabins tucked into deep hollows, surrounded by forests so thick they seemed to swallow the sky. It was a hard life, to be sure, carved out of rock and stubborn soil, but it was a life of profound freedom. The men of this place were miners, but they were free men. Every morning, they'd walk into the dark mouths of the earth, not in chains, but with a lunch pail in one hand and a pickaxe in the other. This work was brutal, dangerous, and it stole the breath from their lungs, but it was honest. It was how they fed their children and kept a fire in the hearth. They were bound not by guards, but by a powerful, unspoken code of community. They looked out for one another because in the deep dark, your neighbor was the only law that mattered. They were a proud and independent people, descendants of Scots-Irish settlers who had come to these mountains seeking solitude and a life of their own making. They asked for little from the outside world and wanted even less from its governments. Their wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the yield of their gardens, the strength of their families, and the unshakable knowledge that this land, these hills, these creeks, belonged to them. They had everything they needed. But far away from these quiet hollows, in the halls of power, men with ledgers and contracts were drawing lines on maps. They saw the rich seams of coal not as a lifeline for mountain families, but as fuel for a new industrial age. And to get that fuel as cheaply as possible, they were willing to make a deal with the devil. A plan was being hatched, a monstrous idea that would turn the state's prisons into a source of cheap labor. A rumor began to snake through the mountains, a whisper of a new kind of miner coming to the creeks, a miner who worked in chains and who would take the very bread from their tables. The world they knew was about to be burned to the ground. The ground for this conflict had been fertile for generations. The people of the mountains had a long and bitter memory when it came to outsiders with promises and contracts. They remembered their grandfathers telling stories of timber barons who stripped the hills bare and left, and land agents who tricked men who couldn't read into signing away their mineral rights for a pittance. So when the coal companies arrived, they were viewed with a deep, ingrained suspicion. The company men, with their clean hands and city suits, were a different breed, and their promises of prosperity always seemed to come with a hidden cost. This new threat, the convict lease system, was an echo of those old grievances. It wasn't just about jobs, It was about dignity. The miners saw it as a deliberate slap in the face, a message from the state and the companies that their hard, dangerous labor was worth so little it could be replaced by the forced toil of prisoners. It was, in their eyes, a different kind of slavery being brought to their doorstep, designed to break their unions and grind them into submission. The old wound of being seen as backward and expendable by the outside world was torn open once again. The talk started in whispers, carried from one mining camp to the next. A man would come over the ridge from Coal Creek with news, his voice low and urgent as he shared what he'd heard. At first, it was just rumors. They're building a stockade up by the Briceville mine. Heard they signed a contract with the state for 100 men. At the company store, at church gatherings, around the fire at night, the whispers grew into a steady, angry murmur. Soon, the talk started to curdle. Fear and speculation twisted the facts into something monstrous. 100 convicts became 500. A plan to supplement the workforce became a plot to replace them all. Every word was like a piece of dry kindling, carefully stacked at the miners' doorsteps. The convicts themselves, men they had never seen, were no longer viewed as unfortunate souls. They became a faceless symbol of the miners' own impending starvation, the instrument of their destruction. The community, once bound by solidarity, was now bound by a shared and growing rage. The fuse that had been sputtering for months was finally lit in the summer of 1891. The Tennessee Coal Mining Company, emboldened by the state's backing, made its move. They fired their free miners at Briceville, evicted them from their company-owned homes, and marched in a new workforce, convicts in black and white stripes, shackled and under the watch of armed guards. This was no longer a threat whispered in the shadows. It was a reality, stark and brutal. Men who had spent their lives in the mines were now cast out, watching from the hills as prisoners took their place. The initial reaction was a wave of cold, silent fury. That night, in a secluded hollow, lit only by the flickering light of torches, hundreds of miners gathered. You could see the resolve hardening in their eyes. These were not men given to idle threats. They were men of action, pushed to the absolute edge. They didn't speak of protest or petitions. They spoke of taking back what was theirs. A decision was made, a pact sealed not with a handshake, but with the grim nodding of heads and the quiet cleaning of rifles. They would not stand by and starve. Before dawn on July 14th, 300 armed miners descended from the mountains, moving like ghosts through the morning mist. They surrounded the convict stockade at Briceville. There was no shouting, no chaotic mob. This was a disciplined, determined force. They presented their ultimatum to the guards: surrender the stockade and the prisoners, or face the consequences. The guards, looking out at the sea of determined faces and the barrels of hundreds of rifles glinting in the twilight, knew they stood no chance. They surrendered without a shot being fired. But what happened next stunned the authorities. The miners didn't harm the convicts. They saw them not as enemies, but as fellow victims of a corrupt system. They broke open the stockade, gave the prisoners food and civilian clothes, and marched them to the nearest train station. They put them on a train and sent them to Knoxville with a simple, defiant message for the governor. We will not work alongside convicts, and we will not allow them to work here. They had committed an open act of insurrection. They had drawn a line in the coal dust, and in doing so had declared war on the state of Tennessee. There was no turning back now. The first move had been made, and the entire state held its breath, waiting for the violent reply that was sure to come. The state's answer to the rebellion wasn't a single battle, but a slow, grinding execution of the human spirit. They found their diabolical solution. They would build their own prison with their own mine, and the miners who had defied them would be its first inhabitants, and they would build it themselves. They brought them in chains, not to a finished building, but to the raw, untamed foot of Brushy Mountain. Their first order was to pick up a sledgehammer and attack the very cliffs that would become their tomb. This wasn't a slaughter of bullets and knives. It was a slaughter of exhaustion and despair. The days began before sunrise and ended long after sunset, a relentless rhythm of steel striking stone. The air, thick with grey dust, became a constant shroud, coating their skin, filling their lungs, and turning their desperate coughs into a rasping choir. The only sounds were the sharp crack of the guards' whips against the rock, the groans of men lifting stones beyond their strength, and the rhythmic, hollow clang of hammers that beat like a dying heart. From the nearby hollows, you couldn't see the faces of the men, only their silhouettes against the raw face of the mountain. You'd see them moving like specters in the dust, a long, broken line of humanity being slowly erased. Sometimes, a silhouette would simply falter and disappear, collapsing in a heap. There was no ceremony. The work wouldn't even pause. The others would just keep swinging, their eyes fixed on the stone in front of them, not daring to look at the man who had just been swallowed by the mountain. The mountain itself seemed to be a silent, hungry participant. The stones they quarried were cold and sharp, tearing at their hands until they were raw and bleeding. It was as if the mountain was demanding a price, and the mortar that would hold the walls together was a mixture of sand, water, and the sweat and blood of these men. Every stone they lifted was soaked in their misery. Every block they set in place was a monument to their stolen freedom. With their own bleeding hands, they built their tomb, stone by agonizing stone. They watched the walls rise around them, a grey tide of granite that blotted out the trees, the sky, and any last sliver of hope. They were building their own cage, and they knew it. The final act of this slaughter was not a gunshot, but a sound. The deafening clang of a massive iron gate swinging shut for the very first time. The lock turned, and the men who had built the fortress were now its first official prisoners. Their rebellion was over. Their world was gone, and the mountain had them. When the last stone was set and the great iron gate slammed shut, a new kind of silence fell over the valley. It was not the peaceful quiet of the mountains. It was a silence so deep it had weight, pressing down on the men inside and the hollows outside. The dust of construction settled, revealing the finished prison not as a building, but as a scar of grey stone carved into the green landscape. The Coal Creek War was over. The rebellion was crushed, and for the men who had fought for their freedom, the world had shrunk to the space between four stone walls. Inside, they were no longer miners or rebels. They were stripped of their names, their clothes, their pasts, and given a number and a striped uniform. The fight for justice was replaced by a grim, daily struggle for survival. And in the cruelest twist of fate, the state opened its own coal mine right on the prison grounds. The very thing they had fought against, being forced to work in a mine to enrich the state, had become their life sentence. They now descended into the earth each day, not as free men, but as the state's property, digging the black heart out of the mountain that held them captive. For those who survived the mines, a new society began to form within the walls, governed by its own brutal laws. The guards were kings, their word absolute, and their fists the only justice. The slightest infraction could land a man in the hole, a pitch-black cell deep in the foundations, a place where the damp chill and total darkness were designed to strip away not just hope, but sanity itself. A hierarchy of violence took root among the inmates, and the men who had once stood shoulder to shoulder in rebellion now looked at each other with suspicion and fear. Outside, in the surrounding communities, the prison stood as a constant, terrifying monument to their defeat. The mountain had swallowed their husbands, their sons, their fathers. The spirit of defiance that had burned so brightly was extinguished, replaced by a pervasive fear. Families spoke of the men in Brushy Mountain in hushed whispers, as if the very walls had ears. The fortress had not only imprisoned the rebels, it had put a stranglehold on the spirit of the entire region. The authorities had won. Brushy Mountain became their grim trophy, a symbol of absolute power and a chilling warning to anyone who would dare to challenge the system again. The rumors that bled out from behind the walls, tales of brutality, of men lost in the mines, of souls broken in the dark, only served their purpose, cementing the prison's reputation as the end of the road. A new, dark chapter had begun, written in coal dust and human despair. The state's response was not to send lawmen, it was to send an army. The Tennessee State Militia, hundreds of them, descended upon the mountains by train. They were flatlanders, boys from the cities and farms, clad in uniforms that stood out starkly against the deep greens and browns of the forest. They came not to investigate a crime, but to put down an insurrection. Local sheriffs and deputies, men who had grown up with the miners, were brushed aside. This was no longer a local dispute. It was a military occupation. Their orders were simple: hunt down the leaders of the rebellion and make an example of them. But the miners had vanished. They melted back into the landscape that had birthed them, becoming ghosts in their own land. They knew every hidden hollow, every game trail, every forgotten cave and abandoned mine shaft. The mountains that had been their home now became their fortress, a vast, tangled labyrinth where they held every advantage. The militia, accustomed to open fields and city streets, were utterly lost here. The mountains themselves fought against them with steep ridges, sudden ravines, and a disorienting wilderness that seemed to change with the light. The hunt became a brutal, nerve-wracking game of cat and mouse. Patrols of soldiers would march up the creeks, their movements clumsy and loud, while the men they were hunting watched silently from the high ground. A snapping twig, a bird call that sounded just a little off, these were the signals that passed between the hidden men. A silent war was waged in the shadows, a war of fear and attrition. The militia, frustrated and angry, turned their attention to the families left behind. They raided cabins in the dead of night, tearing homes apart in search of fugitives, their bayonets a constant threat meant to break the mountain people's code of silence. But that code ran deeper than fear. Hiding a man on the run wasn't just an act of defiance, it was a sacred duty. A network of whispers and secret signs kept the fugitives fed and informed. A lantern left burning in a specific window, a quilt of a certain pattern hung on a clothesline. These were the messages the soldiers couldn't read. For months, the community held fast, a wall of silence and deception against the invaders. Eventually, though, the siege began to take its toll. A winter in the mountains is long, and hunger is a powerful persuader. The state posted bounties, turning the price of a man's freedom into a bag of flour and a few dollars, a fortune for a starving family. Slowly, agonizingly, the wall of silence began to crack. One by one, the leaders were found. They were discovered not in a blaze of gunfire, but huddled by a low fire in an abandoned prospecting cabin, their faces gaunt with hunger. They were cornered in the dark tunnels of a played-out mine, surrendering with the quiet exhaustion of men who know their road has come to an end. There was no fight left in them. In their eyes was not the fire of rebellion, but the cold ash of defeat. They were bound in chains and marched down from the hills, often past their own homes, where their wives and children watched in stoic silence. Their long, desperate hunt in the shadows was over, and they all knew where they were going next. They were being taken back to the stone monster they had built, this time to be fed into its belly. The trials, when they came, were not about discovering truth. They were a public ritual of humiliation, a final breaking of the miner's spirit. The leaders of the rebellion were marched in chains into county courthouses packed to the rafters. On one side sat their families, women and children with faces carved from stone, their eyes holding a silent, defiant grief. On the other side were the company men in their starched collars and the state officials, their expressions a mixture of triumph and contempt. The air was thick with a tension you could taste, held in check only by the armed militia who lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder of who held the power now. The miners themselves sat in the dock, not with the downcast eyes of criminals, but with a quiet, exhausted dignity. These were not men who understood the intricate language of the law. They understood the simple justice of the mountains. You don't let your family starve. They listened as slick city prosecutors, using words they barely recognized, painted them as anarchists and violent insurrectionists, a threat to civilization itself. They were accused of destroying property, but the property in question was the state's right to the labor of other human beings. The proceedings were a tragic farce. Witnesses were brought forth, men whose will had been broken or whose loyalty had been bought with a bounty. The defense was a token effort, a whisper against a hurricane of state power. The jury, often composed of merchants and landowners who benefited from the company's presence, listened with closed faces and closed hearts. The real verdict had been decided months before, not in a jury room, but in the governor's mansion and the coal company's boardroom. When the foreman finally stood to read the verdict, there was no gasp of surprise. Guilty. The word fell into the silent room like a stone into a deep well. There were no tears from the families, only a tightening of jaws. The company men exchanged quiet, satisfied nods. The defendants themselves simply stared ahead, their faces betraying nothing. They had known from the moment the chains were locked on their wrists that this was the only possible outcome. Their freedom was gavelled away, their fight officially declared a crime. But the final, cruelest blow was the sentence. The judge, a man who saw them not as desperate fathers, but as a disease to be cured, condemned them to years of hard labor. And in a moment of supreme, calculated irony, he sentenced them to serve that time at the new Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary. They were being sent back to the stone monster they had been forced to build, to work the state's coal mine under the very system they had risked their lives to destroy. Was it justice? Or was it merely the law of the powerful, a tool to crush the desperate and sanctify the cruel? The mountains had their own code of right and wrong, but on that day, the law of men had spoken, and its voice was the sound of a prison gate slamming shut. Today, you can drive right up to the gates of Brushy Mountain. It's a tourist attraction. You can take a guided tour, eat at a restaurant called the Warden's Table, and even buy moonshine legally distilled on the very grounds where men were once broken. Tourists smile for photos, posing in the cell that once held James Earl Ray, their laughter echoing in the same spaces that once held only despair. It is a strange, surreal carnival built on a foundation of forgotten pain. But if you look past the gift shop and the polished exhibits, the echoes of that first desperate fight are still there. Run your hand along the cold, grey stones of the outer wall. You're touching the very blocks that were quarried and hoisted into place by the exhausted, bleeding hands of the Coal Creek rebels. The prison itself is their truest, most terrible monument. Most of those men never saw the outside world again. They died in the prison mine, their lungs choked with coal dust, or they simply withered away in the hole. Their names are largely lost to history, etched only on the crumbling pages of forgotten ledgers. But their bloodlines still run through these hollows. Their great-grandchildren still live on the same land, and in their families, the story of the war is passed down not as history, but as a quiet, stubborn legend of defiance. The physical traces are scattered across the landscape like old bones. In the woods around the prison, there are patches of unmarked graves, simple field stones marking the final resting places of convicts the state didn't bother to send home. The old mine portals, the very ones the rebels worked, are still visible as dark, collapsed scars on the mountainside, sealed with concrete but still seeming to exhale a cold, dead air. A few miles away, near the town once called Coal Creek, a small metal plaque now stands, officially acknowledging the conflict. It's a quiet, understated nod to a war that once set these mountains on fire. Most people who drive past that sign have no idea what it means. The story has been paved over by new roads and drowned out by the noise of the modern world. But when the last tour bus leaves Brushy Mountain for the day and the sun sinks behind the ridge, the old silence returns. And in that silence, you can feel it. The wind whistling through the empty cell blocks sounds like a whisper. The chill that settles in the valley has nothing to do with the weather. The tourists may forget the story as soon as they drive away, but the stones of this prison have not. The mountain remembers everything. So we return to the question that hangs in the cold air of this valley. What is the real curse of Brushy Mountain? Is it the restless spirit of a long-dead inmate, or the shadows that flicker in empty cells? The truth, as it so often is in these mountains, is something far more human and therefore far more chilling. The curse of Brushy Mountain was not born of supernatural forces. It was forged in the fire of human greed and ratified by the cold hand of injustice. The prison wasn't just built on a foundation of stone. It was built on the ashes of a people's rebellion for the simple right to live with dignity. This is more than just the story of a building. It is a story about the indomitable Appalachian spirit. It's a testament to men who were told their hard lives and their families didn't matter, and who answered by shaking the very foundations of the state. They lost their war, yes. They were chained and broken, and many were buried in unmarked graves. But the memory of their defiance is now embedded in these hills, a lesson that must not be forgotten. That even when the fight seems hopeless, there is a profound power, a profound honor in standing your ground. So the next time you hear the name Brushy Mountain, don't just think of infamous escapees or tales of hauntings. Think of those first prisoners. Think of the free miners of Coal Creek who were forced to build their own tomb, stone by blood-soaked stone. Because their story is the prison's true foundation. It is the secret the mountain has held for over a century. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. They say the devil lived in West Virginia. He walked on two legs, carried a Winchester rifle, and smoked a pipe carved from the root of a mountain laurel. But here is the thing about the devil. He rarely does his own dirty work. He has a son for that. When we talk about the American Wild West, we usually picture dusty deserts, tumbleweeds, and high-noon shootouts in front of a saloon. We think of Billy the Kid or Jesse James. But while they were robbing banks in the open plains, something much darker was happening in the deep, claustrophobic forests of the Appalachians. There, the war wasn't about money. It wasn't about fame. It was about blood. And the soldiers in this war didn't wear uniforms. They wore wool coats and hid in the rhododendron thickets, waiting for hours, sometimes days, for a neighbor to walk by. For over a century, American pop culture has turned this story into a joke. Cartoons show bearded men in floppy hats shooting at each other while drinking moonshine. We laugh at the hillbillies. We dismiss them. But if you strip away the myths, if you look at the police reports and the autopsy records from the 1880s, the laughter dies in your throat. This wasn't a family squabble. This was a guerrilla war that lasted for decades. It involved governors, supreme courts, and bounty hunters. And at the center of the most violent storm stood a young man. He wasn't the leader. That was his father, the infamous Devil Anse Hatfield. But this young man was the instrument, the executioner. His name was William Anderson Hatfield. But the mountains knew him simply as Cap. Imagine a man who could shoot the head off a squirrel at 50 yards without blinking. A man who, by some accounts, had more confirmed kills than any gunslinger in Tombstone or Dodge City. But unlike those Western outlaws who sought glory, Cap moved in silence. He was a phantom. One moment he was there, standing on a ridgeline. The next, he was gone, leaving only a footprint and a dead body. The story we are about to tell is not the cartoon version. It is the story of a man bred for violence who treated the dense forests of the Tug Fork River Valley like a chessboard. It is a story of ambush, arson, and a brutality so shocking it forced the United States government to intervene. But the most twisting part of this tale isn't the killing. It's what happened after. Because usually, men like Cap Hatfield die young, face down in the dirt. Cap didn't. He did something far more terrifying. He survived, and he changed. To understand how a boy becomes a butcher and how a butcher becomes a lawyer, we first have to understand the world that made him. We have to go back to the river. The stage for this tragedy is a jagged scar on the map of America. It's called the Tug Fork. It's a tributary of the Big Sandy River, a winding, snake-like body of water that serves as the natural border between two states, West Virginia and Kentucky. In the late 1800s, this wasn't just a state line, it was an iron curtain. On the West Virginia side, you had the Hatfields. They were prosperous, powerful, and politically connected. They ran the timber business. They were the kings of Logan County. Their patriarch, Devil Anse Hatfield, was a former Confederate officer, a man who had seen the horrors of the Civil War and decided that the only law that mattered was his own. On the Kentucky side lived the McCoys. They were just as proud, but generally poorer, and arguably more bitter. Their leader, Randolph Randall McCoy, was a man consumed by a sense of injustice, brooding over every slight, real or imagined. Now, you have to understand the geography to understand the violence. These aren't open fields. These are hollers, deep, narrow valleys shut in by steep mountains. Sunlight only hits the bottom for a few hours a day. If you live in a holler, your world is small. You know everyone. You see everyone. And if you hate your neighbor, there is nowhere to go. You are trapped in a cage with your enemy. For years, the tension between these two families was like gas leaking into a closed room. There were disputes over timber rights. There were arguments over a stolen pig, a seemingly trivial event that history books love to focus on, but which was really just a spark landing on dry kindling. And then there was the Civil War itself. The Hatfields were largely Confederates. The McCoys had fought for the Union. The war ended in 1865, but in these mountains, the peace treaty was never really signed. The resentment just went underground. It festered in the damp mountain air. It was a place where a man's property line was defined by how far his rifle could shoot. And if you crossed that line, you weren't just trespassing, you were invading. Cap Hatfield grew up breathing this air. Born in 1864, he didn't know a world without tension. He was the second son of Devil Anse. From the moment he could walk, he was taught that the McCoys across the river weren't just neighbors. They were threats. He learned to navigate the woods before he could read a book. He learned that loyalty to the bloodline was the highest virtue and betrayal was the only sin. He watched his father hold court, watched men bow to the Hatfield name, and he understood power. But power in the Tug Valley was fragile. It required constant maintenance. For a long time, the violence was contained. Fistfights, lawsuits, angry words exchanged at polling places. It was ugly, but it wasn't war. Not yet. But in August 1882, the gas that had been leaking into the room for decades finally found a flame. And it happened on a day that was supposed to be about democracy. It was August 7th, 1882, Election Day. In the mountains, this was a holiday. It meant no work, cheap whiskey, and gathering at the polling grounds on Blackberry Creek. Imagine the scene. Hundreds of men, most of them armed, milling around in the summer heat. The air smells of tobacco smoke, sweat, and corn liquor. The Hatfields are there. The McCoys are there. It is a powder keg waiting for a match. And the match was lit by a trivial argument. Some say it was about a debt. Others say it was about a fiddle. It doesn't matter. What matters is that Tolbert McCoy, a son of Randall, started exchanging sharp words with Ellison Hatfield. Ellison was Devil Anse's brother. He was a big man, a Civil War veteran, and highly respected. He wasn't looking for a fight that day, but the McCoys were. Tolbert McCoy was joined by his brothers, Farmer and Bud, 3 against 1. The shouting escalated. The crowd formed a circle. In any other place, this would have been a fist fight. A few broken noses, a handshake, and it's over. But not here. Suddenly, steel flashed in the sunlight. Knives were drawn. The festive atmosphere evaporated in a split second. The violence that followed was primal. It happened fast, a blur of motion in the mud. Ellison Hatfield didn't stand a chance. The three McCoy brothers swarmed him. Witnesses later described a scene of absolute frenzy. The brothers didn't just want to hurt him, they wanted to erase him. By the time the dust settled, Ellison Hatfield had been stabbed 26 times. 26. And as he fell, one of the McCoys pulled a revolver and put a bullet in his back. Silence slammed into the crowd. Ellison was somehow still alive, but he was a broken ruin of a man. The sheer brutality of the attack shocked even these hardened mountain men. The local law enforcement, terrified of what would happen next, quickly arrested the three McCoy brothers. They were desperate to get them to a jail in Pikeville, Kentucky, far away from the Hatfields. They knew that if Devil Anse found them, there would be no trial. But news travels fast in the hollers, faster than a wagon carrying prisoners. While the constables were moving the McCoy boys down the road, hoping to outrun the vengeance, a shadow fell over them. Devil Anse had heard, and he wasn't alone. He rode out with a posse of over 20 men. Among them, riding hard, was his son Cap. They intercepted the lawmen near the river. It wasn't a negotiation, it was a takeover. The Hatfields, armed to the teeth, simply took the prisoners. They didn't shoot them, not yet. Devil Anse looked at the three brothers, Tolbert, Farmer, and Bud, and issued a chilling decree. He said they would wait. They would wait to see if Ellison lived. If Ellison survived his wounds, the McCoys would be handed back to the law. But if Ellison died, the boys would belong to the Hatfields. For 2 days, time stood still. The Hatfields held the three McCoy brothers captive in an old schoolhouse on the West Virginia side of the river. They fed them. They let them pray. But outside, the guards watched the horizon, waiting for news from Ellison's bedside. Cap Hatfield was there, watching the prisoners. He was 18 years old enough to be a man, young enough to still be molded. He watched his uncles and cousins cleaning their rifles. He saw the grim determination on his father's face. He was learning a lesson that no school could teach. Law is just a word. Power is a loaded gun. On August 9th, the news arrived. Ellison Hatfield was dead. The atmosphere in the schoolhouse shifted instantly. The waiting was over. The promise had been made, and now it had to be kept. It was night. Rain had begun to fall, a steady, miserable drizzle that turned the dirt roads to slick mud. The Hatfields marched the three McCoy brothers out into the darkness. They crossed the river back into Kentucky. Why Kentucky? Because Devil Anse wanted to send a message. He was bringing the bodies back to their own soil. Or perhaps, in his twisted logic, he didn't want their blood staining West Virginia ground. They stopped in a small clearing known as the Pawpaw Bushes. The river rushed nearby, swollen with rain. The brothers were tied to the pawpaw trees. Tolbert, Farmer, Bud. Bud was the youngest. He was barely an adult. The terror in that clearing must have been palpable. The smell of wet leaves, the sound of the river, and the clicking of hammers being cocked. Devil Anse didn't do it himself. That wasn't the way. This was a communal execution, a firing squad. Everyone had to be part of it. Everyone had to have blood on their hands so no one could turn on the others later. Cap raised his rifle. This moment is pivotal. Until now, Cap was a son, a farmhand, a rough-and-tumble boy. When he pulled that trigger, he crossed a line he could never step back over. The command was given. The night erupted in a volley of gunfire. It wasn't clean. It wasn't quick. The Hatfields reloaded and fired again. Dozens of bullets tore through the soft wood of the pawpaw trees and the bodies of the brothers. It was overkill. It was rage manifest in lead. When the smoke cleared, the silence returned, heavier than before. The three McCoys hung limp against the trees, perforated and broken. The Hatfields turned and walked away, back across the river, back into the mist. They left the bodies for the families to find. They believed justice had been served. An eye for an eye, 3 lives for 1. But they were wrong. They hadn't ended the dispute. They had just poured gasoline on a fire that would burn for the next decade. And in the darkness of that night, as the smell of gunpowder clung to his coat, Cap Hatfield had changed. He had looked death in the face and hadn't blinked. The phantom of the tug fork was born. Who was this young man walking away from the pawpaw trees? William Anderson Hatfield was a paradox. Physically, he was intimidating, though not a giant like his uncle Ellison. He had a strong build, broad shoulders, and a face that seemed carved out of granite. But it was his eyes that people remembered. Folks in the valley said he had a wall eye or a bad eye, one eye that wandered or looked different. In local folklore, this was often a sign of a cursed soul, or at least a volatile one. When Cap looked at you, you weren't quite sure where he was looking, which only added to the unease. But behind those eyes was a sharp, calculating intelligence. Most of the men involved in the feud were brawlers. They acted on impulse, fueled by whiskey and temper. Cap was different. He was a tactician. He didn't drink much. He didn't boast in the taverns. He treated violence like a trade. His relationship with his father, Devil Anse, was complex. Devil Anse was the charismatic leader, the general of the clan. He made the speeches. He negotiated the politics. But Cap was his lieutenant, his enforcer. If Devil Anse was the brain, Cap was the trigger finger. There is a terrifying intimacy in that dynamic. A father grooming his son not to take over the family farm, but to be his bodyguard and assassin. Cap revered his father. He absorbed his father's paranoia. He believed, truly believed, that the Hatfields were the victims, constantly under siege by the McCoys and the Kentucky government. While his father gave the orders, Cap was the one checking the windage on the sights. He became a master of the ambush. He knew every cave, every deer trail, every ridge in the Tug Valley. He could disappear into the woods for days, living off the land, watching, waiting. He was the original guerrilla fighter of the Appalachians, and rumors began to swirl. If a McCoy horse was shot in the night, Cap did it. If a barn burned down, must have been Cap. He became the boogeyman of Pike County. But for 5 long years after the pawpaw tree executions, the war went cold. It was a stalemate. The McCoys were grieving and disorganized. The Hatfields were secure in their West Virginia fortress. Cap got married. He had children. For a moment, it looked like he might just settle down and become a regular mountain man. He worked the timber. He farmed. But beneath the surface, the legal wheels were turning. The mother of the murdered boys, Sarah McCoy, never forgot. And Randall McCoy never forgave. They were petitioning the governor of Kentucky. They were hiring lawyers. They realized they couldn't beat the Hatfields with bullets. Not yet. They needed the law. And in 1887, a new player entered the game. A man who would turn Cap's world upside down. The quiet years were over. The bounty hunters were coming. The man who changed everything wasn't a McCoy. His name was Perry Cline. Cline was a lawyer, a politician, and a man with a personal grudge against Devil Anse Hatfield over a timberland dispute years prior. He was smart, connected, and he saw an opportunity. He convinced the governor of Kentucky to revive the indictments for the murder of the 3 McCoy brothers. Those indictments had been gathering dust for 5 years. Suddenly, they were active again, and they had names on them. Top of the list, Devil Anse Hatfield. Second on the list, Cap Hatfield. But a piece of paper is useless without someone to enforce it. The sheriff of West Virginia wasn't going to arrest the Hatfields. They were the power in West Virginia. So, Kentucky authorized rewards for their capture. This transformed the feud. It wasn't just about family honor anymore. It was about money. Enter Bad Frank Phillips. If Cap Hatfield was the devil's executioner, Frank Phillips was the Grim Reaper with a badge. He was a deputy sheriff, but that title was loose. In reality, he was a tough, ruthless gunman who hated the Hatfields as much as the McCoys did. Phillips began leading raids across the border into West Virginia. These weren't polite knocks on the door. These were incursions. He and his posse would ride in, kick down doors, drag Hatfields out of their beds, and haul them back to Kentucky jails. The psychological impact on Cap and his father was immense. For the first time, they weren't the hunters, they were the prey. Imagine the paranoia. Every stranger on the road could be a bounty hunter. Every rustle in the leaves could be Frank Phillips. Cap stopped sleeping in his own house. He began sleeping in the woods, in caves, or in forts, cabins reinforced with logs thick enough to stop a bullet. The Tug Valley became a militarized zone. The Hatfields set up a network of spies and lookouts. Signals echoed through the hollers, whistles, bird calls, gunshots, warning of approaching riders. The pressure cooker was screaming. Devil Anse saw his clan being picked off one by one. His brother, his cousins, they were disappearing into Kentucky jails. He knew it was only a matter of time before they came for him. And for Cap, they were cornered animals. And a cornered animal is the most dangerous thing on earth. In late 1887, the Hatfields held a war council. The mood was grim. They couldn't keep running. They couldn't keep hiding. If the McCoys wanted a war using the courts, the Hatfields would end it using the only language they truly understood. They decided to strike at the heart of the problem. They believed that if they could just eliminate the witnesses, the people who could testify against them for the Paw Paw Tree murders, the legal case would collapse. Who were the key witnesses? The McCoy family themselves. Randall McCoy, his wife, his children. The target was set. The plan was drawn. And Cap Hatfield checked his Winchester. He was about to lead a raid that would go down in history as one of the most savage acts on American soil. To understand the horror of what happened next, you have to understand the logic. To us, it looks like madness. To them, it was a tactical necessity. It was December 1887. The mountains were buried under snow. The air was sharp enough to freeze your breath in your lungs. In the Hatfield stronghold, the inner circle gathered. Devil Anse, Cap, and a trusted, slightly unhinged associate named Jim Vance, Cap's uncle. Vance was older, meaner, and had a reputation for extreme violence that even some Hatfields found unsettling. The logic was simple. The Kentucky courts needed witnesses to convict them of the 1882 killings. If there are no witnesses, there is no trial. If there is no trial, there is no hanging. The witnesses lived in one cabin, Randall McCoy's cabin. It wasn't a crime of passion anymore. It was a hit, a calculated, premeditated extermination. They didn't just want to kill Randall. They wanted to send a message so terrifying that no bounty hunter would ever dare cross the Tug River again. Cap was 23 years old now. He was in his prime. He wasn't just following orders blindly. He was an active participant in the planning. He knew the terrain. He knew the approach. They gathered a group of about 9 men, a mix of family members and loyalists. They included a young man named Ellison Mounts, who was rumored to be the illegitimate son of the murdered Ellison Hatfield. He was not particularly bright, easily manipulated, and eager to please Cap and Vance. He would play a tragic role in this drama. The plan was specific: surround the cabin under the cover of darkness. Demand Randall McCoy surrender. If he didn't, burn it down. Think about that. Burn it down. They knew there were women and children inside. They knew Randall's wife Sarah was there. They knew his young daughters and sons were there, and they didn't care. This is the moment where any sympathy for the feud as a romantic struggle evaporates. This wasn't defending your home. This was a death squad. They checked their weapons: Winchesters, revolvers, shotguns. They packed torches and kerosene. As the sun set on New Year's Day, 1888, the group set out. They moved like ghosts through the frozen forest. No talking, no smoking, just the crunch of snow under boots and the rhythmic breathing of men marching toward murder. Cap walked near the front. His face was hidden by a slouch hat, his coat collar turned up against the wind. He was walking toward the defining moment of his life, the moment that would earn him the title, the Butcher. Across the river, the McCoy family was settling in for the night. They had no idea that the devil was coming for dinner. January 1st, 1888. Midnight. The cold was absolute. A cold so deep it felt like the world had died, and this was its ghost. The snow on the ground was a pale blue sheet under the moon, reflecting a dead light. Imagine the silence. It's a special kind of quiet that only happens in a deep freeze, when the very air seems to crackle. The only sounds were the soft crunch of 9 sets of boots on the snow and the ghostly white plumes of their breath. The McCoy cabin appeared in a clearing. It was a dark, solid shape against the snow, with a thin curl of smoke rising from its chimney. A single point of warmth in a frozen universe. A point they had come to extinguish. Cap moved with the quiet confidence of a predator. He was the field commander. With hand signals, he directed his men, 2 to the back, 2 to the side. He, Vance, and the others would take the front. They moved like wolves, using the trees and the long shadows for cover, closing the circle. Inside that cabin, the McCoys were asleep. Randall and his wife Sarah, their children. They were wrapped in blankets, dreaming, unaware of the ring of steel that was tightening around their home. The only warning came from the family dogs, who began to bark frantically at the unseen threat in the woods. Inside, one of the McCoy children, awakened by the barking, might have thought it was a fox or a raccoon. Nothing to worry about. But outside, Cap was in position. He could see the warm glow of embers through the single window. He could feel the cold stock of his Winchester against his cheek. He waited. He let the silence stretch, letting the terror build in the darkness. This wasn't a fight. It was a siege. Every man knew his role. Every man knew the plan. Then, a voice boomed out of the darkness. It was Jim Vance. "Randall McCoy, we have you surrounded. Come out and surrender." A light flickered on inside the cabin. A shadow moved past the window. The barking of the dogs turned into a high-pitched, desperate frenzy. Then, from inside the cabin, a reply. The roar of a shotgun blast shattering the night. The first shot of the battle wasn't fired by a Hatfield. It was fired by a desperate man defending his home. And in that moment, all hell broke loose. The night exploded into a hailstorm of lead. Muzzle flashes from the woods stabbed the darkness as the Hatfields opened fire from all sides. Inside, the McCoys were trapped. The wooden walls of the cabin offered some protection, but they were taking fire from every direction. Randall and his son Calvin returned fire, their shotgun blasts a defiant roar against the crack of the Winchesters. For a time, it was a stalemate. The Hatfields couldn't get in, and the McCoys couldn't get out. But Cap and Jim Vance had planned for this. They had brought the fire. Under covering fire, one of the raiders rushed the cabin, throwing a torch onto the dry, shingled roof. It caught instantly. Then another torch hit the side wall. The dry timber, seasoned by decades of winter cold and summer heat, went up like a matchbox. Imagine the choice they had inside: stay and be shot, or run out and be shot. Now, a third option was added: stay and burn. The smoke was the first enemy. Thick, black and choking, it filled the small cabin, turning the air to poison. The heat became unbearable. The wood of the walls began to groan and pop. In the chaos, Alifair McCoy, one of Randall's adult daughters, made a fatal decision. Desperate for air, or perhaps believing the attackers would spare a woman, she ran to the kitchen door and threw it open. A single shot cracked louder than the rest. Alifair stumbled back into the doorway and collapsed onto the floor. Seeing her daughter fall, Sarah McCoy screamed. It was a sound that cut through the gunfire, a sound of pure, primal grief. She rushed to her daughter's side. Then, according to testimony, she saw Cap Hatfield standing in the doorway. She screamed at him, "They've killed my daughter!" What happened next is a testament to the savagery of the night. One of the raiders, some say it was Cap himself, didn't shoot. He swung his rifle like a club. He brought the butt of it down hard on Sarah McCoy's head, and she collapsed, unconscious, next to the body of her daughter. It wasn't a battle anymore. It was an extermination. With the cabin now an inferno, Randall McCoy knew it was over. He made a desperate run for his life. He burst out the back, into the freezing darkness of his cornfield, and scrambled away as bullets whizzed past his head in the night. He didn't stop running. Another of Randall's sons, Calvin, was also shot and killed as he tried to escape the flames. The raid was over in less than an hour. The Hatfields melted back into the woods, their work done. They left behind a scene from a nightmare. The McCoy cabin was a roaring funeral pyre against the snow. Inside were the bodies of a son and a daughter. Outside lay a mother, beaten and left for dead. The raiders retreated across the river, believing they had finally broken the McCoys. They believed they had won. But the light from that fire was seen for miles, and it would soon shine a spotlight on their little war that would bring the wrath of a nation down upon them. The New Year's massacre was not a secret kept by the mountains. The story of the burning cabin and the murdered family traveled down the telegraph wires, and it landed on the front pages of newspapers in a country that was suddenly fascinated and horrified. Imagine opening your morning paper in New York City or Chicago in January of 1888. You read about stock prices, politics, and then you see it. A headline about a vendetta in the mountains, war on the Tug Fork, savage clans in a fight to the death. Journalists, smelling a sensational story, descended on the region. They painted a picture of a primitive, lawless land stuck in a time warp. They called the Hatfields and McCoys American Montagues and Capulets, but with rifles instead of rapiers. This wasn't a local crime story anymore. It was a national scandal. The political pressure became immense. The governor of Kentucky, Simon Bolivar Buckner, was outraged. He saw the raid as an act of invasion by a foreign power. He accused West Virginia of harboring a nest of terrorists. In return, the governor of West Virginia, E. Willis Wilson, fired back. He accused Kentucky's Bad Frank Phillips and his posses of being illegal invaders, kidnapping West Virginia citizens without due process. The two states were on the brink of calling out their militias. It was a constitutional crisis. Could one state legally send armed men into another to capture its citizens? The case went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. And at the center of this firestorm, one name was printed again and again: William Anderson Cap Hatfield. He was no longer just a ghost in the West Virginia woods. He was now a household name. He was the villain in a national drama. His wall-eye was described in lurid detail. His supposed kill count was exaggerated. He became the living embodiment of the savage mountaineer that the rest of America both feared and, in a strange way, was fascinated by. The bounty on his head skyrocketed. He was now public enemy number one. For Devil Anse, this was a disaster. He was a politician. He understood power. And he knew that the power of the press and the United States government was something his clan could not fight. But for Cap, it simply raised the stakes. The world was now watching. He couldn't surrender. To surrender meant a Kentucky jail and a Kentucky rope. His only option was to fight. Back in Kentucky, Frank Phillips was given a blank check. The political embarrassment was so great that he was told to end this once and for all. Get the men responsible for the New Year's massacre, get Jim Vance, and most of all, get Cap Hatfield. Phillips gathered the largest posse yet. He armed them with the best rifles money could buy. This wasn't going to be another stealth raid. This was an invasion force. They crossed the Tug Fork, not in the dead of night, but in broad daylight. They were coming for a reckoning. The war came to the Hatfields on January 19, 1888. Frank Phillips and his posse of nearly 30 men were not hunting for rumors. They had a specific target list, and the first name on it was Jim Vance. They tracked him to his cabin. The fight was short and brutal. Vance, the old warrior, was cut down in a hail of bullets. Phillips had claimed his first major prize. The sound of that sustained gunfire echoed through the frozen valleys. For Cap Hatfield, hiding miles away, it was a death knell. He knew exactly what it meant. They had gotten Vance, and he was next. But Cap didn't run. Not yet. He gathered what men he could, his brother Johnsy, a few cousins and loyalists, and prepared to make a stand. He wasn't going to let them pick his family off one by one in their homes. He would meet them in the field. He chose his ground carefully, a place called Grapevine Creek. It was perfect defensive terrain. He positioned his men on a ridge overlooking the path that Phillips's posse would have to take. The creek itself acted as a natural moat, and the trees provided excellent cover. He funneled the attackers into a kill zone. It was a classic ambush. When Phillips and his men rode into the valley, they were confident, maybe even arrogant, after their easy victory over Vance. They rode straight into the trap. Cap gave the signal. The ridgeline exploded with fire. The posse was caught completely in the open. Men dove for cover behind rocks and trees. Horses screamed and bolted. For a few critical minutes, the Hatfields had complete superiority. They poured a relentless fire down on the pinned lawmen. But Frank Phillips was not an easy man to kill. He rallied his men. They had superior numbers and a grim determination. The skirmish turned into a full-blown battle that raged for hours. Bullets splintered the trees. Ricochets whined through the cold air. Men shouted orders and curses that were swallowed by the constant roar of the rifles. Cap was in his element. He moved from position to position, directing fire, calling out targets. He was a commander leading his troops in the heart of combat, but he was outmanned and outgunned. Slowly, methodically, Phillips's men began to advance, using flanking maneuvers to get around the Hatfield position. Cap realized the line was about to break. If they stayed, they would be surrounded and annihilated. He made the call: retreat. It became a running gun battle. The Hatfields would fall back 50 yards, take cover, and lay down fire while the others retreated past them. Cap was one of the last to pull back, his Winchester providing cover for his fleeing kinsmen. But the fight was lost. By the time the shooting stopped, the Hatfield clan as a fighting force was shattered. Several of their men were captured. Their ammunition was spent. Their will was broken. The Battle of Grapevine Creek was over. The Hatfield war machine was smashed, and Cap Hatfield vanished. He melted into the deep woods he knew better than any man alive, leaving the victorious posse standing on the empty battlefield. He had escaped, but he had lost everything else. He was now alone, a king without a kingdom, hunted by the law and by the ghosts of the men he had killed. After Grapevine Creek, the law swept through the Tug Valley. They arrested Devil Ance's sons, his nephews, and his supporters. The Hatfield Empire crumbled in a matter of weeks. The only major player still at large was Cap. He became a ghost, a legend whispered around campfires. For months, Cap lived like a wild animal. He slept in caves and abandoned coal mines. He drank from streams and hunted for his food with traps and snares, rarely daring to fire his rifle for fear the sound would give him away. He was a master of evasion. He knew the land so well that he could travel for miles without ever leaving a footprint on a trail. He used the creeks to hide his tracks and the dense thickets of rhododendron to disappear in plain sight. The posses hunting him were relentless. They brought in trackers and dogs. They offered bigger and bigger rewards. But Cap was always one step ahead. He was a shadow they could never quite catch. Stories of his cunning became local folklore. One tale claims he walked right into a town where a posse was headquartered. He had shaved his beard, wore different clothes, and adopted a limp. He walked right past the men hunting him, and they tipped their hats, never knowing death just brushed their shoulders. Another story says he was cornered in a cabin. The posse surrounded it, shouting for his surrender. Instead of shooting his way out, Cap waited until dark, then slipped out a loose floorboard and crawled on his belly for 100 yards through a muddy pigsty to get away. These stories might be exaggerated, but they speak to a core truth. Cap was not just a brute, he was a survivor. His intelligence was as sharp as his aim. But what was the psychological toll of this existence? Imagine the profound loneliness. His family was gone, either in jail or in hiding. He was cut off from everyone he had ever known. He was constantly cold, constantly hungry, and constantly looking over his shoulder. His world shrank to the immediate essentials: shelter, food, and the next sunrise. But even a ghost can't run forever. The world was changing around him. His father, Devil Anse, seeing his family destroyed, was forced to negotiate a kind of peace. He couldn't protect his son anymore. The old way of life was over. The feud was ending not with a bang, but with the slow, grinding machinery of the law. And the law was about to make its final, most dramatic statement. The men captured after the battle were being put on trial, and one of them was destined for the gallows. While Cap was a ghost in the mountains, his family members were ghosts in a courtroom. The trials of the captured Hatfields began in Pikeville, Kentucky. Imagine these men, who had only ever known the unwritten laws of the Hollows, suddenly thrust into the world of judges, juries, and lawyers. They were dressed in ill-fitting suits, looking bewildered and trapped under the gaslights of the courthouse. The prosecution needed a conviction for the New Year's massacre, and they found their perfect target in Ellison Cotton Top Mounts. Cotton Top was an outcast. He was known to be slow, simple-minded, and desperate for the approval of men like Cap and Jim Vance. He was the weak link. Under interrogation, he confessed. He claimed that he was the one who fired the shot that killed Alifair McCoy. Whether he actually did it, or if he was just saying what the lawmen wanted to hear, or if he was covering for Cap, we will never know. But his confession was a death sentence. The jury found him guilty of murder. The judge donned a black cap and sentenced him to hang by the neck until dead. The hanging was scheduled for February 18th, 1890. It was to be a public spectacle, the final chapter of the great American feud. Thousands of people flocked to Pikeville to witness it. They built a gallows in the center of town. It was a message from the state of Kentucky to the mountains of West Virginia. The law has a longer reach than any rifle. On the day of the execution, Cotton Top Mounts stood on the platform. He looked out at the sea of faces. His last words were reportedly, "The Hatfields made me do it." Then the black hood was pulled over his head. The noose was tightened. The chaplain said a final prayer, and the trapdoor sprang open. In that moment, as the rope went taut, the Hatfield-McCoy feud officially died. It had started with a knife fight and ended with a state-sanctioned execution. Somewhere in the woods, the news reached Cap Hatfield. He learned that one of his own men had been hanged by the law he so despised. And in that news, Cap, the master tactician, saw the future. He understood a fundamental shift in the nature of power. For his entire life, power came from the barrel of a gun. It was about loyalty, blood, and the willingness to kill. But the gun couldn't save Cotton Top. The clan couldn't save him. A piece of paper, a warrant, a verdict, a death sentence had proven to be more powerful than a whole army of mountain men. The game had changed. The rules were different now. And if he wanted to survive, he couldn't keep playing the old way. He had to learn the new rules. Running and hiding was a dead end. Fighting was suicide. Surrender meant the same rope that had strangled Ellison Mounts. So Cap Hatfield, the ghost of the Tug Fork, made a decision. It was a choice so unexpected, so completely out of character, that it shocked his friends and enemies alike. He decided to come in from the cold, but not in the way anyone expected. In the early 1890s, the man who was once the most wanted fugitive in 2 states walked out of the woods. He didn't turn himself into the law in Kentucky. He turned himself into the authorities in his home state of West Virginia. And a strange thing happened. Nothing. The political winds had shifted. The feud was over. West Virginia was tired of the bad press. They saw no benefit in prosecuting one of their own to satisfy Kentucky. They quietly granted Cap a pardon for his past crimes. He was, for the first time in his adult life, a free man. Most people expected him to fade into obscurity, a quiet life of farming, maybe a little timber work. But Cap Hatfield was not built for a quiet life. He had seen firsthand the power of the law. He had seen how it could reach across state lines and put a rope around a man's neck. And instead of hating it, he became fascinated by it. He decided that if he couldn't beat the law, he would join it. This man, who was barely literate for much of the feud, began to study. He taught himself to read fluently, not just dime novels, but dense, complex legal texts. He devoured books on jurisprudence, on precedents, on courtroom procedure. Imagine the scene. Cap Hatfield, the butcher of the Tug Fork, sitting by an oil lamp late into the night, his calloused fingers tracing the words in a law book. He passed the bar exam. Let that sink in. William Anderson. Cap Hatfield, the leader of the New Year's massacre, became a practicing attorney. His new battlefield was the courtroom. His new weapons were objections and cross-examinations. He opened a law office in Logan, West Virginia, and people hired him. Who wouldn't want the most famously ruthless man in the state arguing on their behalf? The irony was staggering. He defended men accused of the same kinds of crimes he had once committed. He argued about property lines, the same disputes that had started the feud. But the transformation didn't stop there. He went even further. Cap Hatfield, the man who had shot at lawmen, who had spent years as a fugitive, became a deputy sheriff of Logan County. He now wore the badge. He carried a gun not as an outlaw, but as an enforcer of the very system he once fought. He arrested moonshiners. He broke up fights. He was, by all accounts, a good and effective lawman. The ultimate poacher had turned gamekeeper. What does this tell us about him? Was it a genuine change of heart? A desire for redemption? Or was it the ultimate act of a pragmatist? A man who simply adapted to a new form of power? Perhaps he realized that in the 20th century, a man with a law book was more powerful than a man with a rifle. He became a pillar of the community, a respected, if still feared, figure. People would point to him on the street and whisper, "That's Cap Hatfield." But now, they weren't talking about a killer. They were talking about the law. He had successfully rewritten his own story. But no matter how many suits he wore or how many cases he won, the mountains have a long memory, and the ghosts of the Tug Fork were not done with him yet. As the years passed, Cap Hatfield grew into a thick-set, formidable old man. The walleye was still there, a constant reminder of the wild youth he had left behind. He was a man of property, a family man, a fixture in the town of Logan. But the old warrior never truly went away. Locals told stories of his quiet intensity. He rarely spoke of the feud, but he never let his guard down. Even in his office, wearing a suit and tie, a loaded revolver was never far from his hand. It was usually in a desk drawer, just an arm's length away. A lifetime of paranoia is a hard habit to break. He lived to see the world change in ways he could never have imagined. He saw the arrival of automobiles, the telephone, the dawn of a new century. The wild, lawless world that had forged him was gone, replaced by pavement and power lines. His father, Devil Anse, found a different kind of peace. In his old age, he was baptized in a river by a traveling preacher, renouncing his violent past and embracing Christianity. He died a peaceful death in his own bed in 1921. Cap's end was different. It was stranger, more unsettling. In the late 1920s, his health began to fail. He started experiencing severe headaches and erratic behavior. The man who had been a model of cold, calculating control began to lose that control. Some say he became paranoid again, seeing old enemies in every shadow. Others described fits of rage that were reminiscent of his younger days. The violence that he had so carefully contained for decades was bubbling back to the surface. In 1930, he was taken to Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, one of the best medical facilities in the country. The doctors there discovered the cause of his decline. It wasn't guilt. It wasn't a curse from the McCoys. It was a brain tumor. The great gunman, the cunning survivalist, the sharp-witted lawyer, was being brought down by a silent, invisible enemy growing inside his own skull. William Anderson. Cap Hatfield died in that hospital bed on August 22, 1930. He was 66 years old. The man everyone expected to die in a blaze of glory with a gun in his hand died quietly under white sheets, hundreds of miles from the river that had defined his life. There was no final shootout, no dramatic last stand, just the slow, inevitable surrender to biology. It's a strange, anticlimactic end to such a violent story. Or is it? Perhaps it's the most fitting end of all. In the end, the butcher of the tug fork wasn't claimed by a bullet or a rope, the tools of his old world. He was claimed by a disease, a modern affliction diagnosed by modern science. The new world he had worked so hard to join finally caught up with him in its own quiet, clinical way. So who was William Anderson Cap Hatfield? Was he a cold-blooded killer, a monster who burned people in their homes and clubbed a grieving mother with the butt of his rifle? Or was he a loyal son, a soldier in a brutal, forgotten war, doing what he believed was necessary to protect his family in a land where the law was a suggestion, not a guarantee? The truth is, he was probably both. Cap Hatfield was a product of a specific time and a specific place, a place of intense loyalty and even more intense hatred. He was born into a war he didn't start, and he was taught from childhood that the only justice you could rely on was the justice you made for yourself. He was the perfect weapon for that world. His story is more than just the tale of one man. It's a window into the dark, violent heart of a nation still healing from a civil war. It reminds us that the Wild West wasn't just in the deserts of Arizona. It was in the deep, shaded hollows of Appalachia, where family lines were battle lines, and a man's last name could be a death sentence. And yet, the most astonishing part of his life is not the killing. It's the second act, the transformation from guerrilla fighter to country lawyer. The fact that he was able to put down the rifle and pick up a law book and be successful at both is a deeply American story. It speaks to our national belief in reinvention, the idea that you can leave your past behind, that you can be born again, not through religion, but through sheer force of will. But can you ever truly wash that much blood off your hands? Did the suit and the tie and the legal arguments ever quiet the ghosts of New Year's night? Did he ever, in the quiet moments before sleep, see the face of Alifair McCoy in the doorway? We will never know. He took those secrets with him. What he left behind is a legacy of brutal contradiction, a man of violence who died of a disease, a man who defied the law who became the law, a ghost of the 19th century who learned to survive in the 20th. He proved that in America you can rewrite your story, but you can never wash the ink off your hands. The judge pronounced the sentence, 1 year in the county jail. A dead silence fell over the packed Virginia courthouse. Then, the patriarch of the most powerful clan in these mountains, Floyd Allen, rose to his feet. His eyes blazed as he uttered the words that would become a signal for slaughter. "Gentlemen, I ain't a-goin'." A split second later, the courtroom exploded in a firestorm of bullets. When the gun smoke cleared, the judge, the sheriff, and the prosecutor lay dead. The newspapers called it an act of savage barbarism. But was it a cold-blooded ambush, or the last desperate stand of a man defending his honor? Today, we will try to find the truth behind the 90 seconds of hell that forever scarred these mountains. To understand the blood that was spilled, you first have to understand the world that was about to be lost. This was Hillsville, Virginia, at the dawn of the 20th century. Tucked deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains, this wasn't just a town, it was a fortress of tradition, a kingdom unto itself. Here, the hollows held the morning mist like secrets, and the rugged peaks stood as silent guardians against a world that was changing too fast. This was a land governed not by laws written on paper in some distant capital, but by the unwritten code of the mountains. The people here were cut from a different cloth. They were the descendants of Scottish-Irish settlers, a folk as hard and unyielding as the rock beneath their feet. They were fiercely independent, deeply suspicious of outsiders, especially the Flatlanders and their government. For them, the ultimate authority wasn't a judge or a sheriff, it was the family, the clan. Loyalty was the highest virtue, and honor was a currency more valuable than gold. An insult to one was an insult to all, and a man was expected to defend his name with a steady hand and a loaded gun. And in this world of shadow and stone, no clan cast a longer shadow than the Allens. They were the embodiment of the mountain spirit, powerful, proud, and absolutely uncompromising. They weren't just a family, they were a force of nature, with dozens of kin and supporters who looked to them for leadership, protection, and justice. When the Allens spoke, Carroll County listened. At their head stood the patriarch, 56-year-old Floyd Allen. Don't picture some simple farmer. Floyd was a titan of the mountains, a wealthy landowner, a savvy businessman who owned a general store and a sawmill. He was known for his immense strength, his quick temper, and a will made of iron. He never backed down from a fight, and he never broke a promise. To the people of Carroll County, he was more than a man. He was their king. The Allens lived by a simple, terrifying creed, an oath that was whispered with a mix of fear and admiration across the county. It was the foundation of their power and the very core of their identity. No Allen will ever go to jail. This wasn't just a boast. It was a declaration of sovereignty, a promise that they would answer to their own code of honor before they ever answered to the laws of the Flatlanders. But the outside world, with its telegraphs, its railroads, and its centralized government, was creeping closer. The authority of the state was pressing in on this isolated kingdom, seeking to replace the ancient law of the clan with the modern law of the land. The world of the Allens and the world of Judge Thornton Massey were two massive millstones, grinding slowly, inevitably, toward each other. It was only a matter of time before someone got crushed between them. Great tragedies often begin with the smallest of things, a spark in a tinder-dry forest. For the Allens, that spark was a clumsy gesture at a local corn festival. Floyd's young nephew, Wesley Edwards, tried to kiss a girl. It was a foolish, youthful act, but in the mountains, where a woman's honor is fiercely guarded, it was a profound offense. The girl's brothers, Will and Sid, saw it, and fists flew. News of the fight traveled fast, echoing through the hollows until it reached the ears of Floyd Allen. His nephew had been challenged, his kin had been disrespected. This was not a simple brawl to him, it was a stain on the honor of the entire Allen clan. He didn't wait for the law, he dispensed his own. He met the Edwards brothers on a dusty road, and the conversation was short. According to witnesses, Floyd, a man of formidable strength, beat one of the brothers so severely with the butt of his pistol that he left him bleeding and broken in the dirt. Now the outside world was forced to act. The beating was too public, too brutal to ignore. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Floyd Allen. Sheriff Lewis Webb and his deputy, men who knew exactly who they were dealing with, rode out to Floyd's home. They were met on the porch by the patriarch himself, not with his hands up, but with a rifle cradled in his arms. In a tense standoff, Floyd made his position clear. He had been insulted, he said, and he would not be dragged from his home like a common criminal. This was the moment the line was truly crossed. Floyd Allen looked the law in the eye and did not blink. He told the sheriff that he would come to court, but he would come on his own time, on his own terms. And incredibly, that's exactly what happened. The sheriff and his deputy retreated, empty-handed. Floyd surrendered when he was ready, walking into town not as a prisoner, but as a king granting an audience. He had bent the law to his will, proving to everyone in Carroll County that he was a power unto himself. But in doing so, he had thrown down a gauntlet. He had publicly humiliated the court and dared it to challenge him. Now, all eyes turned to the Hillsville courthouse. It was no longer a place for a simple assault trial. It was a battlefield, and everyone knew the Allens were coming prepared for war. March 14th, 1912. The Hillsville courthouse was not a hall of justice. It was a powder keg, and Judge Thornton Massey had just lit the fuse. As the sentence, 1 year in jail, hung in the electrified air, Floyd Allen rose. He looked not at the judge nor the jury, but at the entire system that dared to put a chain on him. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice low and steady, "I ain't a-goin'." He turned to leave, a king dismissing his court. Sheriff Webb lunged forward to grab his arm, a single fatal motion that broke the spell. In that instant, a single sharp crack of a revolver split the silence. To this day, no one knows for sure who fired it. Was it Floyd? Was it his son Claude, leaping to his father's defense? Or was it a deputy trying to enforce the law? It no longer mattered. That first shot was a signal. It was the first drop of rain that unleashes a hurricane. The courtroom didn't just erupt, it detonated. From every corner of the room, revolvers and rifles appeared as if from thin air. The Allens and their supporters, strategically placed among the crowd, unleashed a devastating crossfire. For those trapped inside, it wasn't a gunfight, it was the end of the world. The air turned into a deafening thunderclap of noise, punctuated by the flash of muzzles and the high-pitched whine of ricochets. The solid wood of the benches and the judge's dais splintered, chewed to pieces by an invisible hail of lead. The men who represented the law were the first to fall. Judge Massey, who had just sealed Floyd's fate, sought cover behind his bench. A moment later, his gavel fell silent forever. Sheriff Webb, the man who had taken that fateful step forward, crumpled to the floor. His last act on this earth was to pull his own revolver and send a bullet tearing into Floyd Allen's thigh, a final defiant gesture of the law he served. Prosecutor William Foster fell nearby, and a juror, a farmer named Augustus Fowler, was trying to scramble for the door when his escape was cut tragically short. Panic turned the crowd into a human stampede. People screamed, clawing their way towards the doors, trampling one another in a desperate bid for survival. A thick, choking cloud of gunpowder smoke filled the room, turning the scene into a blind, suffocating hell. Witnesses said it felt like an eternity, but the storm of bullets lasted no more than 90 seconds. When the last echo of gunfire faded, a ringing silence descended. The smoke began to clear, revealing a tableau of silent horror. Dark, ugly pockmarks scarred the courthouse walls, 57 of them, each one a testament to the madness that had just passed. Through the haze, figures moved with purpose. Floyd Allen, wounded but alive, was lifted by his kinsmen and carried from the building. The Allen clan mounted their horses and vanished back into the mountains, leaving a blood-soaked courthouse and a nation in shock. When the last of the Allen clan galloped out of sight, a profound, ringing silence fell over the Hillsville courthouse. It was a silence heavier than any sound, broken only by the whimpers of the wounded and the terrified gasps of the survivors. The air, thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, now carried a new, coppery smell. On the blood-soaked floorboards, the law of the Commonwealth of Virginia lay dead. The judge, the sheriff, the prosecutor, the very symbols of the state's authority, had been executed in their own sanctuary. The news of the massacre didn't just spread, it shot out of Hillsville like a bullet, hitting the telegraph wires and exploding across the nation. Newspapers from Richmond to New York screamed with headlines that painted a picture of a savage war against civilization itself. They called the Allens mountain degenerates, barbaric clansmen who had risen up against the rule of law. The story tapped into a deep-seated fear of Appalachia as a wild, untamed frontier. There was no room for nuance in these reports. There was only shock, horror, and a thunderous call for vengeance. The response from the state was swift and absolute. Governor William Hodges Mann declared that the assassins would be hunted down if it took all the resources of the Commonwealth. He mobilized the state militia, but he also called in a force more feared and perhaps more suited to the task, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These were not ordinary lawmen. They were ruthless, efficient bounty hunters, veterans of the brutal coalfield wars, known for their willingness to meet violence with greater violence. They were the modern world's answer to the Mountain Clan, a hired army that understood the language of the gun. The great hunt began. The mountains, which had always been the Allens' fortress, had now become their cage. The Baldwin Felts detectives, methodical and relentless, swarmed into Carroll County. They brought with them the tools of the modern age, photographs of the wanted men, a network of informants, and the promise of a hefty reward that could turn a neighbor into a betrayer. They combed every hollow, searched every cabin, and squeezed the community with a grip of fear. For the Allens, there was nowhere left to run. One by one, the fugitives were captured or surrendered. The net tightened until finally, acting on a tip, detectives found their ultimate prize. Hiding in a lumberjack's shack, wounded and exhausted, were Floyd Allen and his son, Claude. The king of Carroll County, the man who swore he would never see the inside of a jail, was now in shackles. The wolf hunt was over. The wolves were caged. And now they would face the victor's justice. The trial of the Allen clan was never going to be held in Hillsville. The influence of their name was too strong, the memory of the massacre too raw. To ensure a conviction, the state moved the proceedings to the city of Wytheville. But this change of venue did more than just move the trial. It ripped the Allens out of their world and placed them in the heart of their enemies. It wasn't a trial, it was a reckoning. The courthouse was surrounded by armed militia. Reporters from across the country filled the press benches, eager to send back sensational stories of the Appalachian savages. The court of law had become a theater of vengeance, and the public demanded a bloody final act. In the center of this storm sat Floyd and Claude Allen. They were not the wild-eyed murderers the newspapers described. Witnesses from the trial remembered them as composed, stoic, and utterly unbowed. They sat like fallen kings, their faces carved from mountain stone, showing no fear and no remorse. They listened to the testimony against them with a quiet dignity that was, in its own way, a final act of defiance. They had lived by the code of the mountains, and they would not grovel before the code of the Flatlanders, even with their lives hanging in the balance. The prosecution painted a picture of a cold, calculated conspiracy, an ambush designed to assassinate the law itself. Their lawyers argued that it was a spontaneous eruption of violence, a tragic misunderstanding that spiraled out of control. But in a courtroom filled with rage and grief, against the testimony of dozens of terrified survivors, their words were meaningless. The verdict was a foregone conclusion before the first witness was even called. The jury, drawn from a world that neither knew nor understood the Allens' way of life, deliberated for only a short time. The verdict came back. Guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree. The judge, his voice heavy with the weight of the state's authority, sentenced Floyd Allen and his son Claude to die. Not by the gun, the weapon of their world, but by the electric chair. A cold, scientific answer to the hot-blooded code of the mountains. The other clan members involved were handed sentences that would see them waste away for decades behind bars, their power broken, their families scattered. The sentence was met with applause in the courtroom and celebrated in newspaper headlines as a triumph for civilization. The law had been challenged, and the law had won. But back in the misty hollows of Carroll County, the whispers told a different story. To many, this wasn't justice. It was an execution carried out by a foreign power. The state had not just punished murderers, it had made an example of men who dared to live by their own rules. And so the question that hangs over this story remains, even a century later. Was it justice that was delivered in that Wytheville courtroom? Or was it simply the final brutal act of a war between two worlds, where the victor got to write the law and call it by whatever name they chose? The years have passed, and the gun smoke over Hillsville has long since cleared, but the echo of those shots has never truly faded. On March 28, 1913, Floyd Allen walked to the electric chair. As they strapped him in, he looked at the witnesses and spoke his own epitaph, words as hard and unyielding as the man himself. "Gentlemen, I'm dying like a man. I'll get there before you do." Minutes later, his son Claude sat in the same chair, meeting his end with the same mountain stoicism. The state had its final victory. But the Allen story didn't end there. Floyd's brother, Sidner, became a legend of survival. Riddled with 11 bullets during the shootout, he not only lived, but escaped, hiding in the mountains for months. When he was finally caught, he was sentenced to 35 years in prison, but he outlasted the outrage. He was eventually pardoned, a man who stared death in the face and walked away. The other clan members served their long sentences, returning to a world that had moved on, forever branded by those 90 seconds of violence. If you go to Hillsville today, you won't see the original courthouse. It was torn down decades ago, but for years its replacement stood on the same ground, and the old-timers would tell you that the spirit of that day lingered. They said that for a long time you could still trace the bullet holes in the old building's walls, silent mouths speaking of the chaos. The graves of Floyd and Claude Allen can still be found in a family cemetery, their stones a quiet, somber testament to the clan's vow. They are not just graves, they are a landmark, a place where the past feels close enough to touch. The rest of the world has largely forgotten the Carroll County Courthouse massacre. It's become a dusty footnote in the history books. But here, in these mountains, it is not forgotten. It has seeped into the soil and become folklore. The story is told not as history, but as a cautionary tale about pride, honor, and the terrible price of defiance. The Allen name still echoes through these hollows, a name that for some means murder and mayhem, but for others, still whispers of a fallen king who dared to stand against the world and kept his promise that he would never, ever go to jail. The mountains remember. So we come back to the question that hung in the gunsmoke of that Virginia courthouse. Were the Allens cold-blooded killers who planned a massacre from the start? Or were they defenders of an ancient code, pushed to a final desperate act? The truth, like most things in these mountains, is not so simple. They came to that courthouse armed because in their world, power was respected only when it was backed by the threat of force. They didn't see themselves as criminals defying the law. They saw themselves as sovereigns of their own kingdom, defending its honor against a foreign invasion. The Hillsville massacre was more than just a crime. It was the bloody, violent end of an era. It was the moment the modern world, with its courts and its electric chairs, finally broke the back of the old world, with its clans and its code of blood honor. The state sent a message that day, written in the language the Allens understood best. Its power was now absolute, its reach inescapable. The Allen clan wasn't just fighting a one-year jail sentence, they were fighting the 20th century, and the 20th century won. This is a story of brutality, yes, but it is also a story of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit so fiercely independent that it can lead to both greatness and ruin. Floyd Allen was a king who refused to watch his kingdom crumble. He and his family were not heroes, but their tragic, violent story has become a dark legend, a warning of what happens when pride and honor demand a price that can only be paid in blood. And while the law won the war that day, the story of the clan who swore they would never go to prison and kept that oath at the cost of everything still haunts these hills. On a moonless October night, deep in the West Virginia mountains, the forest held its breath. The only sound was the rhythmic lurch of a heavy train fighting its way up the grade. Flip, flap, flip, flap. Then, a brilliant beam of light sliced through the darkness, pinning a man to the tracks. In the next instant, the gorge erupted in a firestorm of gunfire that echoed off the ancient canyon walls. The newspapers called it a victory for law and order, the end of the notorious McGraw gang. But was that the whole truth? Tonight, we follow the echoes of that gunfire back in time. We'll push past the headlines and Pinkerton reports to the whispers in the hollows where these men were called something other than criminals. They were called heroes. We are going to find the truth behind the legend of the McGraw brothers and what really happened on the last fateful run of the train they called the flip-flap. Before the gunfire and the legend, there was just the hollow. Life there moved with the sun and the seasons, not the ticking of a pocket watch. Morning mist clung to the valleys like a shroud, burning off to reveal hillsides thick with rhododendron and ancient hardwoods. The air smelled of damp earth, wood smoke, and pine. The only clock you needed was the ache in your back that told you it was time to rest, and the rumble in your belly that told you it was time to eat. This wasn't just a place. It was a world unto itself, governed by the creek, the forest, and the sky. At the heart of this world was the McGraw family's small plot of land, anchored by a cabin built from chestnut logs by their grandfather's own hands. It wasn't much by a city man's standards, just a few acres of stubborn corn, a spring house dug into the cool earth, and a porch that overlooked the whole valley. But to them, it was everything. Every stone in the chimney, every well-worn plank on the floor, was a testament to the family's sweat and survival. This land was their memory, their birthright, and their future, all tied up in one. The three brothers were as much a part of this landscape as the trees. Elias, the eldest, was the quiet one, with eyes that saw the world in lines and angles. He'd find strange patterns in the stars and could sketch a map of the surrounding ridges from memory that was truer than any government survey. Caleb, built like an ox, was the earth itself. His strength was a thing of local legend, but it was a quiet strength, used for felling timber and plowing the rocky soil. And then there was Finn, the youngest. He was the creek, fast, wild, and unpredictable. He knew the woods so well it was said he could track a whisper, his laughter echoing through the trees as he hunted. They weren't outlaws. They were sons of the mountain, dreaming simple dreams. Elias hoped to one day build a proper school in the valley. Caleb wanted nothing more than to marry his sweetheart and raise a family on the land he loved. Finn just wanted the freedom of the hills, the thrill of the hunt, and the respect of his kin. They were bound not just by blood, but by a shared love for this simple, hard, and honest life. But then, the outside world came creeping into their hollow. It arrived not with a bang, but with the quiet clicks of a surveyor's tripod and the rustle of papers covered in words they couldn't understand. Men in clean city clothes walked their land, driving stakes into the ground and marking ancient trees with slashes of paint. They spoke of progress, of a great steel artery that would bring wealth to the mountains. They laid a deed on the McGraw's kitchen table, a piece of paper that they claimed overrode the decades of sweat their family had poured into the soil. Their father, a man who had faced down panthers and harsh winters, was broken by that piece of paper. The family lost the better part of their land, the very heart of their homestead, for pennies on the dollar. The surveyor's paint on the trees felt like a scar, and the rumble they soon heard in the distance, the sound of dynamite blasting a path for the railroad, was a constant, gut-wrenching reminder of their helplessness. The world they knew was being carved up and hauled away, one coal car at a time. And with every distant train whistle that cut through the quiet of the hollow, a cold, hard knot of resentment tightened in the hearts of the three McGraw brothers. That land wasn't just dirt and rock. It was a living history, paid for in blood and sacrifice. The first McGraw to set foot in that hollow was a veteran of the Revolutionary War, a man who had fought the British at King's Mountain. He was given the land as a grant, a reward for helping to forge a new nation. He didn't receive a tidy deed from a lawyer's office. He received a promise, which he then had to make real with his own hands. He cleared the timber, fought off panthers, and built a life from scratch, believing he had earned a piece of the freedom he fought for. His title wasn't written on paper. It was carved into the very landscape. A generation later, another war came to test the family's resolve. When the country split in two during the Civil War, these mountains became a hornet's nest of divided loyalties. Neighbors took up arms against neighbors. The McGraws, like many mountain folk, cared little for the politics of Richmond or Washington. Their loyalty was to their own kin and their own hollow. They refused to fight for a cause they didn't believe in, hiding their sons and their livestock from recruiters of both armies. This taught them a bitter lesson. When powerful men draw lines on a map, it's the common folk who bleed. It deepened their distrust of any authority that came from beyond their own ridgelines. Because of this history, a name like McGraw carried a weight as heavy as a blacksmith's anvil. It was more than just a name, it was a code. To be a McGraw meant you didn't bow to anyone. It meant your handshake was a binding contract, and your land was an extension of your own soul. You were expected to be quiet, neighborly, and God-fearing. But if someone wronged you or yours, if they took what was earned by the sweat of your ancestors, you were bound by honor to see it set right. It wasn't about vengeance, it was about balance. So when the railroad company came with its lawyers and its fraudulent deeds, they weren't just stealing property. They were spitting on the grave of that revolutionary soldier. They were dismissing the family's century of hardship and self-reliance as if it meant nothing. In the eyes of Elias, Caleb, and Finn, this wasn't a business transaction. It was a declaration of war. They felt the weight of their name, the gaze of their ancestors, and they knew that the code they lived by demanded a response. The roots of this feud ran far deeper than a single property line. They were tangled in the very soul of the mountains. But the McGraw's defiance, born of honor, wasn't shared by everyone. For every family that nodded in grim approval, there were two more who had already bent the knee. They'd taken the railroad's meager pay, moved into company shacks, and learned to keep their heads down. These folks saw the McGraws not as heroes, but as a threat, a dangerous reminder of a pride they could no longer afford. And this division created the perfect breeding ground for suspicion and bad blood to fester. The face of this division, the human face of the railroad's power in their valley, was a man named Jedediah Stone. Stone's family had been rivals of the McGraws for generations, always competing for the best bottomland or the biggest timber contracts. When the railroad came, Stone saw his chance. He became their local man, a land agent and foreman who walked with the swagger of borrowed authority. It was Stone who had delivered the final papers to the McGraw's father, and it was said he did so with a smirk on his face. He was one of them, but he had chosen a side. The tension first boiled over in public, right in front of Abernathy's general store. Jed Stone was bragging about the new survey lines, how they'd be running track right through the McGraw's old hunting grounds. Caleb, who was there to buy salt, overheard him. He didn't say a word at first, just stood there, his massive frame filling the doorway. The store went silent. Stone, emboldened by his new position, made the mistake of pushing. "Something on your mind, McGraw," he sneered. The fistfight that followed was short, brutal, and left Stone with a broken nose and a mouthful of dirt. He didn't get up until Caleb was long gone, but the hatred in his eyes could have set fire to the building. After that, the whispers started. They were quiet at first, traded over checkerboards and sacks of flour. Jed Stone and his cronies began to paint the McGraws as violent and unhinged. Caleb's got a temper that ain't natural, they'd say, and that Finn, he's half wild, spends more time in the woods than with decent folk. The rumors, like kudzu vine, began to snake their way through the hollows, choking the truth. Elias tried to cut through it with reason, even attempting to negotiate a fair price for timber from their remaining land. Stone, acting as the company agent, laughed and offered him a fraction of its worth, knowing they had no other way to get it to market. The insult was as sharp as a slap in the face. The poison had seeped deep into the community, turning old neighbors into quiet enemies and small grudges into deadly threats. It started with the whispers of the woods themselves. An old she-panther, whose territory was miles up the ridge, began to scream at dusk just beyond their clearing, a sound like a woman being murdered, a cry that made the hair on your arms stand up. One evening, the sunset bled across the sky in a shade of red so deep and unnatural that the old folks called it a blood sky, a sure sign that the earth was about to drink its fill. Even the wind seemed to change its tune, moaning through the pines, not with the familiar sigh of the mountains, but with a sound like a mother weeping for her lost sons. These were the old signs, the omens the McGraw's grandmother had taught them to heed, and they settled like a cold frost on their spirits. Then, the human omen arrived. He wasn't a railroad bull or a county sheriff. He was a man named Sterling, a detective from the Pinkerton agency. He didn't ride in with a posse. He simply appeared one day at Abernathy's store, looking as out of place as a Bible in a saloon. He wore a dark city suit, a bowler hat, and his face was clean-shaven and pale. He didn't speak much, just bought some tobacco and sat on the porch, watching. But it was the way he watched that unnerved everyone. He didn't look at the mountains with wonder. He looked at them like a grid on a map. He studied the faces of the local men, not with curiosity, but with a cold, detached calculation, the way a butcher studies a side of beef. Elias saw him that day and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air. He was a planner, a man who understood strategy, and in Sterling's quiet, assessing gaze, he saw a different kind of mind at work. This wasn't a man who could be intimidated by Caleb's strength or charmed by Finn's smile. This was a patient hunter, a man who would use traps and wires and logic, not just guns. That night, Elias sat on his porch, the familiar ridges and stars offering no comfort. A profound and unshakable dread settled deep in his gut. He knew, with a certainty that defied reason, that the game had changed. They were no longer just striking back at a faceless company. A reckoning was coming, and the game was no longer theirs to control. The breaking point didn't come with a roar, but with the quiet, rhythmic scrape of shovels against sacred ground. Finn was tracking a buck high on the ridge when he heard it, an unnatural sound in the one place that should have been silent. Creeping through the underbrush, he froze. Below him, in the small clearing that held the McGraw family graves, a work crew was driving stakes. Jedediah Stone stood among them, pointing, directing. They were marking a path for the tracks, and the line went right through the weathered headstones of his grandparents. The cold dread he'd felt for months instantly turned into white-hot rage. He didn't run back to the cabin screaming. The fury was too deep for that. He walked, cold and deliberate, and his brothers saw the look in his eyes and knew. Together, the three of them walked back up the ridge. They weren't armed for a fight. Elias carried only the original tattered land grant from the war, a last, desperate appeal to history and honor. They found Stone's crew about to pry loose the first of the fieldstone markers. "Stop," Elias said, his voice quiet, but carrying the weight of a judge. "This is consecrated ground. Your company's deed has no claim here." Jed Stone turned slowly, a smug, contemptuous grin spreading across his face. He spat a stream of tobacco juice near the oldest grave. "Your deed is a piece of history, Elias. This," he said, waving the company's official survey, "is the law. And the law says, I own every leaf, rock, and bone on this mountain. Now, I'm telling you for the last time, get off company property before I have you removed." He gave a sharp nod to one of his men, a hard-faced guard with a pistol holstered on his hip. That was the spark. Finn let out a choked cry of fury and lunged, not at Stone, but at the man reaching for his grandmother's headstone. In the same motion, the guard drew his pistol. A deafening crack echoed through the clearing, and Finn was thrown back, a dark red line blooming on his forearm. The sight of his brother's blood broke something in Caleb. The quiet, gentle giant was gone. In his place was a force of nature. With a roar that seemed to shake the very trees, he charged into the work crew. It was over in seconds. The sound of a man's jaw breaking under Caleb's fist was like a dry branch snapping. He threw one man into a briar patch and disarmed the guard before he could fire again. He grabbed Jedediah Stone by the shirt front, lifted him clean off the ground, and hurled him down the hillside. The crew scrambled away like frightened squirrels, dragging their wounded, leaving a silence broken only by Caleb's ragged breathing. The first blood had been spilled. And in that moment, standing over the desecrated graves of their ancestors with the scent of gunpowder in the air, the McGraws knew their old life was over. They weren't farmers anymore. They were fugitives. The familiar heavy rhythm began its count in the darkness. Flip-flap, flip-flap. It was the sound of opportunity, the dinner bell that had called them to work so many times before. From his perch high on the ridge, Elias watched the train's single headlight cut a weak yellow path through the night. Below, he saw the faint shadows of his brothers moving into position. The small, muffled blast of dynamite was perfect, sending just enough rock onto the tracks to stop the beast in its tracks. The train hissed to a halt, its steam sounding like a great sigh of relief. It was their signature, a symphony of steel and rock they had perfected. But as Caleb and Finn stepped from the cover of the rhododendron, the symphony stopped. A new kind of silence fell over the gorge, a silence that felt heavy, watched. And then, the night was torn open. A brilliant electric searchlight mounted on the engine's tender flared to life, a single blinding eye that burned away the shadows and turned Finn into a statue of terror. In that same frozen second, a whistle blew from the woods, and the gorge answered. It wasn't just gunfire. It was a solid wall of noise, a physical force that seemed to press in from all sides. From his ridge, Elias saw the tree line across the canyon erupt in dozens of angry, blinking stars. The sharp cracks of rifles and the deep boom of shotguns all blended into one continuous, deafening roar. He saw his brothers, caught in that merciless white light, suddenly stripped of their legendary status. They were just men, terribly exposed and tragically outmatched. The wooden walls of the mail car began to splinter and peel away under the assault, silent witnesses to the storm. Bullets ricocheted off the steel wheels with a high, mournful whine. A lantern hanging on a hook shattered, its brief flare of orange light swallowed by the chaos. The air, thick with the smell of coal smoke and damp leaves, was suddenly choked with the acrid, biting scent of burnt gunpowder. Men were shouting, their commands lost in the thunder, their cries cut unnaturally short. From his vantage point, a helpless god watching his world be unmade, Elias saw his brother Caleb become the focal point of the storm. The big man didn't run. He roared, a sound of pure, primal defiance, and stood his ground, his shotgun bucking against his shoulder, trying to provide a shadow for Finn to escape into. But there were too many flashes, too many angry hornets in the air. Then the great shadow faltered. Shadow. He didn't cry out. He simply folded, falling with a terrible slowness, a great stone monument toppling back into the earth from which he came. Finn, fast as a whisper, almost made it. He moved like a ghost through the strobing effect of the muzzle flashes, a phantom of the woods, even in this hellscape. He was just feet from the safety of the dark tree line when a single sharp crack cut through the din, and the ghost stumbled. His leg buckled beneath him, and he fell into the unforgiving beam of the searchlight, no longer a spirit of the mountain, but just a boy on the ground. His flight ended. The firing stopped as suddenly as it began. The ringing silence that rushed in was more terrifying than the noise it replaced. The searchlight continued its slow, indifferent sweep across the scene, illuminating the splintered wood, the pockmarked rocks, and the still, dark shape that had been Caleb McGraw. Elias lay flat against the cold stone of his lookout, the smoke burning his lungs. a ghost left behind to witness the slaughter of his family. For Detective Sterling, this was never about justice, and it was certainly not about honor. It was about solving a problem. From his temporary office in the county seat, surrounded by maps, train schedules, and telegraph reports, he saw the entire situation as a complex equation. The McGraw brothers were not men. They were a variable, an unpredictable disruption to the orderly flow of commerce. And his job, the job he was paid very well for, was to eliminate that variable. His initial attempts to hunt them had been a source of immense professional frustration. His best agents, men who could track a pickpocket through the most crowded city streets, were useless here. They stumbled through the woods like cattle, leaving a trail a blind man could follow. They were spooked by the silence, by the feeling of being constantly watched. Sterling quickly realized that trying to beat the McGraws in their world by their rules was a fool's errand. They were part of the mountain. He was not. It was a tactical disadvantage he could not overcome with manpower alone. That's when the switch flipped in his mind. He stopped thinking like a detective trying to catch a criminal and started thinking like an engineer trying to fix a faulty machine. If you can't get to the broken gear, you don't keep reaching for it. You change the entire mechanism. He decided that if you can't hunt the wolves in their den, you burn the whole forest down. His plan, the searchlight, the dozens of hidden riflemen, the coordinated telegraph signals, was never designed to be an arrest. It was an extermination, planned with the cold precision of a mathematician solving for X. The risk of a shootout during a capture attempt, the possibility of escape, the circus of a trial, these were all inefficient outcomes. The solution was overwhelming, inescapable, lethal force. And so, as the telegraph key in his office clicked out the final report from the gorge, targets neutralized, 1 KIA, 1 captured, assets secure, Sterling felt no thrill of victory. He felt no remorse. He felt a quiet, profound sense of satisfaction. It was the feeling an architect gets when a bridge holds its weight, the feeling a watchmaker has when the last gear clicks into place and the second hand begins its perfect, steady sweep. He didn't picture Caleb McGraw's body cooling on the tracks or hear the echo of the gunfire. He saw a closed file, a completed contract, a problem solved. He simply folded the telegram, made a neat entry in his ledger, and began drafting his final invoice for the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad. When the last echo of gunfire faded, an unnatural silence fell upon the gorge. It was a dead quiet, heavier and more profound than the peace that had preceded it. The only sounds were the soft hiss of steam from the wounded train and the slow drip of water from the rocks. The searchlight continued its steady, unblinking sweep, painting the scene in stark, ghostly whites and deep, inky blacks. Men in dark coats emerged from the trees, not with whoops of victory, but with the grim, methodical purpose of undertakers. This wasn't the aftermath of a fight. It was the cleanup of an execution. They found Finn first, trying to drag himself toward the darkness of the forest. The wild spirit that danced in his eyes was gone, extinguished and replaced by a glassy look of shock and pain. They hauled him to his feet, his wounded leg buckling, and bound his hands without a word. The phantom of the woods, the boy who could move like a whisper, was now just a prisoner. His world shrunk to the cold iron of handcuffs and the hard stares of his captors. He didn't struggle. He just stared past them at the still, dark shape lying by the tracks. That shape was Caleb. The great mountain bear lay still, his massive frame looking strangely out of place against the orderly lines of the railroad ties. The lawmen gathered around him, their lanterns casting flickering shadows that made it seem for a moment like he might still be breathing. But he was gone. His strength, which could bend a railroad spike and uproot a stump, had been no match for a dozen well-aimed bullets. He had died on his feet, a human shield, a final, futile act of love for his younger brother. High above, hidden by rock and shadow, Elias watched it all. He saw them bind Finn. He saw them stand over Caleb's body. A wave of grief so cold and sharp it almost made him cry out washed over him. But he choked it down, turning it into ice in his veins. He couldn't help them. To reveal himself now would be a fool's death, an insult to Caleb's sacrifice. His mind, the planner's mind, took over. He wasn't a brother anymore. He was a survivor, a witness, a memory. Without a sound, he backed away from the ledge and melted into the deep woods, disappearing into the one place they could never follow, a ghost swallowed by the mountain that had been his home. By dawn, the gorge was crawling with railroad detectives and county lawmen. The telegraph wires hummed with the news. The McGraw gang was broken. The official story, crafted by Sterling himself, was already being printed in the Charleston papers. They were described as a pack of bloodthirsty animals, and their end was hailed as a triumph for progress. A warrant was issued for the last remaining brother, Elias McGraw, and a bounty was placed on his head, $500, dead or alive. It was a fortune in these parts, a sum large enough to make a man forget all about loyalty, kinship, and the old mountain code. The news of the shootout didn't arrive in the hollows on the pages of a newspaper. It came in whispers, carried by a shaken trainman, then a track walker, spreading from cabin to cabin like a contagion. The stories were fractured and full of horror. The blinding light, the sheer volume of the gunfire, the sight of Caleb McGraw's body. Then came the official story, crisp and clean as a new dollar bill, printed in the Charleston papers that Jedediah Stone left in a stack at Abernathy's store. It spoke of a heroic police action against a gang of violent thieves. And just like that, a line was drawn straight through the heart of the community. At the store, the old pot-bellied stove became a silent border. On one side sat the company men, the foremen and railroad guards, drinking coffee and nodding along as Stone read the heroic accounts aloud. On the other side sat the old-timers, the farmers and miners whose families had been there for generations. They said nothing. They just stared into the flames, their faces hard and unreadable, the silence in their corner of the room more powerful than all of Stone's boasting. The church congregation split too. One faction prayed for the souls of the lawmen who had restored order, while the other half offered quiet, veiled prayers for the lost and the grieving. A deep and chilling fear settled over the hills. People had seen what the railroad and its hired guns were capable of. They had brought an army into that gorge, and the law had blessed it. Men who might have known the McGraw's movements, who might have been able to offer a truer account of what happened, suddenly developed terrible memories. When questioned by Pinkerton agents or the county sheriff, their answers were a chorus of "don't know" and "didn't see." It wasn't a conspiracy to protect the McGraw's legacy, it was a conspiracy of self-preservation. They understood the new math of survival. The railroad's power was absolute, and speaking the truth could get you fired, evicted, or worse. A blanket of collective silence was pulled over the hollows, smothering the facts of that night. But even in that suffocating silence, small acts of courage flickered like candle flames in a storm. An anonymous sack of cornmeal and salted pork was left on the porch of a distant McGraw cousin. The blacksmith, a man who had known Caleb since he was a boy, told Jed Stone his forge was too busy to shoe his horse and left the animal standing. These were quiet rebellions, tiny gestures that went unnoticed by the men in charge, but they were messages understood by everyone else. They were a signal that while the body of the community might have been broken, its spirit, the old mountain code of loyalty, was not yet dead. It was a spirit that would be tested to its absolute limit by the crisp new posters that soon appeared, nailed to the door of the store and the biggest trees in the valley, announcing the $500 bounty on Elias McGraw. The hunt for Elias McGraw began not as a noble pursuit of justice, but as a business venture. Detective Sterling, a man who believed in systems and efficiency, organized the posse. He knew his own Pinkerton agents were liabilities in this terrain, so he leveraged the bounty. The $500 reward drew a rough collection of men down from the hills, men with cold eyes and worn-out boots, who knew the ridges but whose loyalty was only to the silver dollar. To lead this motley crew, Sterling appointed Jedediah Stone. Puffed up with a new sense of authority and burning with personal vengeance, Stone swore he knew every path and hideout Elias could possibly use. They set out with a confidence bordering on arrogance, a clumsy army crashing through a silent world. They were loud, their city boots snapping twigs and dislodging stones, their voices carrying for miles in the still mountain air. They were hunting a ghost, but they sounded like a herd of buffalo. The mountains, in turn, seemed to conspire against them. Sudden, chilling rains would turn the trails to mud, washing away any potential tracks. Thick fog would descend into the valleys without warning, swallowing landmarks and turning the men back on their own trails. They were outsiders, and the ancient landscape seemed to be actively resisting their intrusion. Days bled into a week, then two. The mood of the posse soured. The bounty hunters grew restless and suspicious of one another, each man fearing another would find the trail first and claim the prize. Jed Stone's confident boasts turned to frustrated curses as every certain location proved empty. The men began to feel the oppressive weight of the forest's silence. They started at every shadow, mistaking the cry of a hawk for a signal. The man they were hunting became less a fugitive and more a myth. They spoke of him in hushed tones around the campfire, calling him the Haint of the Ridge. Elias was no longer just a man on the run. He was the spirit of the mountain itself, and he was hunting them back. Their break came from a place of desperation. An old trapper, his family facing a hard winter, was quietly approached by one of Sterling's men. For a fraction of the bounty, paid in cash, he reluctantly drew a crude map on a piece of bark. It showed a forgotten network of limestone caves near the highest ridge, a place the old folks called the Devil's Pantry. It was a treacherous, hidden place, a perfect bolt hole. The trapper's information reignited the posse's hope. This was it. They had a destination. They had a trap to set. They approached the caves at dusk, moving with a caution they hadn't shown before. Spreading out, they formed a tight cordon around the main entrance, rifles at the ready. Stone and a few of the bravest men crept forward. Inside the mouth of the largest cave, they found the proof they needed. The embers of a fire, still faintly warm, and a single spent rifle cartridge lying on the ground. A wave of triumphant excitement shot through the men. He was here. They had him cornered. With a signal, they rushed in, their lanterns cutting through the subterranean darkness, their shouts echoing off the damp stone walls. The main cavern was empty. They searched every corner, every shadow, finding nothing. Defeat began to settle in until one of the bounty hunters noticed a faint draft coming from the very back of the cave. Behind a curtain of rock, they found it. A fissure no wider than a man's shoulders, a tight, twisting passage that snaked through the mountain's core and opened out onto a different valley a mile away. It was a bolt hole no map would ever show, a secret passed down through generations. Elias had been there. He had likely watched them assemble, listened to them approach, and then simply slipped away through the heart of the stone, leaving them to storm an empty room. The hunt was over. The ghost had vanished for good, leaving behind only the cold, damp air of an empty cave and the bitter taste of utter humiliation. The trial of Finn McGraw was a piece of theatre, and everyone in the county courthouse knew their part. The building itself felt like an occupied territory, with grim-faced Pinkerton agents standing guard at the doors, their long coats failing to hide the pistols on their hips. The room was divided as sharply as a clear-cut forest. On one side sat the railroad officials, the company men, and Jedediah Stone, all looking confident and righteous. On the other, clustered together for warmth, were the mountain folk, their faces a mixture of fear, grief, and simmering resentment. In the defendant's box sat Finn. He was thinner now, the wildness in his eyes replaced by a quiet, hollowed-out stillness. He was clean and wore a borrowed shirt, but he still looked like a caged animal. He never looked at the judge or the jury. His gaze was fixed on a point far away, out the window, toward the blue-hazed ridges that had once been his whole world. He was physically present, but his spirit was already gone. The prosecution was a performance of calculated cruelty. A slick lawyer from Charleston, hired by the railroad, painted Finn and his brothers as nothing short of demonic. He spoke of progress, civilization, and the sanctity of property, making the McGraws' desperate fight for their land sound like a savage assault on the very foundations of America. His star witness was Jedediah Stone, who stood on the stand, puffed up and pious, and lied with the ease of a man ordering breakfast. He spoke of an unprovoked attack, of Caleb's insane rage, and claimed the desecration of the family graves was a malicious fiction invented by the defense. When the old, tired public defender tried to call witnesses from the hollows, a wave of collective amnesia swept the room. Men who had known the McGraws their whole lives suddenly couldn't recall specific conversations. Women who had seen Finn's bleeding arm after the first confrontation now had only a vague memory of the day. Their eyes darted nervously toward the Pinkerton guards, toward Jedediah Stone, and they mumbled their answers to the floor. It was a masterful, unspoken campaign of intimidation, and it worked perfectly. The justice of the mountains, built on honor and shared truth, withered and died under the cold glare of company power. The verdict was a formality. The jury of 12 farmers and merchants who wouldn't meet Finn's gaze deliberated for less than an hour. The foreman, a man who had bought corn from the McGraw's father for 20 years, read the word guilty in a voice that was barely a whisper. The sentence was swift: life, to be served in the stone fortress of the state penitentiary at Moundsville. As they clamped the shackles on his wrists, Finn finally broke his silence. He looked at Jedediah Stone, who was accepting congratulations from the railroad lawyer, and a faint, bitter smile touched his lips. Finn was led away, a ghost in chains, leaving a courtroom thick with the stench of a lie. The law of men had won its victory. Jedediah Stone, the man who had instigated the fight at the gravesite, the man whose greed and spite had set the whole tragedy in motion, walked out of the courthouse a free man and a local hero. The question that hung in the silent, heavy air was one no one dared to ask aloud. Was this justice? Or was it just the tidiest solution? For Finn McGraw, the life sentence was a death sentence delivered in slow motion. The stone walls and iron bars of Moundsville Penitentiary were more than a prison. They were a tomb. For a boy who had measured his days by the rising sun and the call of the whippoorwill, the clang of the cell door was the sound of his world ending. The endless grey walls, the stale air, the suffocating proximity of other broken men, it was a physical torment. He withered. The mountain boy, whose lungs had been filled with clean, sharp air, began to cough, a deep, rattling sound that echoed the sickness in his soul. He died 7 years later, not from the consumption that ravaged his body, but from the slow, relentless starvation of his spirit. He never once spoke of his brothers or the location of any hidden money, taking his secrets with him to a pauper's grave in the prison yard. Jedediah Stone, on the other hand, got everything he wanted. The railroad rewarded him handsomely for his loyalty, giving him a managerial position and the title to the last of the McGraw's land. He built a new, bigger house right where their old cabin had stood, a monument to his victory. But his victory was a hollow one. The whispers that had once been about the McGraws were now about him. He was no longer a neighbor. He was the company man. People were polite to his face, but their eyes were cold and distant. Men would fall silent when he entered the general store. No one invited him to barn raisings or church socials. He had the land, but he had lost the community. He grew old in that big, empty house, becoming a prisoner of his own making. He became paranoid, convinced that every shadow on the ridge was the ghost of Elias McGraw, come back for revenge. He took to carrying a pistol at all times, his nights spent staring out the window at the dark, silent mountains that seemed to be judging him. He didn't face a judge or a jury, but he served his own kind of life sentence, one of loneliness and fear. He died a bitter, solitary man, his wealth unable to buy him the one thing he had thrown away, a place among his own people. As for Detective Sterling, he barely gave the case another thought. It was a file, successfully closed. He collected his fee from the railroad and moved on to his next contract, breaking up a union strike in the coal fields of Pennsylvania with the same detached, lethal efficiency. The McGraws were just a name in a ledger, a solved equation, a footnote in a long and profitable career of enforcing the will of powerful men. And in the hollows, a deep and deliberate forgetting began. The story of the flip-flap ambush became a dangerous thing to remember, a wound that was better left to scar over. People stopped talking about it. The McGraw name was spoken only in hushed tones, a ghost story to frighten children. The railroad's power was now absolute, and survival meant accepting the new reality. The land, once a tapestry of family homesteads, was consolidated into company property. The old ways, the old code, were buried under a blanket of silence, as deep and as final as the grave. If you go looking for the McGraw name in that county today, you'll have a hard time finding it. Finn died without children, a number in a prison ledger. Elias vanished into the mists of folklore. The name, like a river driven underground, disappeared from the surface. But the bloodline didn't vanish entirely. It flows on through the descendants of cousins, quiet families who know the truth of the story, but have learned the wisdom of not speaking it too loudly. As for the Stones, their grand house, built on a foundation of betrayal, eventually fell to ruin, and their descendants sold the land and moved away, leaving behind a name that is now just a footnote in the county records. The most powerful echo of that night is etched into the land itself. The main railroad line doesn't run through the gorge the same way anymore. It was straightened and modernized decades ago, a safer, faster route blasted through the rock. But if you know where to look, if you're willing to hike through thick brush and over fallen trees, you can still find the old bed. The flip-flap curve is still there, a silent curving scar on the mountainside. The tracks are long gone, but you can still see the rotting ties, half swallowed by the earth, ghosts of steel and progress. To stand in that silent curve is to feel the weight of what happened there. The air is still thick with it. Just a few hundred yards from that curve, up on a small rise, you'll find a tangle of briars and a scattering of old foundation stones. This is where Jedediah Stone's house stood, and before that, the McGraw cabin. And if you search the ground nearby, you will find nothing. No trace of the family graveyard. That's because when the railroad men laid their tracks, they needed to build up the grade. They took the easiest path. They simply built their embankment right over top of it. The weathered headstones of the McGraw's ancestors, the very flashpoint of the whole tragedy, are buried deep beneath the tons of rock and earth that support the abandoned line. The history they died defending is now crushed under the weight of the thing that destroyed them. People forget. Documents burn and names fade from tombstones, but the mountains remember everything. They don't keep records in ink, but in stone and shadow and silence. The locals say that on a cold October night, when the wind is just right, you can still hear a sound echoing from that abandoned cut. A sound like the lurching of a heavy train. Flip-flap, flip-flap. It's a story the land itself refuses to let die. Because while the law of men may have written the official history, the mountains hold the truth in their very bones. So we come back to the question we started with. Were the McGraw brothers just a gang of ruthless criminals? The official record, written in the neat, confident hand of men like Detective Sterling, would say yes. They were a violent disruption, an obstacle to progress that was efficiently and justly removed. But the truth, as it so often is in these mountains, is a far more complicated thing. They were men who were pushed until they had no choice but to push back. Men who chose to break the law rather than break the code they were raised by. This has been more than the story of a forgotten gunfight. It's a story about the birth of modern America, and the price that was paid for it. For every mile of track that was laid, for every ton of coal that was ripped from the earth, a piece of an older world was buried. The McGraws weren't just fighting the railroad, they were fighting against erasure. They were the last defiant roar of a way of life that was being silenced forever. And in the end, the most powerful weapon used against them wasn't a rifle in the dark. It was the pen that wrote the official history, the one that turned their righteous fury into a simple act of criminal greed. But a story like this never truly dies. It seeps into the soil. It whispers on the wind that blows through that lonely, abandoned gorge. Some say the ghost of Elias McGraw still walks those ridges, a silent guardian of a buried truth, a permanent echo of defiance. He stands as a quiet, eternal reminder that you can kill a man, you can silence a community, and you can pave over the past. But you can never ever kill a story that deserves to be told. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story.